Marvel Superheroes is the upcoming Magic set, and it is introducing so many cards into Magic the Gathering. There are over 600 new cards, I mean completely mechanically unique cards, that are coming out between Marvel Superheroes, the main set, and the 2 Commander products. We have both 4 Commander Precons. I actually have them right here. Thanks, Wizards of the Coast, for sending these to me. And we have a Jumpstart set. So if you are looking for Marvel stuff, and I don't just mean Spider-Man this time, oh my god, do we ever have it. Magic the Gathering is about to get flooded with all of your favorite Marvel characters and least favorite Marvel characters and weird deep cuts. Apparently there's going to be like 6 different Marvel sets, and I don't know if this one counts as 2, because yeah, there's 270 cards in the main set, and then there's the bonus sheet, also draftable, 60 more there. Then we also have at least 350. They haven't actually finished revealing all of the cards that are on the Commander products yet. At least 350 new and unique cards. I took out all the reprints because we're getting reprints of great cards like Black Market Connections. Cool. There's a lot. Does Jeff have a card? I don't know, but Big Wheel has a card. And honestly, what else matters? Nothing. Big Wheel has a card. Don't you like Big Wheel? This should have been in the Spider-Man set. Why did we have 500 different Spider-Men and no Big Wheel? Where's the wall? The wall's probably going to be in one of these. Y'all, let's start looking at Marvel Superheroes. This set review is going to be, at least for this portion, focused on the draftable set. All of these cards are coming to Arena, and all of them are going to be in draft boosters. So if you're going to a pre-release and you're playing sealed, this should be relevant. I'm also going to be highlighting cards that I think are interesting for Brawl, Commander, Modern, Pioneer, Standard. Though I'm not going to lie, guys, it's going to be really hard for a card in this set to make a difference in Standard. Because Standard right now, the power level is somewhere over there. Whereas like a normal Standard's power level is somewhere like here in the middle, because it's Standard. Standard's crazy. CDH, there's probably not too many impactful for CDH, but we'd probably be able to tell. Things like our Hexing Squelchers and things like that. So let's take a look. Starting with Agent 13 Sharon Carter. Not Aaron Carter. She did not beat Shaq in her dreams or otherwise. People were saying that this was Captain America's love interest, Peggy Carter's niece. And a 3-mana 3/2. Whenever a creature you control attacks alone, investigate. It's an uncommon. That's not like a great stat line, but the fact that she doesn't need to attack alone is pretty nice. This gives you card advantage. You do have to spend 2 mana to crack the clues. And if there's an artifact theme, which I think there is an artifacts theme in this limited, then that gives you a little bit of a bonus. So there's a lot of legendaries in this set, by the way, which means that when you are drafting, you're going to have to be careful about drafting too many of the same named legends, because you can legend rule yourself and cause yourself a problem. Agent Maria Hill. Yeah, these are like shield dudes, I think. 1 mana, 2/1. Whenever she becomes tapped, to pay a teamwork cost, put a +1/+1 counter on her and draw a card. Oh, that seems really good. So there's not that many cards that have this new thing, teamwork. But teamwork is one of the introduced mechanics in this set, which it's kind of like Convoke, but it's just you tap the creatures to pay the teamwork cost. It's an additional cost. It usually gives you an additional effect. And I feel like a 1 mana 2/1 already great aggro for limited, and it can grow and draw you cards. So if you have some teamwork stuff, yeah, that seems good. Maria Hill is Fury's right-hand woman. Yeah, well, she also is a 1 mana 2/1, which I like in limited. You think the card draw is what makes her crazy? The fact she gets a counter and draws a card. Yeah, those are both good. Agent of Atlas, a 2 mana 2/2 with prowess. Weird to have a mono white card with prowess. It's kind of like the monks, I guess, like monastery mentor type guys. Whenever you cast non-creature spells, it will get bigger. This is just a common. I think if you have a lot of non-creature stuff, these get better. But I would say generally like a 2-drop with prowess is just gonna fill your curve. I'm being told that there's a new 2-card infinite in Pauper using Seeker of Skybreak and Hawkeye's Bow. Interesting. Is Hawkeye's Bow in the main set? We'll see it later if it is. Red and white in the set has non-creature support. Yeah. So Prowess, like, it'll be fine. Agent Phil Coulson. And you have our heroes in the background. Oh no, they're like in the reflection. I see. He's like looking through the glass. 2 mana, 2/2 vigilance. You can tap to put a +1/+1 counter on each other hero you control. Son of Cool, yeah. Him not buffing himself is so sad. Yes, job. So the jobs we got here, we have some new creature classes, guys. We have new creature types. Spy is new. Scientist isn't new, but there's a lot of scientists in this set. And there's also a bunch of doctors. And we actually had doctors before in Arena. Because they were the doctors from Doctor Who. Yeah, you know, Time Lord, by the way, is a 2-word, but one creature type. Time Lord is 1. And then Doctor was another. So yeah, don't worry, guys. There's a bunch of doctors in this set. No, not that kind of doctor. Not this kind of doctor, but like medical doctors. There was a doctor in Duskmorn. Oh, good for him. Yeah, guys, Dr. Typal going crazy. I think that Phil Coulson got a pretty decent card for Limited. I don't see playing this outside of maybe a Heroes Matters decks. This doesn't seem strong enough to play, but I do think that because there are a lot of heroes in the set, in fact, that's probably something worth looking up. So this is the draftable main set, and I'm going to do type hero. There are 91 cards that are heroes. There's probably some things that make hero tokens or turn things into heroes. I know there's a villain that turns things into heroes. I think that this is good for Limited, kind of bad otherwise. Maybe you're playing Sid from Final Fantasy and you want more hero support. Here's more hero support. The Changelings in Warwin are also heroes and doctors and scientists. Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. A 3 mana, 2/4. Whenever a creature you control attacks alone, that creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn. You could have just written Exalted. But they didn't. It's fine. I don't particularly like the stat line. It's interesting that they have an attacks alone theme. Yeah, I think that like Phil Coulson being legendary makes him worse. Avengers Assemble, a 5 mana enchantment with flash that gives all your heroes +2/+2. Remember, there's a lot of heroes in the set. At the beginning of each end step, if you attacked with a hero or a hero entered under your control, you draw a card. I think that because of the glut of heroes in this set, this is actually going to be okay. Do I think it's going to be like a crazy high pick rare? No. I think it's going to be medium high. It's one of those things where this is a 5 mana enchantment, and 5 mana enchantments are pretty hard to like really get going. What's nice is this does essentially have an overrun. It's a flash overrun, in fact. So I feel like it is playable, especially if you have a lot of nice aggressive creatures. It is it's mythic rare. Yeah, that is the mythic symbol. A nice little red. It's a Flover Run. Flover Run. Burrow Backup, a 5 mana sorcery that makes 2 hero tokens. Hey, remember how before I said there's also going to be things that make hero tokens? This seems like a pretty decent card. 5 mana, make 2/3/2 heroes, and if you need some extra fixing, this is a nice card to have in your deck because it has basic land cycling too. I find that these cards are some of the nicest cards to have in Limited because you either play them early to get, like you cycle them early to get the land that you need, or you use it later. The only downside to this one specifically is that it is not reanimatable. I assume there's reanimation in the set because that fits really well with comic books. How many times has a comic book character died and come back to life? 8 bajillion times. I used to read a lot of comics as a kid, and I started getting tired of the, but he wasn't really dead. And I'm like, what do you mean? I saw him die. Oh, I guess not. I guess not. Yeah, we got Luke Cage on there. Somehow Palpatine returned. Isn't there a 3rd set coming? There's gonna be a lot of sets. I don't know how many. I heard 6 floated, but I don't know if this one counts as 2. Remember how I showed the Jumpstart and I showed this? Like, to me, this is 2 sets, but I don't actually know how many sets this is. If there's only 1 Infinity Stone per set, that doesn't mean that, like, they could still print them through, like, secret layers or something. I don't want this many sets. I wanted, like, Marvel superheroes and maybe an X-Men set. I like X-Men. Yeah, I think the hero typing is so weird. Brave Brawler. 2 mana, 2/1 with lifelink and power up. Oh, here's another one of our new mechanics. A power-up is it's like exhaust. Exhaust mechanics are ones that you can activate only once. What makes power-up different is if you played the card this turn, or if it just entered this turn, if it flickered, was reanimated, anything like that, you get to discount the power-up cost for its mana value. So for example, power-up on this guy, instead of costing 5 mana, if you played him this turn, it would cost 3 mana. Just 3 colorless mana, because you discount it by 1 white and 1 colorless. And I think that this is actually like a okay card. It's one of those, like, it has lifelink, it has a way to, like, sink mana into it later. So it's not the worst. Yes, there's a very funny reminder text for a character that is able to power up twice. We'll see it later. Captain America Super Soldier. There are multiple Captain Americas in this set. Some of them are because they're actually different people. Some of them are because they just printed a lot of Captain Americas. Or I should say, between all of these different sets. Like, there's an entire Captain America pre-con, I think. At least he's the head of it. Captain America Super Soldier is a 3 mana mythic. He's a 3/2. He has first strike, and he enters with a shield counter on him, which makes him indestructible once, or just prevents damage to him once. Shield counters we had from New Capenna, and they're back. As long as he has a shield counter on him, and all your heroes, and you, the player, have hexproof. I think this is a very good card to have in Limited, because you can avoid Captain America taking damage because of his first strike. He's, you know, not fully indestructible, but he's pretty indestructible. I think that this is going to be very strong in Lim, though, because, like, hexproof means they can't make you discard with most abilities unless it says each opponent. They can't target your things to kill them. He doesn't not give himself hexproof. That's the only thing that doesn't get hexproof. It's kind of like Shalai, for people who know Shalai. So you have to, like, deal damage to him. You have to use a destroy effect on him, and then he'll stop protecting everyone else once he loses his shield. If you're playing him in Constructed, you can proliferate his shield counters. You could flicker him to get the shield counters. Yep, lots of different ways. I think that this is like a pretty good flavor card. Yeah, he's throwing his shield, which leaves him a little more defenseless. Here's Captain America Wings of Freedom. I was actually having people over to play Dungeons and Dragons, and I had like a Scryfall window open, and my friend Brian saw this card art and was like, oh my god, that's so badass. He likes Marvel stuff a lot, and the set is for him. Like, he does not play Magic. He just saw the art in this set and was like, this is so cool. So yeah, the set is for my friend Brian. And Captain America, Wings of Freedom, is a 3 mana 3/1 human soldier hero. He's got flying, he's got first strike, he's got ward 1. Well protected, gonna do a lot of damage in the air. A flying first striker, yeah, unless you have like a 2/4, this thing is going to just keep hitting. It's gonna end games so fast. And whenever Captain America attacks, this does not apply to all Captain Americas, is just shorthand for the name of this card. Each other hero you control gets +X, where X is Captain America's toughness. So if you can enhance Captain America's ass, so America's butt right there, you will make everyone stronger. By default, this is just a small anthem on swinging in. You can do more. Oh yeah, this is great with Momo. This is America's ass. But you have to like put more counters on him or something, because right now it's only he only has a 1 toughness. Nobody. Incredibly good card for limited, though. Captain Marvel, Earth's Protector. Yeah, no, listen. His butt is America's ass, but his ability is America's ass. Captain Marvel, Earth's Protector, a human Kree hero. For the most part, they did not introduce new alien types. They just say alien, but Kree got its own typing. I think there's at least one other that also got its own typing. I think we got like Eternals or something weird like that too. Yeah, they added a lot of weird creature types for this set. 5 mana, 5/4. Is Skrull in here? Oh, I haven't seen a Skrull yet. They're probably not in white. Flash, flying, lifelink, power up, 7 mana. So if you play Captain Marvel, it's 7 mana total on that turn to play and power her up. Otherwise, it's just going to be 5 mana, then 7 mana later. But you can do it at instant speed to put a +1/+1 counter and an indestructible counter. I think that this is going to be pretty strong and limited. It's a 5 mana, 5/4, flash flying lifelinker. It's pretty speedy. It's not quite like a Baneslayer Angel, but it's close. But once you put the power up, and remember, if you power this thing up the turn it comes out, that is so worth 7 mana to me. Indestructible is indestructible. And yeah, there's exile, there's -X in this set. There are ways to get rid of indestructible things, but it's hard. Yeah, I think that this card is going to be very good and limited. We've had 2 very, very good flyers we've seen so far. Some good aggro cards. Yes, we also have Gamma introduced as a creature, but we were arguing about this on stream. What is it? Gamma creature. Gamma is specific to the Fantastic Four stuff. They're not, or sorry, it's specific to the Hulk stuff, not the Fantastic Four stuff, even though the Fantastic Four were originally gamma radiated. It goes, everything is nonsense because it's comics. It's yeah, the Hulk family is gamma. Captain Marvel, Spaceborne, Kree Soldier Hero, 5 mana, 4/4, Flying Vigilance. This is just an uncommon. Fantastic Four is Cosmic Radiation, but it was gamma once. Ugh. Sorry. As long as an opponent has cast a spell this turn, you may cast spells as though they have flash. Really, on an uncommon, that's a very cool ability. Huh. I think this is decent for limited. It is a high cost flyer, but like Flying Vigilance at its baseline, this is Sarah Angel. Plus. Because it's a 5 mana and it can give your stuff flash. Who is this character? It's Captain Marvel. Lets you do stuff during your opponent's turns. Lets you flash an additional support. Yeah. Okay. I think that's a very good uncommon, though. Colleen Wing, Street Samurai. Or Colleen, sorry. A human samurai hero. Whenever you cast a spell that targets a creature you control, you put a +1/+1 counter on Colleen Wing. Okay, so it has a like a heroic kind of effect, but it can be any creature you control. You scry one. Yeah, it seems pretty good. There are, I'm sure, things that will target your own creatures, combat tricks, and it gives you a little buff. This is not like an overwhelming, super powerful uncommon for this set. but it's still not bad. Proud of True Believers. A 1 mana, 1/2. Look at all these dweebs that are fans of, well, I guess a lot of New York's favorite heroes. I see we got like Cap Shield. Is that the Thing backpack? She's just like, oh, look at me, I'm fantastic, and I'm 4. And this guy's like, I'm Daredevil if you could see. 1 mana, 1/2 human citizen. You can tap it to give a target creature you control that's attacking alone +1/+0 until end of turn. You gain 1 life. This is, it's like even more limited than just only on your turn. It's nice because it lets you like buff an evasive creature. It's a 1 mana, 1/2 otherwise, and the life gain is pretty cool. But yeah, it's a little weird, like for the timing of it. I still think it's okay if you're going for like a very aggressive deck. Notably, these are not heroes, these are citizens, so your hero support won't work on it. Yeah, it's a 1 mana common, all right. Some 1 mana commons are pretty good. That one's not. If it had flying, then it would be great. Helicarrier Strike, a 1 mana instant with Teamwork 2. This is the first time we're actually seeing Teamwork on a card. We saw it referenced before. So Teamwork is, when you cast the spell, you can tap 2 power or more worth of creatures to pay the Teamwork cost. It's not 2 creatures, it's 2 power or more. It's kind of like crew as you cast. Helicarrier Strike deals 2 damage to target attacking or blocking creature. If it was cast with Teamwork, it deals 4 damage. So if you have the card we saw before, was it Maria? That gets a bonus if you use her for Teamwork. Cards like this are great. Otherwise, this card is very middling. It's not very good removal, but it's fast and it will do some work. Hero in Training. A 3 mana 2/2 human hero. When this creature enters, you draw a card. If you control another hero, you also gain 2 life. Okay. It cantrips. That's nice. Your Elvish Visionary type cards. I think that this card is probably going to be okay. You oftentimes will have another hero, and the fact that it is a 3 mana 2/2 that cantrips is just like nice for limited. Gaining the 2 life, like when you get that, that's going to make it even better though. The only problem with it is it doesn't fly. Yeah, there was a flying creature that was like this back in, I want to say, Kaldheim. That card was crazy nice. That's Hazmat. Is it? Is that who this is? I don't know this character. I don't know if you're joking. You're saying her power is being radioactive. Is that real? You guys can tell me anything about a lot of these characters because most of the comics I read were in the late 90s, early 2000s, because I would just read my dad's comics. Some of them were older, and yeah, very limited scope there. The Inspiring Overseer was the angel that gained life and drew cards. Invisible Woman, Sue Storm. So Sue Storm has multiple cards because she's also in the Commander deck for the Fantastic Four. Because obviously she's in the Fantastic Four deck. That would be really weird if she weren't. But this is her inset card. She might also have a Jumpstart card, I'm not sure. Invisible Woman is a 5 mana 2/5 with lifelink. Whenever you put 1 or more +1/+1 counters on 1 or more other heroes you control, she makes a wall. She's making invisible walls because that's a thing she does. If you have a lot of +1/+1 counter synergy, I guess it's all right, but I don't really like this card. The chroma key made the box invisible. Yeah, they're a little blue. Look, it's perfect. Yeah, 5 mana is a lot. I feel like if this had Vigilance, it would be a lot better, but it doesn't. Oh, Jennifer Walters, also known as She-Hulk, our favorite lawyer. So they didn't add lawyer as a type. They did keep it advisor. 2 mana, 2/3. Your opponents can't cast spells during your turn. Love to see those words. So this will get a place in a bunch of different Selesnya decks as a counterspell hate card. Yay, we love this. This is a Sisay card people are talking about. Which Sisay? Tutors for Legends Sisay? Put her in your Sharn Hate Bears. So you can either cast this on its front side and then transform it later, or you can cast it on just the back side. 6 mana, 6/6, reach and trample. Your opponents can't cast spells during your turn. Same text as the front. Whenever a creature you control is dealt damage, you can have the sensational She-Hulk deal that much damage to any target once a turn. Oh, interesting. That is an ability that is usually on red-white cards. So seeing it on a green-white card is kind of new. I will say, we were talking about, are certain cards in this set probably CEDHE? Yeah, this would make sense because you can protect your combos. Somebody was saying you use the CDH Sisay. I mean, I like She-Hulk. I'm glad she got a card that does a thing I like. Yeah, I'll try to build this in something. She'll go into 99 of some decks. It's nice having like a card that you can transform so you can get more value later. It works because she's a lawyer. Yeah, there's your Gamma, because all the Hulk cards are Gamma. Yeah, they have put once a turn to help avoid a lot of infinite combos. But I feel like this is just going to be a very good card in Limited. The front side, 2 mana, 2/3 with a very, very relevant ability. You flip it over. 6 mana, 6/6, reach trample, reflects damage once. And not just on her. She can do it on others too. So like if you chump block with a 1 mana creature on like a 12/12 without trample, she is like, don't you worry. Punches somebody in the face. You could do the cute airbend trick to get the backside for 2 in Constructed. You can't flip her at instant speed. No, it's a sorcery speed transformation. I don't think that it's like the craziest card though, and I feel like in Constructed, like I don't see this doing much in Limited. Maybe sideboard, but I feel like Voice of Victory is usually going to be what more people want. Unless they're also going for like a transformation. Yeah, you can airbend the front side in order to cast the back side for 2. Kree Commandos. 3 mana, 2/1, flying, vigilance, and prowess. In Limited, this is going to get some surprise kills. It's not super strong, but the fact that like it has prowess makes it much harder to efficiently block it, protect yourself against it. And the fact that it also has vigilance means it can do it all. I don't think that it's I don't think it's something I would pick that highly unless I did have a good shell for it though. We'll see like what the combat tricks are like. I'm sure there's going to be some very good ones. Yeah, using fight spells is why I think I would use this as a brawl commander. Yes, this is very expensive, like mana-wise for a brawl commander. Like, you play the front side, and then you have She-Hulk and she's punching people. Also, I like She-Hulk. I should have been cast as She-Hulk. Fight me. Luke Cage, Power Man. He's an uncommon. 4 mana, 2/5, Unbreakable Skin. Whenever he attacks alone, he gets +2/+0 and indestructible. So it's just a good way to try to force through some damage. Nothing too crazy, nothing too strong. If he had a like vigilance, that would be kind of nuts, but he doesn't. It's fine for Limited. This is a very good thing to be attacking alone, but it costs 4 mana. I think there's at least one other Luke Cage card in the Jumpstart set. Mind Stone, going to be one of the chase cards of the set. This is the second of the Infinity Stones, or Terminus Stones, but we're not going to have Terminus Stones going forward because this set is actually fully coming to Arena. And yeah, we gotta get, what, 6 of these things? Ugh. It's gonna be so many Marvel sets. 2 mana, indestructible, taps to add white, very good mana rock, especially if you're in a mono white deck, and it has an ability that you just like harness it by paying 6 and tapping it, and then it is harnessed forever. And then once it's harnessed, you get to blink something in your end step. At the beginning of your end step, exile up to 1 other target non-land permanent you control. Return that card to the battlefield under its owner's control. Great card for blinking. If you were looking for a mana rock for your, say, blue-white blink deck, you should pick this one. Because if you ever have just a turn where you're not really doing anything, you use that mana, you harness it, and then you have a great blink engine. Yeah, otherwise, it's a 2 mana untapped mana rock, which, guess what? They're good. Yeah, and you can reset things. It will probably be 6 in a gauntlet. Every time they've revealed one of these in the show, they have put the Infinity Stone in a little model gauntlet they have. Dorks. Mockingbird, Ace, Agent. Caw-caw! It's not what a mockingbird says. They make all sorts of noises. 4 mana, 2/2, human spy hero. She's not even actually a bird. Poser. She's got double strike. Whenever you cast a spell that targets a creature you control, put a +1/+1 counter on Mockingbird. So another like pseudo-heroic type thing. Somebody's asking, will these cards be in Jump In? We don't know what the Jump In packets are, but Jump Start includes some cards from the main set and some cards that are only in Jump Start. So, a lot of it. It's a flightless bird. It's not even a bird. Fake bird. Fake bird. Could you power up again if something is blinked? Yes, but most power-ups are more about like a permanent change to the card. So you'd be resetting whatever buff they got in the first place. There isn't like an extra turn one. Yeah, I don't love this. Because it's a, if this were 3 mana, I would like it, but at 4 mana, like, yes, it's going to have some games where it does good work, but I don't think it's for me. Monica Rambeau. Photon, Living Light. Monica's 3 mana, 3/3, Flying Prowess. All right, good beater in the air. Photon, Living Light. 5 mana, 4/4, Flying Hexproof Prowess. And whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you also put a +1/+1 counter on each other creature you control. So if you cast a non-creature spell with this side out, she gets the temporary prowess buff, but all your other creatures get +1/+1 counters. Perma prowess. I think that this is a very good card for limited for multiple reasons. It's flexible. It's a beater. It's got good buffins. I think that Photon Living Light, pretty nice. Do I like it for other things? So I feel like there is a, I don't know, kind of like a stormy deck that would like a card like this, but I feel like at the cost 5 mana, you're probably not doing that much with it. So if you're a fan of Photon, you can make it work. You can make it work. Also, I do like the art, especially on the back. This one's like fun and bright and like, look at the heroes. What was that? Hawkeye and Black Panther back there. And the backside is just like, yeah, that's pretty. Lady in Space. Murdoch's Crusade. Lawyer by day. Crazy man who punches villains at night. 2 mana, teamwork of 4, so you can tap up the 4 power or 4 or more power of creatures for some teamwork. Choose one, or choose both of you used teamwork. Exile target creature with a toughness 4 or greater, or exile target enchantment with mana value 4 or greater. Ooh, I kind of wish this was just exile target enchantment. This is street justice and legal justice. Matt Murdock. There's a lot of creatures that have a toughness 4 or greater that we've seen, but I don't love this as removal, in part because it's sorcery speed. So not my favorite as far as removal goes, but the fact that it's exiling is a bonus, so, you know, wait and see. Yeah, he can't, like, exile, I think, like, Captain America was too small, the one with the shield counter. Oh, I think the art on this is great. I wonder if this is a... I wonder if this is an image that was in a comic somewhere, or there was a very similar one of, like, him with his glasses reflecting the two sides of him, his day and job. He doesn't take on small contracts. That's why it's all toughness 4 or mana value 4. Ooh, yeah, I wonder what the foiling will look like on this. I feel like this has the potential to be a very good, like, card to collect. Nick Fury, Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., a 1-mana 2/1, which relevance for CEDH as a 5-mana color identity. This is a card that has had a lot of chatter. So, as far as I'm concerned, it's a 1-mana 2/1. It's got some good abilities. It'll punch people. The fact that it has a 5-color identity means that you can get it out on turn 1 and then cast the if you control your commander stuff for free. The same reason that a lot of people run, like, Rogak and the other partners. Yeah, it's got power up, 1 of each color mana. But if you power it up on the turn it comes out, then it's all of that except for the white. Put 2 +1/+1 counters on Nick Fury. Look at the top 7 cards of your library. You may put a hero, equipment, or vehicle card from among them onto the battlefield. Definitely going to hit in most limited games because of how many heroes there are. If it's a double-faced card, like our various transforming heroes, you can transform it. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. This also does work with, like, the Spider-Man hero cards, and yeah, I think that's definitely good for limited, just as a 1-mana 2/1. Are you going 5-color in limited? Probably not. Probably not. But there might be some, like, really cute fixing in the set. I don't know. You think Wooburg Unlimited is based? You know what? The brave souls out there are going to be like, I'm playing Nick Fury and I am going to power him up. Up for a challenge. Yeah, but I would just play this Unlimited as a 1-mana 2/1. It's worse than the other 1-mana 2/1, though, because that one had a better ability for, like, just casual play. Night Nurse, Healer of Heroes. That's interesting. They also made her a hero. So Night Nurse is the person who heals up superheroes, especially the street level heroes that are just injured. She's got Flash, she's got Lifelink, and she's Samwise Gamgee. Whenever Night Nurse enters, you choose target permanent card in your graveyard that was put there from anywhere this turn, including if it was milled, discarded, whatever, and you return it to your hand. It doesn't have to be something that left the battlefield, it's just something that went to your graveyard. So it's kind of like Samwise Plus. I think that this is a very good card for limited. Things will go to your graveyard. It's a 2/1 with Flash and Lifelink. And, yeah, she's healing Bilbo Baggins back there. Yes, she has a legend. I'm actually a little surprised that this is legendary. Is this the standard or commander set symbol? This is the standard set symbol. So Mush, MSH, is the standard set. This is Mush. Delicious mush. But now I can have so many 1/1s. Yeah, Night Nurse is a specific person, but the reason why I say I think it could have been non-legendary is it's one of the many cards that I wish you could have more of in play at a time, and I feel like it's a role you can fill. There's so many legends, and it's because they want people to have, like, their favorite character represented as a legend. In TMNT, they did a bunch of specific characters, but made them more, like, generic, which some people liked. It made for better limited gameplay, and some people didn't like because they wanted their blower bow to have their name on the card. Apparently, all uncommon and rarer creatures are legendary. That's absurd. Okay. Okoye Dora Melage Leader. I like the fit. I butchered this. 4 mana, 3/2. When Okoye enters, you create 2 1/1 white soldier creature tokens. Attacking creature tokens you control have first strike. Not bad. There are some common legends, I think, in this set. Or at least on Jumpstart, there are some. Oh, we got it? All right. Yeah, I mean, that's decent enough for limited. This is a 4 mana, like, 5/4 worth of bodies, and it gets that little first strike bonus. Totally fine. If you have ways to, like, blink this, it definitely gets better if you have, token payoff. I would say the only thing I don't like about this is that the tokens are not heroes. The tokens are soldiers. Yeah, they're not hero tokens. That's what I was looking at. The site I'm using for this set review is called mtgset.review. It is a fan-run website. Origin of the Avengers! It's a saga. Look, they're all coming together. They're putting their hands in so they can defeat evil together. Wow. It's got 2 mana, scry 2. This is a rare. Scry 2 on your first chapter, so just set up your next draw. Then you can put a hero creature with a mana value 3 or less from your hand onto the battlefield, but if you don't draw a card, and then put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. This seems like very fine, limited card. It's a little slow, it's a little specific, and it's doing a bit of everything. But because if you don't have a hero to put in, you get to draw a card, I think that it's totally fine. This is slow, though, and it's the sort of thing that, like, yeah, you can play this, like, pretty early. You could play this on turn 2. Turn 3, use it to bring something in. Hopefully play a couple other creatures, and then buff up all your stuff. For Chapter 2, could you put the backside of a creature into play? No, because it's just a hero creature card being put in. And I believe the backsides are also, like, more specific for casting. What's this? The shadow in the art is Loki, but it reminds you of Aku from Samurai Jack. Yeah, a big stretchy silhouette. Boop. Panther Pounce. 1 mana, instant, target player investigates. Target creature gets +1/+0 and gains flying until end of turn. Untap it. This is a very nice jump. I think jump that's like a Threaben Inspector is good, because Clues is good. If you have artifact stuff, even better. But this is like, hey, my combat trick is going to let me draw a card later. And instant speed, get flying, and a small power buff does make a difference, and it will end games. So, not like a card you take 5 of, but like, one of them ain't bad. There's a bunch of cards that care about targeting your own creatures, too. And I feel that this is a good one to help trigger that. Yeah, and the fact that it untaps could mean, like, and I untap the Hulk, he flies until end of turn, and he's blocking your thing. Investigate is evergreen? I think so. I think so. Patriot Shield Wielder is a 2 mana 2/2 human hero. Pay 2, tap to give another target creature you control +2/+0 and hexproof until end of turn. So it's no Mother of Runes, but this is still pretty nice for limited. I think that holding up 2 mana for the first turn's going to be tough. Later on, this is a good combat trick, 2 additional power. Hexproof, though, I think is the big thing. You can blow out some huge turns if you're just holding up that 2. You can stop your opponents from being able to use their targeted removal. Only thing, can't hit itself. But if people are wasting their removal on a 2 mana 2/2, great. Good. Yeah, he's the stepfather of runes. He's the stepfather of runes. I don't know anything about Patriot. He looks like he's an old school hero. Political triumph. Fisk is running for mayor, and he's winning for mayor. Yeah, I think he's more unk. I think he's an uncle. Fisk. Yeah, it's a Kingpin, right? This is a plan. So this is a new enchantment type. Plans get plan counters, and when they have enough plan counters, they do a thing. There's a pretty broad slew of like what they do. Some of them have enter the battlefields, like when you first play them, they do a thing. But all of them are like, I sit there, I accumulate plan counters, and then when the plan is finished, it does a big splasher thing. Wait, he's a young Avenger? That's a kid? Damn, man, premature balding. That stinks. I thought he was an old man. I'm sorry, Patriot. You're not a young Avenger to me. To me, you're an old man. It's Isaiah's nephew? Fine, he can be nephew of runes. Roasting his hairline? It's not his fault. He was drawn that way. Oh, is it a hood? Whenever a creature you control enters, scry 1 and put a plan counter on this enchantment. When the 4th plan counter is put on this enchantment, so when 4 creatures have entered after you play it, you draw a card, put a +1 counseling counter on each creature you control. What I like about this card is you can play it on turn 1. What I don't like about this card is, I don't know, most of it. I think, though, that, like, the scrying when creatures come into play is actually pretty good. You lose that once you get the card draw, but I think that this is an okay early game filler. Quake, Agent of Shield. We also had a card just called Agents of Shield, right? 3 mana, 3/3, Inhuman Spy Hero. Oh, Inhuman is a type. Inhuman does not just mean non-human. It's like a specific thing. The Inhumans, I think, are a group. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you tap target creature or land. That does include things you do at instant speed. So a good card that gets you some interesting effects in Limited. She's the FMC. Does that mean female main character in the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. show? I did not watch that show. Yeah, you could do something like tap your opponent's land in their upkeep by casting things at instant speed. Remember there was the white flyer that let you cast things at instant speed too? Even cuter. Daisy? Daisy. Raft, security officer. The Raft is the, I guess, containment unit for various supervillains. 2 mana, 1/3, human soldier. You pay 2, tap target creature, and this ability costs 1 less if it's targeting a small creature. So it's either 1 or 2 mana. These tend to be pretty good and limited. They're kind of hard to play with, so newer players might, you know, not quite get the timing right on them, but you can use these to tap down attackers, potential blockers. It's definitely a fine card filler. Yeah, supervillain Alcatraz. Except they break out, like, all the time. All the time. What's that? The Rhino and Venom in there? Yeah, good luck. Red Guardian. Super Soldier. A 3 mana 2/2 with Flash. When Red Guardian enters, you destroy target creature an opponent controls that was dealt damage this turn. In white. So this is the Manticore effect. You are already dead, etc., etc. I'm always like in the middle on cards like this. You will have decks where these are better, and you will have decks where these are worse. If you have First Striker, these effects are better. It's the kind of thing that like maybe I'd run one of, but I'm not that big on this effect. The fact that it's one with flash, though, is pretty nice, because you could even block and then kill a big boy. Yeah, it's a thing your opponent controls that was... Oh, that dealt damage. That wasn't dealt damage. I'm sorry. I read it backwards. I read it the Manticore effect. That actually makes this better. So it doesn't work with your first strike. It works with your opponent's first strike. Yeah, that dealt, not was dealt. It has to deal the damage, but I think this is pretty good. Yeah, it doesn't have to be combat damage, but most creatures aren't dealing non-combat damage. Yeah, I think the flash allowing you to use this on your opponent's turn to be like, all right, you swung in, you did the thing, I take it out. It can help with some of the stupid double strike. Yeah, like if your opponent has a double strike card, it comes in, it does its first strike damage, you flash out Red Guardian and you kill it. I do think that this is all right though. Yeah, it's all right for limited. That's a cool ability. You can use it to help kill Vivi. You know, this kills Vivi, who's banned in standard. Yes, I think that this card could have been a flip card, like daytime, nighttime, but it would have been so annoying to track. So the Sentry always comes with the Void. So the Sentry is super powerful, but wherever he is, there must also be the Void. This is a 4-mana, 5/5 flying, vigilance, indestructible creature. But when it enters, target opponent creates a legendary 5/5 horror villain that has flying, indestructible, and has to attack each combat. This card is so elegantly designed because the Sentry can always stop the Void, and the Void will always be attacking. And then the Sentry can also help advance your game state. But if the Sentry gets taken out, if the Sentry gets exiled, if the Sentry has to be sacrificed, the Void's gonna take over. I think that this is a cool design. Yeah. For all the kindness I spread, the Void only sows terror. I think this is cool for limited, and like I would still play it, but it is very vulnerable to like exiling removal, which we haven't seen that much of yet. We saw like one sorcery speed one. Yeah, this set has a lot more indestructible than most sets because they're superheroes. A lot of them have super strength or super durability or like a regeneration factor. I think it's very cool for Commander too, yeah, because you get to be like, hey, I play the Sentry, and my homie over here, who has not hit a land drop in 3 turns, gets to have the Void. And I think that's rad. I think that this card for Commander is really fun. Again, I think it's a very cool way to depict the character. Yeah, and some of them are just like gods, like various characters. Oh, Christoph, thank you for the 35-month resub. Will this VOD be on YouTube? People who are watching this on YouTube, will this be on YouTube? Yes, I do plan on uploading this. Hopefully I can get this live pretty soon. It's gonna be a long one. I'm warning you now, even just the main set, these cards are wordy. Goddamn. Shield, spike hits. You got your drones, you got your super watches, you got the stun batons. It's a 1-mana artifact equipment. Equipped creature gets +1/+1 whenever an equipped creature attacks alone. Untap it and scry 1. Is Deadpool in the set? I don't think so. No, he got Secret Lairs, but I don't think he's in the set. Which... Let's see. This is a very good short sword. I don't know how good a short sword is in this set, though. I would consider playing this, especially in a deck that has an artifacts matter. You would want to put Sentry in a stealing creatures deck so you can take the Void for yourself. I mean, something notable about the Void is it does have 0 mana value, so it's pretty easy to steal using Archmage's Charm or Enchanting Melody, any of those. Supervillain lockup, it's a guy getting locked up on the raft. Welcome to the raft, pally. I'm a 2-mana enchantment with flash. When this enchantment enters, exile target tapped creature an opponent controls until this enchantment leaves the battlefield. Seal Away? Is that you? Is that Seal Away? No, not the guy. The card. Oh my gosh. Seal Away. Is this? This is a good card in limited. Very good card in limited. Pleasant Kenobi had a video about this. Is it about how this is a stupid name and they could have just called it Seal Away? Because honestly, I think Seal Away works for like putting a guy in super jail. 100%. Okay, yeah, I agree with that. I agree with Pleasant Kenobi that this card should have just been a reprint of Seal Away. This card will be very good limited. I think that even though there are vigilant characters and creatures, most things, they tap to attack, and exile and removal gets rid of them. Is this the best removal in the set? Probably not. Is there going to be a lot of enchantment removal in the set or bounce? I don't know. But I think this is pretty good. Is the full set list out already? Hi, Jim Davis. Jim's in the chat. They revealed the MSH, so the draftable set, early. So yes, this is all out. They are still revealing... Oh my god, that's my Time Lord search. Where is it? Here we go. They're still revealing MSC. MSC is still being revealed as of when I'm recording this. But the main set is all out there. Yeah, they revealed it early. They had like a launch party in LA, which I don't think Jim or I got invited to. You would dare not invite Magic's #1 party girl to a launch party for a set? This is the first time they've done a thing like this, by the way. Shame, they're missing out. I get it. Like, you can only have so many people come, but I wish I was there. Yeah, let me party. At least they got Krim out there. Honestly, if they do anything in this set and they don't invite Krim, I would have been, like, screaming. The Asian Avenger, Krim, he's a very big Marvel fan. If you want to watch, like, the #1 fanboy for Marvel play this set, I'll recommend his channel. Twitch.tv/The Asian Avenger. Super Soldier Serum. Make a captain. Make him America. Make him buff. Krim does live closer. Yeah, that's true. But they had a bunch of non-LA people at the LA thing. 2 mana, aura, enchant creature. Enchanted creature gets +2/+2, first strike, vigilance, and turns them into a legendary soldier, in addition to their other types. Whenever the enchanted creature attacks or blocks, you can also freely attach equipment to it. Neat. I think that this is a card that would actually be pretty fun to play in certain commander decks. SRAM comes to mind, Cloud comes to mind. Freely equipping things is a really fun way to be like, and here's my Colossus Hammer. You like Colossus Hammer, right? Of course we like Colossus Hammer. In limited, or Colossal Hammer, I think that this is an okay card. It's one of those things where it is still an aura, but this is a very, very good aura. But auras do leave you potentially getting blown out. I would still put this in some decks, but I would not be like, pack one, pick one, take this and only build around it. I wouldn't like commit based on it. Yeah, but I think equipment decks will like this because ways to cheat equip costs are always nice. Yeah, it can attach on block, which is fairly new. You think the light off of his left bicep is a choice? You just like looking at it. Take up the shield. Is I like how it's I got this cap, Falcon Sam Wilson, who is also Captain America in this set. I think he might have 2 cards, right? That's the same guy. 2-mana instant, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. It gains lifelink and indestructible until end of turn. Good combat trick. Good combat trick. Everyone gets to be Captain America. Wow, really? Even me? I don't like the art on this that much. I don't know. Cap kind of looks mad that, like, they're using teamwork. But Take Up the Shield, this is a reprint. It's a nice card, though. It has, in the past, been a pretty good, like, limited trick. And it's probably a good one here, especially since we do have things that care about targeting your own creatures with spells. He is on fire. Yeah, they are in, like, a fire. Huh. Bro, that's my shield. Yeah, auras also count for targeting a creature with a spell. Wakandan Drone Flock. Oh, those are pretty. I like the look of these. They're robots. 4-mana, 3/3 flyer when it enters Scry 2. If there's a lot of artifact removal, this will be weaker, but in general, that's like a decent stat line. It's fine. It's filler. Web up! Okay, did we not get enough Spider-Man in the frickin' Spider-Man set? I feel like we had enough Spider-Man. There's even lands that have Spider-Man, and there are Spiders-Men in this set. Not the guy Spiders-Men, which is Spider-Man if he was eaten by spiders and then the spiders took over his duties. Anyway, web up. When this enchantment enters, exile target non-land permanent an opponent controls until this enchantment leaves the battlefield. It's Banishing Light. It's good removal for limited. I'd run it. Yeah. This was in Spider-Man? Yeah. But why are we getting another one? What's this? There were 8 actual Spider-Man in this set? Okay, wait, what? Alright, so this is Mush. T-Spider. Spider-Man to the rescue. Spider-Man secret agent. So they haven't revealed all of the cards here yet. Amazing Spider-Girl. Lady Spider. Spider-Man. Astonishing Spider-Man. Oh, Masked Meower is getting a reprint. So are a bunch of these. Okay, some of these are reprints. Minus is reprints. So these are all new. Did we not get enough Spider-Man in the set with the Spider-Men? Oh my god. A lot of freaking spiders. White Widow, Free Agent. There's a bunch of cards that are both heroes and villains. This is one of them. Oftentimes they are cards that are like depicting a kind of morally gray or hero for hire kind of like mercenary type. It lets you have synergy with both the heroes and the villains in the set, except if something is a hero villain, it cannot wield Thor's hammer. Cannot wield Mjolnir, is not worthy. That's the only downside, I think. 4 mana, 2/3. When White Widow enters, you can choose one. Either put a +1/+1 counter on each of up to 2 target creatures, and she can't target herself, or return target artifact or enchantment card from your graveyard to your hand. I think this is okay. If you have a good number of artifacts or enchantments, you'd get that. And I think that just like, it is essentially 4 or 5 worth of stats for 4 mana, and you can like buff up a flyer on it. If you have this in an empty board is where it's probably the worst. An empty board and no like artifacts or enchantments in your graveyard. And now we're on to blue. And yeah, it took me a very long time to get through white, because this set is wordy. And I bet it's only gonna get wordier as we go on. White's usually got the simple cards. Our first blue card is Aerial Doombot, a 1 mana 1/1 robot villain. It's got flying, so it's already a fine card to me, because I don't know about you guys, but 1 mana 1/1 flyers have won me a lot of games of limited. It's got power up, 6. you can put 3+1/+1 counters on this creature. So you can turn it from a 1/1 flyer to a 4/4 flyer later in the game. To me, that makes it even better. Like, that this is very playable common. I think it'll be good. And I think that if you have things like auras to throw onto it, or you need a creature that attacks alone, this is a nice, cheap, evasive one. AIM Scientists. Ah, yes, AOL Instant Messenger. Giving us the science of who can craft the best away message. It's me. Mine were the best. Some of them were essentially just Kingdom Hearts fan fiction, but you know what? I was like 8. It's fine. 4 mana, 3/3. No, wait. Kingdom Hearts wasn't out yet. I was like 12. It's fine. 4 mana, 3/3. When this creature enters, it connives. It also has basic land cycling. So this is part of that same cycle that we saw one in white. That one made hero tokens. This is just a conniving creature. And it seems totally fine to me. It's like a 4 mana 4/4, sort of. Or just a 3/3 if you discard a land. I just think that having basic land cycling makes the cards nice to have in a deck. Atlantean Cavalry. We ride the crabs! Huzzah! Namor has a cool card in the set too. Yeah, it was one of the first cards that they showed us was Namor. 3 mana, 3/2, Vigilance. This is a Merfolk Soldier. Whenever you draw your second card each turn, you put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. It's filler. It's fine. Atlantis attacks. And they bring a giant whale guy with them. People who know comics, does the whale guy have a name? This is a 7 mana sorcery with Teamwork of 4. So you can tap 4 or more power of creatures to choose one or choose both to either create a 6/5 blue Leviathan creature token with hexproof or return 1 or 2 non-land permanents to its owner's hands. I don't love this. To me, a 7 mana 6/5 hexproof creature token is still like, eh? The whale has a 6-pack. Yeah. The whale is jacked. And he has like a giant tail too. What a weird design. Is it Giganto? Multiple people in chat are saying Giganto. Well, it's giant. So I guess that checks out. I don't love this card. I feel like costing less, being instant. Like, I think if you're doing both things, like with the teamwork, it is going to have times where it's big and it's good. It's just hard at 7 mana. If you have the tap manners, it's a nice payoff. Yeah. Yeah. Atuma Atlantean Warlord. Riding around on sharks. This is a Merfolk Warrior Villain. 4 mana, 3/4. It's a Merfolk Lord. So is Namor, I think. Whenever one or more Merfolk you control attack a player, draw a card. Hey, that's a solid uncommon. It counts itself. Now, I don't know how many Merfolk there are going to be in this set, so it's very funny to see Merfolk's matters here. But it's a 4 mana 3/4 that draws a card when it attacks. Oh my god. Never mind. I evaluate this even less than I did before. So, something that really ticks me off about design for Universes Beyond, and many of you will resonate with this, is planeswalkers do not exist in Universes Beyond. So they don't ever name them on cards. But they could have just said, whenever one or more Merfolk you control attack, draw a card. If you attack a planeswalker, you do not get to draw a card. I think every on-hit ability should count if you hit a planeswalker. There should be nothing ever in play design that discourages you from attacking planeswalkers. Yeah, they made this card to try to bring Prof in. And, like, we only have one set with battles, but that's another attackable target. Ugh. Yeah, I'm just somebody who's, like, a planeswalker hater. And I think that everything should be able to, like, trigger on hitting planeswalkers if it cares about dealing combat damage to a player and all that. Do you get multiple triggers if you attack multiple players? So it just says whenever one or more merfolk you control attack a player, draw a card. So multiple players, multiple merfolks. Good for Smorkin. Good for Smorkin. Bold Biochemist. Bill Foster in the chat. 2 mana, 1/3. Power up 6 to put a +1/+1 counter and draw 2 cards. That's a pretty fair rate here. If you play this, say, on turn 6 and you have 6 mana, it is just 6 mana total. This is just like an early chump blocker that if it survives until later in the game, it's just like, it's a finest like early blocker. If it survives until later, it will get you some card draw. And you can do that at instant speed, which is pretty nice. Bruce Banner. They had already shown this card pretty early. But you know who that is. It's Hulk! The Incredible Hulk! I believe there are multiple Hulk variants across the different sets. But this is Bruce Banner who turns into the Hulk. On his front side, he's a human scientist hero. He's a 1 mana 1/1, and you can pay XX, tap, and draw cards. Only as sorcery speed, but you know what? Pay 2 mana, tap, draw a card. Like, that's pretty nice for limited. Then on the back side, completely different colors, because my man, he rage. He's got that Borborygmos type mana up there. This is Reach. This is Trample. It's a 6 mana 8/8. And whenever the Incredible Hulk is dealt damage, you put a +1/+1 counter on him. If he is attacking, you untap him and he takes an additional combat phase. So yeah, he has the dinosaur ability in Rage. Notably, if he does take lethal damage in the hit, the counters don't save him because they go on after. It's a triggered ability. But yeah, if your opponent cannot block and kill Hulk or cannot take an 8 damage hit, this thing's gonna kill you. Not only is this a good card for limited, it is going to be a game ender frequently. And again, the front side's not bad too. Something I want to say about this card, yeah, you can play it and go infinite with like Caltrops. That's not in Arena. It's not in this limited set. If you are playing this card in limited and you are not in green or red, you can just play the front side. If you are playing this card in limited and you're not in blue, you can just play the back side. I think both sides of this card are good enough that I would justify putting them in either deck. Do you get the second combat phase if he dies? Yes. Yes, you should. That's his friends coming to avenge him. Depower. Just like unhulk a guy. 3 mana instant. The spell costs 2 less if it targets an attacking creature. Target creature gets -4/-0, and you draw a card. It's like a befuddle type effect. I think that these are actually okay and limited, but they're not my favorite. Still like a decent combat trick. To me, like a 1 mana like cantrip, it draws a card because it like you hit something that's attacking you. That's kind of nice. Echo Perceptive Prodigy. Just like kicking him in the face. Nice. 3 mana, 1/4 with Vigilance. You can pay 1 tap to copy target activated or triggered ability you control from a creature source. Sorry guys, you can't use it to copy your fetch lands like you do with Go-Go. You may choose new targets for the ability. Mana abilities can't be targeted. No, because they don't go on the stack. Seems fine. There's a lot of good abilities we've seen so far that I think are copyable. And I think at 1 and a tap on something with Vigilance, this is nice enough. It is a bit of curve filler, but sometimes you'll be able to do something very splashy. Oh, yeah, you can copy a power-up. That's nice. Falcon Winged Wonder. 5 mana, 3/4, flying. When Falcon enters, you create Redwing, a legendary 1/1 blue bird scout. And it has flying. And whenever it attacks, you surveil one. That seems fine. This is your 5 mana flyer that comes with another flyer, and the flyer can surveil. That's pretty nice. You don't need too many big birdies, but birds win games. Falcon's Wing Harness. So many Falcon cards. 2 mana, artifact equipment. When this enters, you attach it. You don't have to pay to attach it the first time. The equipped creature gets +1/+1, flying, and ward 1. Ooh, these are some good wings. If you want to move it, though, or if the creature that's on dies, you have to pay 3 mana. I actually think that this is a pretty decent limited equipment. A permanent flying, yes, but more than that, +1/+1 and ward 1. At 2 mana, I think that's worth it. Frozen in Ice. Stay cold. Yeah, we're gonna crack open a boy with the cold ones. 3 mana, aura, enchant creature, tap enchanted creature, loses all abilities, can't become untapped. It's nice that it can't become untapped and not just doesn't untap during untap phase. It's not the best removal ever, but as far as blue removal goes, it's not bad. Yeah, Cap is chillin'. That's all I do. Futurist Forge. Making some sort of an Iron Man. Hi, Scraps. Do you want to do the set review with me? Yeah. Who's your favorite Marvel character? Scraps, do you like Squirrel Girl? I think she does like Squirrel Girl. Is that Grimace with a knife on my shirt? Yeah, and he's skateboarding and it says Gucci. It's a really good shirt. Come on up, honey. Futurist Forge is an artifact that enters and draws you a card, and you can pay 4 to sacrifice it and draw 2 more. This seems like decent limited card draw. I like that it cantrips on enter. Something built in a cave with Scraps. We've got Scraps here. This is my cat. Futurist Forge, I think is fine. I think if you have the artifacts matter stuff, will be better. But I don't think it's bad just on its own, just as far as like card advantage goes. Giant-sized flying ant. Ant-Man, what are you doing? Yeah, right, honey? Gosh, she's so cute. This is a 4 mana 3/2 flash flyer. And when it enters, you get to tap a non-land permanent or untap a non-land permanent. That's actually very nice at common. I feel that usually these sort of effects are on more expensive or worse statted creatures. So, yeah, I think this is fine for limited. Again, birds win games. But the fact that you could, like, flash this in pre-combat, stop your opponent's creature from attacking, and also stop it from blocking, swing in with this. Pretty nice. You feel like it should be insect horror? It's a pretty big bug. Yep, you see that bug? You see that bug? Aww. Good girl. Hydraulic helper. Why does nobody help me make coffee? 2 mana, 2/3 with Defender. You can tap it to add blue. And it's like Power Stone mana. This mana can't be spent to cast a non-artifact spell. So you can use it for abilities. You can use it to pay taxes on things like Ward, but you cannot cast a non-artifact spell. And you can cast an artifact spell with it. Yo, Scraps, are you a giant insect? She might be. She might be. I am Iron Man. Oh. I'm glad it says so on the card. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known. 3 mana instant until end of turn. Target artifact or creature becomes an artifact creature with... It's a 4/4 flyer. Okay, draw a card. Usually you're not going to use this on your opponent's creatures. You usually use it on your own. We have had this effect before in Limited, and it's actually been pretty good. It can be kind of a blowout on either side, because you can use this to make a big flyer. You can use this to change the size of a creature so it would win in combat, and you do get a card out of it. But only if it resolves. It can be risky to cast stuff like this if you think your opponent has instant speed removal or another thing of their own. Any questions? Nope. Not a one. Iron Lad. Diverging Destiny. He's a human hero, but he is an artifact creature. 3 mana, 2/2 with flying and vigilance. You can look at the top card of your library at any time. You can also reveal the top card of your library by tapping, and you can attack and then tap later since it has vigilance. And if it's an artifact card, you draw it. That seems nice. If you have artifact matters, that seems pretty good. Notably, the white cards that were artifact related were mostly things making clue tokens. There was like an equipment. So I'm guessing it's blue-red is artifact matters because those are like Iron Man-like colors. That's like artificer colors. You saw my post about me doing this set review, and you think I'm going to lose my voice if I review every card in Marvel. That's why I'm only doing Mush today. I don't know about doing Jumpstart, because those cards aren't going to be in Arena. We're getting all of Jumpstart. We're not getting all of the Commander set, but we are getting the face and backup Commanders. I'm sorry, I just looked at the flavor on this. And you know what it makes me feel like? Is this what I'm looking for?
If you had the chance to change your fate, would you?
That's young Kang. Why do we have so many Kang cards? Ironheart. Clever champion. Oh, she's so cute. I don't know who this character is, but she's cute. 5 mana, 3/4 with improvise, meaning you can tap your artifacts to help cast this card, meaning you could get this out for very cheap. Flying. Non-creature spells you cast have improvise. Oh, non-creature. Interesting. So this lets you use improvise with your artifacts to cast more artifacts. That's pretty cool. I feel like this has some commander potential for people who do mono blue artifacts. That's a very, very nice ability to have. She has a TV show? She went to MIT, across the river. Riri Williams. Scouts, you're so cute. Yeah, you want treats? Fine. In limited, this is just a decently statted flyer that you can cast at a discount, and you can like tap your clues to help cast it. The TV show existed, but it sucked. Oh, that's a shame, because she's really cute. They make too many TV shows. They make so many I've never even heard of half of these. Ah, Scraps move. Justice. Vance Astrovic. I'm trying to see past my cat's butt. A mutant hero. I believe for mutants, they are restricting that to like the X gene. A la X-Men for the set design. Here we go. A mutant hero. It's a 3 mana 2/2 flyer. When it enters, you return up to 1 non-land, non-token permanent to its owner's hand. Sweet mother of jellyfish! If you returned a it's just whenever another non-land permanent you control is returned to its owner's hand, you put a +1/+1 counter on Justice. Oh, that seems really good. So this is a jellyfish that cannot blank tokens, but we haven't seen that many tokens so far in this set. And I mean, it flies? They fly now? Scraps? They fly now. Yeah, also just like if you are returning your own stuff, like let's say they put a negative aura on your creatures and you're like, I'm going to bounce that back into my hand. I get a +1/+1 counter. That's a good flyer. Yeah, I think that's good. Kang the Conqueror. People were talking about Kang. Oh, Scraps, your butt pressed spacebar. Can you flip the card back over? Okay, thank you. 4 mana, 4/5 flyer. All right, we've already got a game winner here. And if you manage to get 8 mana, you can put a +1/+1 counter on Kang and take an additional turn. During that additional turn, you cannot activate power-up abilities. That is so you cannot get infinite extra turns by, say, blinking this with a Displacer Kitten or with a Soul Stone. Whatever stone it was. Hi, baby. Hi. Hi. Yes. Hello. A still very, very good card, Unlimited. Bye, girl. My cat is so cute and so in the way. I like how comic-y this art is, though. Looks cool. My fluffy butt left, yeah. Her fluffy butt was on the spacebar. Kid Loki, a 1-mana 1/1 god hero villain. Each creature you control that you've put 1 or more +1/+1 counters on this turn has hexproof. And whenever you draw your second card each turn, you put a +1/+1 counter on Kid Loki. There are a lot of different Loki variants across the different products. Somebody in chat was talking about making Oops All Loki and then clones. And you know what? I wish them good luck. I think it would be fun. Oh, how do I feel about this Unlimited? I mean, it's fine. I think that the static ability on it actually kind of makes me want to put it into decks like Titus and other +1/+1 counters decks, because you can manipulate +1/+1 counters to protect your creatures, and it's also a 1-drop, so very low like mana cost, and it can get counters on its own just by doing draw 2. Yeah, I think this is a good card for Titus. Sorry, Titus. It's Titus. We all know it's Titus. Leader, Super Genius. 4 mana, 1/3. A Gamma Scientist villain. If a creature you control would connive. Instead, you draw a card, and then that creature connives, giving you more card selection and pure card advantage. And at the beginning of combat on your turn, target creature you control connive. So this is 4 mana, card advantage, card selection, and it works well with a lot of the other villains because a lot of the villains have connive as a mechanic. Leader goes in your Rafine deck. All the conniving bastards. Yeah, it works nicely with Rafine, but it's a little too expensive, I think, to be, like, super crazy with it. Loki, God of Mischief. Another Loki. 2 mana, 2/1 God Sorcerer villain. When a player or permanent becomes the target of an ability you control, you draw a card. This ability triggers only once a turn. It would trigger from this. This is only from abilities, but if you have an ability like some of the tap white creatures that like gave +1/+0 or hexproof or any of those, you'd be able to trigger Loki. On its own, it's not doing anything. But it's kind of nice that it's limited to once a turn. Things like moving equipment would also work. This Loki is very, very clearly a... Hey, you guys remember Nadu? Yeah, okay, so we're not doing Nadu again. Once a turn. Once a turn! Okay? Only once. Low-key Nadu. Yeah, I think it's a decent enough card for something like Commander where, like, you know, you can have 4 different turns to try to get the card draw. I don't think that it's a bad card. And I think in Limited, sometimes it's just going to be a 2/1. Sometimes it'll draw you a good number of cards. It's only abilities. It's not spells and abilities. Mr. Fantastic. This is not the art I want to show. So I think this card actually got amazing art. This is the base art. And there's a couple different alt arts. This is the one that I love. Mr. Fantastic Reed Richards. This is a Commander Play promo. Handed out at Commander Party 2 at a Giant Commander Nights in June through August. To me, this is Reed Richards at his best. Anyway, this is the art that I like the most of this card. 4 mana, 2/4, he's got reach. Whenever one or more tokens you control enter, you may draw a card. Not a bad ability, especially in limited, especially you have a way to make tokens repeatedly. On its own, not doing that much, but hey, it can block flyers. Somebody said this is part of a 4-card infinite loop with the other Fantastic Four members. Is there like a cycle, like drawing a card allows you to put a +1/+1 counter on a creature, getting a +1/+1 counter on a creature allows you to get a token, and then getting a token allows you to draw a card? It's that exactly. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. And then is one of them like triggering whenever you do all those things to deal damage? And they all on curve together? Okay. Oh, right! Because we saw Invisible Woman before, and she was counters equals token, right? And Johnny Storm will ping as you make wall. Okay. That's cute. So if you want to live the Wombo combo dream, you can draft all of the Fantastic Four and make an infinite combo with them. Sue makes the token, redraws the card, Thing gets the counter, and Johnny does damage. That's so cute. Oh, here it is. Johnny pings from the draw. The Thing gets the counters from the ping. Sue makes a token from the counters and redraws from the tokens. Very cute. Very cute. You need 16 mana and have to be against 0 removal. Yup. No, it's good. They're all unstoppable together. Miss Marvel, Kamala Khan. Oh, that's cute art. So like I know it's she's punching this guy back here, but it kind of looks like she's punching a seagull, which is so much funnier. Like she's another New York hero, right? Listen, as somebody from New York, we should oftentimes feel like we want to be punching a seagull. 3 mana, 1/4, vigilance, reach. You have no maximum hand size. Embiggen Fist. Whenever you cast a spell that targets a creature you control, draw a card. Nice. Until end of turn, Miss Marvel's power is equal to the number of cards in your hand. Nice. Seems like a good series of abilities. I like the cheap cost and the reach. Is that Shocker who's breakdancing in the background? Yeah. Oh, she Jersey? Oh, I'm so sorry. She's from Jersey City. Legally not New York. Yeah, she has no maximum hand size because she can make her hand big. For big fun punch. Multiversal Incursion. Look at all those Marvel guys. 7 mana sorcery. It's a mythic rare. For each non-token creature you control, create a token that's a copy of that creature, except it isn't legendary. Not for me. Like, there's some dumb thing, I'm sure, where you, like, use this to make a copy of a thing that casts it from your graveyard and just, like, does that a bunch. Dibs on not dying this time. Clone Legion. Yeah, it's very, very pricey. I feel like for me it would absolutely be, I have this in my hand and I have no creatures. Yeah, I feel like at 7 mana, there's something else I want it to do. At Mythic Rare, well, at least I don't have to worry about wanting a copy. Namor, the Submariner. He's wet. 3 mana, flying, and his power is equal to the number of merfolk you control, which includes him because he is a mutant merfolk villain. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell with 1 or more blue symbols in its mana cost, you also get that many Fishums, that many blue merfolk. This feels like a nice, just all-in-one fish maker. And we saw the other Fish Lord before. This feels like just a pretty good card. You will have non-creature spells that are blue if you are in blue, because you're blue. Yeah, it's 7 mana mythic. Yeah, like give the tokens to fly and some other stuff. I don't know. Pim particles. Make things big or make things small. 1 mana sorcery. Target creature gains vigilance until end of turn and can't be blocked. Draw a card. Nice blue cantrip. Can get some damage through. Rewrite history. This is so goofy looking. 3 mana plan. Whenever 1 or more creatures you control become tapped, draw a card, then discard a card, and put a plan counter on the enchantment. Legally not connive. Yeah, it's just do some looting. This is the Council of Kangs. Dweeb. When the 4th plan counter is put onto the enchantment, you sacrifice it, and when you do, you can return 2 target instant or sorcery cards from your graveyard to your hand. I don't think this is very good for limited just because of how much of a build around it is, but it is very easy to trigger, and if you have enough instants and sorceries, you'll be drawing and discarding them anyway. It's just tough because it's like, it's at 3 mana, and then you have to have your things tapped. It's fine. Yes, there's a lot of Kang in this set. Yeah, use it to recur. You nasty boys. Secret Invasion! Oh, somebody's gotten body snatched. 3 mana, aura, enchant creature you control. When this aura enters, exile up to 1 target creature other than the enchanted creature until this aura leaves the battlefield. Any enchanted creature can become a copy of that creature, or does become a copy of the creature until the aura leaves. Enchanted creature has ward 2. You know what this card wishes it were? 2 mana, white, able to hit any non-land permanent. Gave lifelink. Yeah, it wishes it was sheltered by ghosts. I don't like this very much as a rare. Sheltered by Krull. Yeah. I don't think it's terrible, especially if your opponent has a cool card that you want to make a copy of. But I don't really like it. I think that it's like, it's kind of awkward and slow. Yeah, there's an Aegis something card in Alchemy that's kind of like this, except it's not an aura. I really think that this being an aura hurts it a lot, even though it's giving ward 2. Assimilation Aegis, that's the one. Yeah. That's not Alchemy? No, there's another one I think that is, though. Still cool. Still cool. Shield Deployment Drone. It's got a guy in it. The drone itself is the creature, though, not the person in it. Because this is a robot. 3 mana, 2/2 flyer. When it enters, make a 1/1 on the ground. Okay, good stats, good ability. It's crazy how many 3 mana, 2/2 flyers we've seen so far in this set. Shield's Flying Car. Well, that's just stupid. 3 mana, flash flyer. It's a vehicle with crew 1. And when it enters, you exile up to 1 target creature you control and you return it to the battlefield under its owner's control on the beginning of the next end step. Okay, so this is a slow blink, but you can use it to, like, save one of your things. You could use it to, like, reset something it's attacked in. I think that the best part about this is that it has flying and flash, so it could also be a surprise blocker. Can you team up with a creature that has summoning sickness? Yes, yes, you can. Yeah, I mean, as far as like a rare goes, I think it's fine. I wouldn't pick it super high, though. Shuri Wakandan Inventor. 2 mana, 2/1. Artifact spells you cast cost 1 less. That's pretty good. And it's an Artificer, so it's good with Sid. 1 mana, tap, target artifact you control becomes a copy of a second artifact you control until end of turn. Except it isn't legendary. Activate only as a sorcery. That is actually an ability that one of the Saheeli cards, the Ward of the Spark one, had. And it's usually pretty good. Especially you could do things like turn a clue into like a big flying creature. And it lets you still copy legends, because there's so many goddamn legends in this set. I think if you have enough artifacts, this is also even better, since that cost reduction will add up. Definitely we'll see play in Commander. Absolutely. It reduces the cost of artifacts. It'll see play in Commander. Stature! Size Shifter! She get big lady. She has another name that people know her better by. Like, oh my gosh, is she a Young Avenger? Stature from Marvel. Cassandra Lang. There we go. So this is Cassandra Lang. I was like, I knew it's one of the Pym people. She's not a mutant? No, she uses Pym particles. Scott Lang's daughter. There you go. And here, Big. She's a human hero. She's 1 mana, 1/1, and she can't be blocked if her power is 1 or less. Notably, you can power her up to put X+1/+1 counters on her, and you can do that at instant speed. I feel like the plan with this card is, sure, you're just swinging in for 1 damage a turn. It's unblockable damage. And then, later in the game, you're going to power her up. You swing in, no blockers declared, and you're going to put like 6+1/+1 counters on her, and you're going to win the game. I feel like that's a solid uncommon. It doesn't fly, but it's like its own flying. There we go. Super intelligence, more leader art. Look at his big dumb head. 1 mana aura, enchant creature. At the beginning of the upkeep of that enchanted creature's controller, that player draws a card. Nice. So instead of being like Curiosity or something similar that's based on combat damage, it's just once a turn, you will get to draw a card. I think that's actually pretty solid, especially if you have an indestructible creature or something that's just able to defend itself pretty well. It'll make it a target, but unless they remove it on the first turn, you're getting something out of it. You think this is going to be an avatar on Arena? I don't know, because there isn't the rest of them. Super Suit. A 2 mana equipment. It has flash. It automatically equips. It untaps, and it gives +1/+2. Not a bad combat trick, especially if you have an Artifacts Matter thing. No cape? She doesn't have a cape. Look. Maybe it'll... I feel like they have to have, like, a big brain leader emote. If they were brave, they would make leader doing the Megamind no bitches. Thirst for Knowledge. Usually a good card, unlimited. It's a reprint. But it's only good if you have a lot of artifacts. And if you want one in the graveyard. It's a 3 mana instant, draw 3, and you either discard 2 or you discard 1 if it's an artifact. Then we have Tony, who turns into Macaroni. This is Invincible Iron Man, and notably, not invincible. Tony Stark is a 2 mana, 1/3 human artificer hero. You can pay 1, tap, look at the top 4 cards of your library, reveal an artifact card from among them, put them into your hand, and you can do that as many times as you want. Great card advantage on a little 2-drop, as long as you have artifacts in your deck, which you probably will. 6 mana to transform, or just 6 mana to cast it on the backside. It's a 6 mana 5/5 flying haste. At the beginning of combat on your turn, you can put an artifact card from your hand onto the battlefield, and if it's an equipment, equip it for free. There's some pretty good artifacts that you might want to cheat out. Like Krang. I don't know, I think that works pretty well. It's at combat, so you don't have to like live through a turn or anything. Yeah, I could see this being like, yep, and I play Krang. And now I am actually invincible. He's got a very dynamic pose. He's flying with aeroplanes. I like this art. Yeah, I think both sides are pretty good. Trickster's Stratagem. Oh, he's so happy moving around his little play in pieces. 4 mana sorcery. The owner of target creature an opponent controls puts it onto the bottom. Oh, sorry. Puts it into the library, second from the top or on the bottom. Then up to 1 target creature you control connives. At sorcery speed, I don't know. I like my totally lost effects to be instant. So, yeah, not for me. I'm sure someone will play it. It will occasionally be useful, but... we say the nay. With Thor and is that Doctor Strange being weirdos together. Arcane? Are we doing splice onto Arcane? What is... Huh? 2 mana, teamwork 2, so you can tap for more stuff. Counter target spell unless its controller plays 2, or they have to pay 4 if it was cast using teamwork. So this is, this set's Quench Plus. Quench Plus, pretty cool. There's other arcanes in this set. Interesting. Huh. Arcane is a very old subtype of spell. I don't think there's anything that's doing with it. Yeah, they're representing some mystic arts as arcane. I guess, sure, you can use it. Maybe there'll be a Mystics Marvel set in the future with more Doctor Strange stuff. Very possible. What if they put arcane in Reality Fracture? Yeah, that would be cute. I think that this spell is very good for limited. It is a 2 mana quench that's sometimes going to also tax for 4, because oftentimes you will be able to tap a creature that has power 2. And it will be worth it. This makes the one that had casualty seem so much worse. There's exactly 2 arcane cards in the set. Huh. Neat. Yeah, but quenches tend to be pretty good unlimited. The only thing I think that makes them worse in this set than they would be in an average set is that some of the biggest bombs are those transforming cards that come down early, you didn't get to counter them, and then they just flip. Same with the power-up mechanics. Wiccan Rising Magician. 5 mana, 4/4 flyer, mutant warlock hero, and whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you can exile another non-land, non-token permanent. Return that card to the battlefield under its owner's control at the beginning of the next end step. Interesting. So this is able to blink your opponent's cards so they're not able to block. It's able to blink your cards to get more enter the battlefield stuff or to like rescue it temporarily. This feels good to me. It's also a 5 mana 4/4 flyer, which, man, with the sheer number of flyers we've seen in white and blue. Bird up. It is a mandatory exile. Oh. So you have to be a little careful about casting things if you do not have a thing you want to be blinking, or if you don't want to blink any of your opponent's stuff. Yeah, this is not Displacer Kitten. Because it's a slow blink, it comes back at the end step. It's more like, Kaikar? I want to say it was a Kaikar that did something like this. The Wondrous Wasp, a 2 mana 2/1 flash flying wasp sting. When the Wondrous Wasp enters, tap up to 1 target creature. It loses all ability for as long as the Wondrous Wasp remains on the battlefield. Saying don't overlook the little things. Like you, like Wasp. When it enters, you get to tap a creature, and it loses all abilities as long as the Wasp remains on the battlefield. That's going to be very nice in a lot of, like, Flash decks. Just all instants. Yeah, it would work on Raphaelos. I like removing abilities. I think this is definitely good and limited, and I think it will see some play in formats like Brawl. I think it will see less play in Commander, but I think in like 1v1 formats, it's a nice techie enough card. Our first black card, Agents of Hydra. 2 mana 1/1 that when it dies, you get a 2/1 villain with menace. This is kind of like that guy that died and made a zombie, but instead it's making menacing villains. Neither of them are very tough, but if you have a sacrifice theme or just villains, I feel like this is a fine filler card. You wish it would make 2 2/1s? Then it would not cost 2 mana. But it's, you know, it's pretty cool. Arnim Zola Biofanatic. Oh, he's got a tummy face. 3 mana, 2/3. You can pay 3 and tap it to create a tapped 2/1 black villain creature token with menace, so the same kind of token as this. Activate only if there are 2 or more creature cards in your graveyard. Oh, does he repurpose corpses? Yeah, I see somebody getting stitched up right here. Zola's a funny villain. Yeah, he sure looks like it. This seems okay for limited. It's one of those things where it's an artifact, so artifacts matters. If you do manage to get to the point where you have the creatures in your graveyard and you have 3 mana up, that's like a pretty nice rate to make a pretty good token. And you can do it at instant speed. He's an evil Nazi scientist put into a robot body. And he's also, what, like, you mix a corpse army? I could see it. The tummy face is just a screen. Yeah, but, like, he still chose to put his face down there and not up on his weird little dongle sensor. His, like, Dalek horn. Baron Helmut Zemo. Black, black, black. A 3/3 human noble villain. Whenever you cast a black spell from your hand, he connives. And he has Boast. Wait, is that actual Boast? Yeah, it is. So Boast is an ability you can only activate after a creature has attacked. So, like, you have to attack with it, and then you can Boast once a turn. Exile any number of black cards from your graveyard with 15 or more black symbols among them in their mana costs. Copy those exiled cards. You may cast up to 3 of the copies without paying their mana costs. Okay, so cards this is good with are like Phyrexian Obliterator, Underworld Dreams, other things that just have black pips in their mana cost. Doomsday Excruciator. Hey, that one's even in standard, right? Pox Plague. I would say very fun design. I could see this being a very funny deck, and maybe somebody would try to build it in even standard brawl, because so many of those cards are actually standard legal. Yeah, and then you gotta finish them off with Gary. Put the Invoke Despair. A lot of funny cards for it. I think that this card is not good in limited. It is difficult to cast in limited. Only really its first ability matters, and I don't think it's that good. It's fine. But because it's black, black, black as a 3/3 at base, I don't think this is good. As a commander, this is a very funny commander, and I'm sure people will have a lot of fun with it. Yeah, the way that this works, by the way, you can attack in, wait until your opponent declares blockers. Let's say they declare blockers. You use the ability, and you get to cast a thing. So if some of those spells have removal on them, then you can cast that right away, take away the blocker, and he's still good. 15 pips of anything in limited? Yeah, that ain't happening. The second one is not, even if you're in mono black. Baron Strucka, Hydra Overlord. A lot of Hydra dudes in black. 3 mana, 2/2 villain spells you cast. Cost 1 less. Ooh, spooky. Somebody's saying they're hoping I can make a comeback against the Knicks? Do you mean the Spurs? Dog, I'm from Boston. My team flubbed out early. The second game at the Knicks Stadium happened last night, game 4 in the current finals for the NBA. Oh my God, the Knicks blew, or the Knicks came back. Yes, that's impressive, but the Spurs blowing the biggest lead in finals history is even more impressive. Damn, y'all messed up. I don't have a horse in this race. I'm rooting for the Spurs, but I don't think they're gonna win. I'm rooting for the Spurs because I like watching Wemby. I think he's fun. What is this dude doing? Whenever another villain you control enters, you may have it connive. Do it only once a turn. Okay, that seems like a fine, villain lord for black. I assume you'll have a good number of villains in the set. So we looked up how many heroes are in the set. How many villains are in the set? Not including tokens. 69. Nice. So there's about the same number as heroes and villains. Yeah, I think that's pretty nice. It won't discount things like this because of the weird casting cost, but it'll work with a lot of other stuff. Nice. Oh yes, because I'm from Boston, like I'm rooting against the Knicks. The only like New York sports team that I would say is treated with some kind of like, yeah, all right, in Boston is the Mets. Something really cute happens when there's a Boston Red Sox versus Yankees game in Boston. A lot of people who are from New York but are not Yankees fans will actually wear Mets gear to show, hey, I'm from New York, but I'm not a Yankees guy. I'm just here, you know, here for the sports. And they're just like, okay, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Black Widow Super Spy. She's doing a thing where they dodge through the lasers. You know, like they do in the movies. A 2-mana 2/1 with Menace. She's a menace! That, legally, she's not actually a Spider-Woman. She just has spider theming. Because of the, like, Black Widow spiders. But she's not a Spider-Woman. No, she's a spy. Whenever Black Widow deals combat damage to a player, that player exiles cards from the top of their library until they exile a non-land card. You may put a +1/+1 counter on Black Widow, but if you don't, you may cast the exiled non-land card until the end of turn. Mana of any type can be spent to cast that spell. She's doing crime! Yay, crime! Hooray! Yes, Spy is a new creature type. Yeah, it was originally an unstable. There was it X was a spy? I want to say X was a spy. Yeah, this is good crime. I think that the fact that she has Menace, she's a mythic rare, so like you're not going to see this that often, is pretty nice. The card that this actually reminds me a lot of is Rude and Reno from Final Fantasy. Reno and Rude, I'm sorry, I got them backwards. Except this one was way harder because you had to also sacrifice something. But look at us. This is what you would look like if you were mythic rare. You'd be good. Yeah, pretty good card for limited. Yeah, you can also, like, if you get a card that you either can't cast or you don't want to cast, just put a counter on her and then she's even harder to block. The Cube! The plan to create a cosmic cube. A 3-mana enchantment. Whenever you draw your second card each turn, easy to do with the connive stuff, you create a 2/1 black villain creature token with Menace and you put a plan counter on the enchantment. When the 7th plan counter is put onto this enchantment, sacrifice it. Oh, and then its worst fears. You control your opponent during their next turn. They don't get another extra turn after that, by the way. You get to just take over their turn, mess up all their stuff, use all their kill spells on their own creatures. Okay, how do I feel about this in limited? I don't think it's bad in limited if you have ways to draw a second card in turn. I do not think you're oftentimes going to finish this plan, but I do think you will probably get some good villains out of it. 7 turns is a lot in limited. Now, it does work on yours and your opponent's turn, but that's very hard to do. I feel like this is much more of a, yeah, you're going to make some villains with this. As for doing this in Commander, yeah, I'm sure there's ways. Like, you do weird Thrasios crap. It's not going to be worth it. If you're doing that kind of stuff, like, your card draw's already going to have won you the game, I think. Gotta give it a try. Oh, of course. Somebody is going to get to do it. Just probably won't be me. Crossbones, malicious mercenary. Oh, hey, I think we saw you tied up earlier. 4 mana 3/3 with Death Touch. Whenever another villain you control enters, you put a +1/+1 counter on Crossbones, and he deals 2 damage to each opponent. Only once a turn. Okay, not bad. More villain synergy. Just kind of, hey, the more villains you play, the bigger he gets and the more direct damage he does. It's the guy who was on Seal Away! Cruel Alliance. A 3-mana sorcery with a teamwork of 2. You can exile target creature with a mana value 3 or less. And if you cast this with teamwork, you exile any target creature and you gain 3 life. I think that is slow but pretty decent removal. I think that it is worth the, like, having to tap a creature. But what's kind of sad about that is, like, at sorcery speed, that's still, like, at 3 mana. It's not great. It's not great. It's still good. It's not great. Yeah. It can get rid of Sentry. It can get rid of Sentry because he has a mana value of 0. He says, die, you pathetic swine. Dark Deed. 2 mana instant. Target creature gets -4/-4 until end of turn. That gets through Indestructible. I think that's pretty good for limited. Pretty good kill spell. It doesn't kill everything. It kills most things. Is this a reprint? Dark Deed? I don't know. The name is very reprinty, but I don't think it is. No, it's not. This is a new card. There's a instant speed, or sorry, there's a sorcery speed card that does this. But this is, I think, the first instant speed at that. Grasp of Darkness, but it's black. Yeah. So this is a new card. You're pretty good, Toots, but me, I'm magic. Okay, Bullseye. And that's, is that Electra in the art? Yeah, I don't know this story moment or story beat. I'm not familiar. But it looks like it's probably really important and kind of damning. Decoy Ploy. 2 mana instant. Choose one or both. Return target villain from your graveyard to your hand. Return target hero from your graveyard to your hand. This is just a nice, like, bring back your cards from the graveyard to your hand so you can cast them again. It's nice that it can bring up to 2 cards back, because you get a hero and you get a villain. This will probably be an okay card. It's always, you know, as good as your creatures are, but with all of the connive and black, you can, like, discard your stuff and bring it back. At instant speed, this is nice enough. Dr. Doom. He's one of the big bads. He's so big bad, I think he got his own deck. Doom prevails. Yeah, he's like the head of the villains deck. And yeah, he's a villain. Him and his Doom bots. 6 mana 3/3 comes with 2 Doom bots. 3/3 colorless robot villain artifact creatures. And as long as you control an artifact, creature, or a plan, Dr. Doom is indestructible. At the beginning of your end step, you draw a card and you lose a life. That's kind of nice that it's at end step. So this is a Phyrexian Arena type effect, but you get it on the turn this comes out. I mean, like, having 6 mana for 9/9 with the power and toughness and some card draw, that's great for limited. I think that's a pretty good card. It's a good blink target. I mean, it makes a lot of robots. Doom reigns supreme. Here's his plan, his unstoppable plan. Are the robots villains? Yes, the robots are villains. I had to double check. Whenever a villain you control enters, each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. Ooh, that's not very good, but it's fine, whatever. Put a plan counter. When a 5th plan counter is put on this enchantment, you sacrifice it, and when you do, target opponent exiles the top 5 cards of their library, and you can cast 2 spells from among those for free. In a Villains Matter deck, you know where I would put this? I would put this in a commander deck. If I were running a villains deck, this is where I would put it. Because they're doing crime, because they're villains. Electra, Daughter of the Hand. That's really nice composition. Electra got some good art. Damn, girl. All right. 4 mana, 3/3 with Sneak. What do you think you are, a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle? When Electra enters, destroy target creature an opponent controls with power 3 or less. Oh yeah, that's just generically good. Yeah, if you draft this, it goes in a deck. That's pretty good removal, and it's like on a decent creature. Now, like, it's rare, and it ain't no Chupacabra, but you know, we don't get to have Chupacabras anymore. Grim Reaper, Lethal Legionnaire. He's a 4 mana 3/4, a human villain. Whenever Grim Reaper attacks, you may pay 4. When you do, return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield, tapped and attacking with a finality counter. Nice ability on an uncommon. Lets you, like, he might die in the swing, but you get to bring out something else. Cool reanimation. Not my favorite ability. We've seen things like this before, but still pretty good. Yeah, you can bring back, like, a big nasty. Hour of Defeat. Get your Killmonger. Hoisting a Black Panther. 4 mana instant. Destroy target creature. Surveil 1. Yeah, that'll be good in this set. It's an instant speed kill spell, so it'll work. Hour of the Feet. Well, it brings in creatures tapped and attacking. Somebody in chat's like, you could bring in the Wall of Ba Sing Se. Yep, and you would have a tapped attacking wall and well, I mean, it would make Grim Reaper indestructible, so that's kind of nice. Yeah, it's cool art on Hour of Defeat. Looks good. Who did that? Jake Murray? It's pretty good. That's pretty good. Hydrate Infiltration. This is an enchantment. It is not a plan. When this enchantment enters, target opponent discards 2 cards. Mind Rot. And whenever a creature you control attacks alone, target opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. Oh, hey, we're bringing that thing back. That was the thing in the white cards. I think this is fine. It's a 4 mana Mind Rot. It's not the kind of thing I would be running much of. Hydra Troopas. 3 mana, 3/2. When this enters, you create a tapped villain token. If there are 2 or more creature cards in your graveyard. Otherwise, you mill 2. This is pretty good stat-wise if you are getting that token, and pretty bad otherwise. But it's a common. It's filler. Is Orzhov loner typo? Yeah, it's like lone wolf. Kingpin's Enforcer. Got that classy baseball bat wrapped in barbed wire, and you're wearing a suit. You should be wearing Gucci Grimace. It's a 3 mana, 2/3 with lifelink. I like it already. I like lifelink. And it has 3 mana, sacrifice an artifact or creature to draw a card. Okay, that's fine. Instant speed sacrifice can be a nice way to turn your creatures that are just chump blocking into something better. This is not like a particularly good card. It's more of a filler, but I like the lifelink. There's some goons. Yeah, it should say Kingpin's Goons on here. The Claw. Sonic Subjugator. 3 mana, 2/2 with Sonic Attack. When Claw enters, target player reveals a number of cards from their hand equal to 1 plus the number of creature cards in your graveyard. You choose one of them, that player discards that card. So this is like a better burglar rat. Somebody's saying Claw is not human in the comics. What is he? I mean, he looks like a guy here, so I bet he's like a human in some comic, but I don't know. It's not fully a Thoughtseize, but it will oftentimes be a Thoughtseize. There was a lizard in Bloomborough that did like a really nice Thoughtseize effect. He's like just a sound entity, but he's a human in the MCU. Yeah, this set seems to blend a lot of like comics and film and TV, the MCU stuff. I have not seen a lot of MCU stuff. I don't even know where Claw showed up in it. Sorry. This is Andy Serkis's 5th card in Magic. I don't know if that's true. Is this a character played by Andy Serkis? Yes. Crazy. Yeah, we'll get more when we have The Hobbit because of him and Gollum. Okay, yeah, you know, that makes sense because we got multiple Gollum cards. He's an elemental and the doom prevails pre-gun. Okay, so this is before he gets turned into an energy entity, so that's why he's human. And later, he's an elemental. Great. Good to know. Madame Mask. Oh, she's a baddie. I mean that. She's a villain. She's a human villain. 5 mana, 3/2. When she enters, she connives. And when you draw your second card each turn, like when you connive, you create a villain. So this is essentially a 5 mana, 3/2 that connives, and it comes with a 2/1. Unless it gets killed in response to the connive trigger. It's fine. I wouldn't pick this super high. It's the same passive that was on that enchantment, but without the awesome additional random payoff. But I like it's fine. It's fine. Yeah, it's that plan, but it's on a stick. Like this is fine. It's one of those things I would consider this kind of curve filler. The Masters of Evil. 6 mana, 5/6. Other villains you control get +2/+1. Okay, big lord. And you can pay 2, discard this card to search your library for a plan. Put it into your hand and shuffle. Interesting. It's a plan tutor. I think if you have a really good, like, set up for a plan curve, this is kind of interesting as a tutor. And otherwise, it's a big villain lord. I feel like, unless you have a lot of those villain menace tokens, that's not going to be as good. But if you have, like, Mask, the plan, all of the other things, even, like, the cheap one that dies and makes one, like, a +2/+1 buff is not bad. This is on a 6 mana creature, though. MODOK. Yeah, he always looks stupid. Oh, no, you can use this from your hand. So the way this works, this is kind of like cycling. You pay 2, you reveal the card, and you discard it from your hand, and you get to search. Why does he have to have a bowl cut? Because he's a genius! He's a mental organism designed only for killing, which is apparently what MODOK stands for and what it says on the card also. 5 mana, 2/2, flying, lifelink. You can pay 3 life to connive, but only during your turn. But you can do this at instant speed. You can, like, wait until MODOK is blocked and then connive a few times to get counters so you come ahead. Here's the big one, though. Creatures your opponents control get -1/-1. You know what that's really, 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 really good with? Like, really, really good with in Standard? Maha! Creatures your opponents control have a base toughness of 1. And then they get -1/-1. Perfect. You like when Patton Oswalt voices him? Scraw. Evil? Evil. I think it's decent for limited. It's, like, the passive on it's very nice. The paying 3 to connive is going to be a lot riskier and limited, though. Bloomborough, you did it again. Moonstone Harsh Mistress. A human doctor villain. That's a doctor? 4 mana, 2/4 flying. Whenever you discard a card, you may exile that card from your graveyard, and if you do, until the end of your next turn, you can play that card. Oh, that's nice. This lets you just reuse cards, but unlike most cards that have an effect like this, it lets you play it until the end of your next turn. Not bad on an uncommon. It's got a decent stat line for blocking other flyers, but I feel like this just works very well with the connive stuff. She's one of the original Thunderbolts. But she's a doctor. Somebody's saying she's a psychiatrist. Oh, she's that kind of doctor. She's a brains doctor. But not like a physical brain doctor. A mental brains doctor. Ninja of the Hand. First we get the Foot Clan, then we get the Hand. It's like one was a parody of the other. 3 mana, 2/2 with Death Touch. You can power it up to make your opponent discard a card and get a +1/+1 counter. Not terrible. I could even see playing this at 5 mana and just being like, look, it's a 3/3 that makes you discard. It's not amazing, but Death Touch means it can trade up. Somebody's saying she looks like an Infinity Stone. She's glowy, and she has a very gemmy looking, I don't know what to call this, insignia. It looks like a tie. Project Deathlock Soldier. A 1 mana 1/2 zombie that you can pay 3 mana to return it from your graveyard to your hand. Okay. Just not a reassembling skeleton, but it lets you like cast it again. I'd say what I don't like about this card, and I understand why it's not like this, it's not a villain. It's good connive fodder. It's great connive fodder. It's an okay, just like free block, let it die, bring it back. What I don't like about it is that it's not a villain. He's a hero? I don't know what Deathlock Soldier is. I just see zombie soldier. Somebody's saying Deathlock sometimes is not a villain. He's a gray character. Yeah, I see that. It's because he's, you know, dead. But I just want him to work better with the other cards. Yeah, they could have made him a zombie soldier hero villain. Zombie soldier hero villain. Red Room Recruit. 2 mana, 1/2, human spy villain. When this enters, it connives. I mean, sometimes it'll be a 2 mana 2/3. If you have villains matter, connive matters, it gets a little better. But it's not amazing. It's a filler. Yeah, the second card draw matters stuff. That's like the connive matters for the most part. There's not that many things that seem to like just purely draw a card. She's got 2 knives. Robot Domination. 4 mana plan. Whenever 1 or more enchantment cards are put into your graveyard from anywhere, creature cards are put into your graveyard from anywhere, you draw a card, lose a life, get a plan counter. So that would include milling, discarding, or dying. When the 3rd plan counter is put on this, you make 3 2/2 robots. This is a little slow, but I think that it's pretty good. Yeah, discarding would be conniving. It's hard because at 4, the things have to happen after. And it's only counting one or more at a time. So if you have 3 creatures that all die at once in combat, it only gets 1 counter. I think it's okay for limited, but I'm gonna have to play with the set and see what the speed of the set is first. Right now, I feel like this set has a combination of some very cool kind of like slow payoff cards and some very like aggressive early cards that are gonna be kind of hard to stop. We haven't even gotten to like red and green yet. Ronin, Shadow Stalker. 3 mana, 3/3, pay 2 life to add 2 mana of any one color, but you can only use that mana to cast equipment or activate equipment. You can do it once a turn. You can also you can also tap, sacrifice an equipment that's attached to Ronin to give your creature -4/-4. Ooh, that's kind of cool. There's a bunch of like auto-equipping stuff in this set. Not bad. I don't feel this is crazy because there's not that many equipment that we've seen so far, but we also haven't seen colorless. Yeah, I think at 3 mana, that's fine. Somebody's saying Ronin is not a samurai. Nope, he's a rogue. He's a human rogue hero. Yeah, if you tap him, I think it's him throwing the equipment. The Roxanne Brutes. This is the basic land cycler for black. It's a 5 mana 4/4 with menace, and when you draw your second card, you get a +1/+1 counter on a creature you control. You get to choose. Not bad. Again, I like the basic land cyclers for limited. Probably wouldn't do anything else with it. Is Hawkeye? Yeah, but why is... Oh, somebody wants him to be a samurai because they want him for Ishin. Ishin Samurai's matters. Oh, that's cute. I mean, that is your niche deck. I'm sorry we don't have more samurai for you. Yeah, I think that with the 2 creatures in graveyard, like this does get better. Because that is a trigger for a bunch of cards. Also, I'd say this is an okay reanimation target. Stolen Stark Tech. 2 mana, equipment with flash. When it enters, you attach it to target creature you control, and then that creature gains indestructible until end of turn. The equipped creature gets +1/+0. So this is kind of like that combat trick we've seen many times in black that's indestructible until end of turn. Sometimes it will also give Death Touch, but this sticks around with the +1/+0, and it's a artifact that you could like sacrifice for later. Or feed to Ronin. He's gonna throw it. Somebody asked, how many legendary creatures are in this set? $128. And that's just in the draftable set. A lot. And that didn't include other legendary things. I mean, there's... How many non-creature legends are there? 4! It's a lot of legends! Yeah, I'm not that high up on this kind of ability. Super Skrull. 4 mana Skrull Shapeshifter Villain. I think this is the first card we've seen that had the Skrull typing. We saw a card that had Skrull on it before, but not one that was a Skrull. This is a 5-color card, at least for Commander. It's difficult to cast because it has triple black, so you'd really only play it in a very heavily black deck. And it has the abilities that each relate to the different Fantastic Four. So you have make a colorless wall, get +4/+4, deal 4 to target creature, or draw 4 cards. Yep. It's a shapeshifter. It's not a changeling. Yeah, it is having... Look, it's got, like, the abilities here. Yay, and they all have 4 on them. Look. A 0/4 wall, +4/+4, 4 damage, 4 cards. It's all 4s. Why isn't he a 4/4? You want to know the real answer? Probably balance reasons. They wanted to be a bit stronger. I think that this is a pretty good card if you are in black. But the abilities that you're actually going to be able to use are kind of awkward. For the most part, it's just a big flyer. If you are in, like, white, you can spit out those tokens. If you're in green, you can have surprise buffs on it. Like, that's good removal in red. But it's one of those things where this card's usability depends so much on what colors you're in. And it's also, like, it's hard to cast because of the triple black. I would only really play this in a 2-color draft deck. Black and one other color. Swordsman. Sharp Scoundrel. 2 mana, 2/2. Whenever another villain you control enters, attach up to 1 target equipment you control to target creature you control. Okay? Whenever an equipped creature you control attacks, it connives. That's fine. There's a couple equipment. Well, like, I can't really tell you how good this card is until I see the equipment that's in colorless. Yeah, there's like a black equipment sub-theme. Thunderbolt's Conspiracy. What's the conspiracy? Justice like lightning. 4 mana enchantment with flash. When a villain you control dies, you return it to the battlefield under its owner's control with a finality counter and it becomes a hero. Not a plan, no, because this is just a passive effect. If you have a ton of non-token villains, this could be fun. I personally don't love it. Somebody is asking if Odo will be a changeling. He will probably be type shapeshifter with the ability changeling. Odo from Deep Space Nine. Because he's got to have at least 1 card, right? Right? I love Odo, please. How else am I supposed to do Pride Partners Odo and Quark? Please! Yeah, I don't really like it for limited. This is like, you put it in your Villains Matter commander deck. Yeah, Odo shapeshifts into inanimate objects and whatever else. He's just doing that. Too evil to stay dead. That's dumb. 3 mana, teamwork of 4, so you can pay 4 extra tap-in powers. Choose target creature in your graveyard with a mana value of 4 or less, but if this spell was cast using teamwork, you can just choose any target creature and then return a chosen card to the battlefield. That's not a bad reanimator. It's a limited reanimator, but I think mana value 4 or less is fine enough at 3 mana. Yeah, I think it's fine for limited. The card name? Yeah, I think this card name's dumb. Unliving Legionnaire. Oh, is that the guy that owes Moon Knight money? Listen, I only know the memes. I haven't seen that show. 4 mana, vampire villain, or read the comics. Listen, I've read a specific subset of comics, and it ain't that. This is a 4 mana 3/2 flyer. It's a vampire villain. Power up. Does Dracula have his own card, though? Is this just a vampire? 7 mana, return up to 1 target creature card from your graveyard to your hand and put 2/+1 counters on this creature. Very expensive power up. It's not a great statted flyer. I don't like it that much. It's not Morbius. No. It's just some other guy. Visions of Villainy! He's thinking about it. He's gazing into the cosmic vortex of the Infinity Well, and he beheld the means to serve death all the better. You think if there's a mystical set, that's where we would get Dracula? We already have Dracula! Dracula, Dracula, Dracula. Dracula, Dracula, Dracula. When we had Crimson Vow, there was Draculas. Okay? We already have Dracula. Anyway, this is the draw 2 cards, lose 2 life upside. It's at instant speed. And sometimes it will only cost you 2 mana. I think this is fine, just common black card draw. You have to be careful with these, but it works on your opponent's turn, so you can get the draw 2 synergy. Whiplash, Vengeful Engineer. I think a lot of engineers wish they were on their villain timeline right now. 2 mana, 2/2. Sorry, 1 mana, 2/2. My bad. Enters tapped, and whenever Whiplash attacks, if he's equipped, mono black equipment matters. Each opponent loses X life, and you gain X life where X is the number of equipment attached to him. Well, that's not bad. Like, this is a nice early card. If you have some of the equipment for equipment synergy, even better. And I like having some life gain, because I feel like you're going to hurt yourself a lot in black. Widow's Bite. A 2 mana instant with teamwork of 3, because they could be working together. Choose one. If the spell was cast using teamwork, choose both. Target creature gains Death Touch, and target creature gets -2/-2. Neither of these are very exciting effects. This feels like a filler removal slash, like, yeah, combat trick. And then our last card in black is Yellow Jacket, Heartless Marauder. Another shrinky dink kind of guy. 2 mana, 1/2 flyer. Whenever another villain you control enters, gets +1/+1 lifelink. Hey, if you are in black, you're going to have a whole lot of villains. It seems fine enough to me, mostly because of that lifelink. And it can trigger multiple times in a turn. So you can get not multiple instances of lifelink, but additional +1/+0. And then it's red. Avengers Disassembled. 3 mana, and you get to choose one or both. You get to deal 3 damage to each creature or destroy target land, and it gets replaced with a basic. Oftentimes it'll be, hey, it's like very little for me to just also destroy my opponent's, especially non-basic land. You could also destroy your own land just to thin your deck. But this is a baby wipe. I think that a 3 mana destroy little creatures is usually pretty good. Think like Brotherhood's End and things like that. I like this. I think that it's definitely playable. I believe that there's also... Is there like an instant speed baby wipe in this set? Or maybe it's in a commander set? I feel like I saw it. The land destruction also can get you a landfall trigger. Yes, if you destroy your own lands. Yeah, playable and limited, but I wouldn't be like, oh, I gotta pick this card. That's not the kind of card it is. Blazing Crescendo. 2 mana instant. Target creature gets +3/+1 until end of turn. Exile the top card of your library. Until the end of your next turn, you may play this card. So this is a reprint. And Blazing Crescendo is... Yeah, it was good when we had it before. And I like the art for this one. Oh, it's very cool because it is a strong combat trick that gives you some card advantage. I like it. I like it for limited. And I think if you're playing aggressively, this is the kind of card you should be seeking out. Crimson Operative. 4 mana, 3/2 with Prowess. When this creature enters, exile the top card of your library until the end of your next turn. You may play that card. Okay. Speaking of impulse draws, this is fine. At 4 mana, it feels like a curve filler for me, though. Is this guy's a transformer? No, it's a human villain. He's in a suit. Death to our enemies. Hey, it's the guy with the face tummy from before. 3 mana, enchantment plan. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, create a tapped treasure token and put a clan counter on this enchantment. When the 4th clan counter is put on this enchantment, you sacrifice it, and when you do, it deals 7 damage divided as you choose among 1 or 2 targets. So at most, it is only hitting 2 things, but this could be 7 damage to your opponent's face. How do I feel about it for limited is, gosh, I wish that treasure weren't tapped, but okay. Yeah, I think it's okay. It is going to feel really bad when you play this and you only get 3 counters on it, and it's like, if I only drew 1 more non-creature spell. So I would only be playing this in a deck that has a very big glut of non-creature spells. Evil's Thrall. A 3-mana sorcery. Gain control of target creature until end of turn. If you control a villain with a greater mana value than that creature, gain control of that creature until the end of your next turn instead. So this is big active treason. Active treason that can last for 2 turns. That's kind of fun. And if you have like a sacrifice outlet and you're just going to wait, like maybe swing at them twice, I think that's very good. Active treason, I think, is generally like pretty good and limited. And with some of the scary flyers in this set, I could be like, yoink, swing. Have I hit blue? Yes, we did blue. Fin, Fang, Foom. A 4-mana, 3/5 flyer. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell that targets an artifact or a land, you copy that spell. You may choose 2 new targets for the copy, and put 2+1/+1 counters on Fin, Fang, Foom. So very intentionally in design, if you cast Avengers Disassembled with Fin, Fang, Foom and his little purple shorts, then you will have this card survive it, and you can deal 6 to everything and destroy 2 lands and get 2 more. Yeah, it's a goofy looking alien dragon thing. I like that they tried to make it look serious here. They didn't do a great job. It's weird. It's a nice cityscape in the background, though. I'm trying to think of, like, how many other things do we have that target artifacts or lands that are really nice here? Something you could do, there's a bunch of artifact creatures in this set. If you target an artifact creature with something like Blazing Crescendo, you would get to double it. So there are some random synergies you can just make go. And yes, absolutely, this will be a mono red land destruction commander. Similar to how Chandra Beacon's Hope gets played in Brawl. Mono red land destruction. Sure, why not? Do I like him as a commander? For Brawl, I actually think he's not bad. I think this is not bad. Yes, no, this is what Fin Fang Foom looks like in the comics, which is to say, goofy as all hell. Hawkeye, Master Marksman. I don't think this would work that well in EDH, like 4-player, but I think you could do this in Brawl absolutely as land destruction. Hawkeye, Master Marksman. Pew pew pew. 2-mana, 2/2 human archer hero. He's got first strike, he's got reach. Nice combo there. Whenever Hawkeye becomes tapped, you can pay 1 up to 3 times. To choose up to 3 of these abilities, target creature can't block this turn. Hawkeye deals 2 damage to target player, and discard a card, then draw a card. You can use this with teamwork or when he's attacking in. It's fine. Like, as far as a rare goes, it's fine. Not that exciting to me. But, I don't know, I think the abilities, they'll do things in limited. Yeah. Hawkeye, Young Avenger. 2 Hawkeyes. 4-mana, 2/4. It's the Kate Bishop Hawkeye. With reach. If a source you control would deal non-combat damage to an opponent or a permanent that they control, instead it would deal that much plus X, where X is Hawkeye's power. Okay, cool. So this is just a damage increaser for non-combat damage. Like, it would turn this damage to 4. There are some small synergies that'll be good with. We haven't seen the red burn spells yet, but increasing damage on an uncommon is nice. I wouldn't seek this out if I didn't have much non-combat damage, though, unless I was, like, desperate for a creature with reach. Hawkeye's bow. Pizza. What is this? Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? 1 mana, equipped creature gets +1/+0 and reach. Whenever an equipped creature becomes tapped, it deals 1 damage to each opponent. Huh. Pizza detected. Yeah, so there is a pauper combo with this card, because there's something that's when the creature deals like non-combat damage, it untaps itself, and you can just keep tapping and untapping it, I think. I don't think this is terrible for limited, but you have to pay to equip it, so it's like a weird short sword that burns things. Oh, it's a green creature who taps to untap. I don't play Pauper, so I don't know how consistent that would be. But it's cool. Yeah, not amazing for limited, but it gives reach, so that's... I would say if you need things with reach, that's part of what's nice for it. Hex Magic for some Scarlet Witch. 3 mana, another Arcane card. Yes, it has... It's got Pizza Dog. He's eating the pizza. If you draft it, you get the added bonus of getting to look at Pizza Dog. That's so nice. I'm glad. Why are people going nuts over this? What does this do? Because it's arcane? Exile all the cards from your hand and draw that many cards. Okay, so like a pseudo wheel. Until the end of your next turn, you may play cards exiled this way. Okay, so you can still play the cards that you exiled, but only end of your next turn. Huh. That's cool for an uncommon. I definitely prefer it to some of the other wheel effects we've seen. Yeah, add an uncommon. I'm trying to think how much I like it for limited. I'd say I would try it in limited as like a funky draw. Yeah, it can save you from a flood. But sometimes it means it's like, oh, I have 2 expensive cards in my hand, but I can only play them until next turn. You think some people might try it in Ruby Storm? I mean, in Ruby Storm, you only need a turn. And so a turn is all that it would take. And you can also cast it for like 1 or 2 mana, depending on if you have Roll and if you have Ruby out. Was this effect previously on a battle? I don't know. Maybe? Yeah, you can still play lands off that. It doesn't say cast. Hire a crew. 3 mana instant, and it makes a 2/1 villain, and then creatures you control get +1/+0. That's so funny, because it's like, I guess these are villains that are being defensive, because that villain can't attack. It doesn't get haste. Hi, Wrecking Crew. Is that the Juggernaut? He's dressed like the Juggernaut. So probably. If you gave the rest of your creatures menace, that would be nice. Yeah, it just gives +1/+0. This is not the kind of card I would love, but it's a 3 mana instant, make a 2/1 small pump on the team. It's okay. Is there a Juggernaut card? No, and you're gonna notice that very few well-known X-Men cards show up in this set, because I'm pretty sure we're getting an X-Men set in the future. I actually thought we were only going to get 3 total Marvel sets, and I don't know how many we're getting, and I also don't know if this counts as 2, because like there are 600 plus new cards between this the jump start in the commander deck. Which is crazy. It's too many. I thought that there was going to be 3 sets. Yeah, maybe there was like at least 3 sets. Yeah, I thought that it was 3 sets. Hulk smash. 2 mana instant, teamwork of 4, so you can tap 4 power, and you get to choose one or both. Destroy target non-creature artifact, or destroy target... Oh, sorry. Target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to target creature and opponent control, so a bite. Oh, nice. So I would say at 2 mana, an instant speed bite spell is already pretty good, but having the ability to potentially destroy an extra artifact is nice. But I think most of the time this is just going to be an instant speed bite spell, and I think that's pretty good. So Hulk Smash, we'll see play in Limited. Outside of Limited, I think this... Is this the first mono-red instant speed bite spell? I'm trying to think if the other ones we had were all sorcery. I feel like there might have been one other. Yeah, I feel like they were all at least 3 mana. Yeah, Gnaw. From just like a year ago. Oh my god, it was more than a year ago, wasn't it? No, not Gnawing Crescendo. Rabbit Gnaw. Yeah, this is, I think the other one that was similar to it. So kind of fun if you have a Bites Matter deck. You know who has a Bites Matter deck? I do. The Zonian Brawler. Whenever a fighting or biting creature you control deals lethal damage to a creature, you get a food and you draw a card. My card likes this. Because this is a bite. Finally, more cards for me, the Zonian Brawler. Human Torch, Johnny Storm. Look, guys, he drew a 4. He does know how to count. That's crazy. 3 mana, 2/2 flyer. Whenever you draw a card, if you control another hero, Human Torch deals 1 damage to target opponent. That's a nice enough ability. You can also power him up to put 3+1/+1 counters on Human Torch. So we were talking before about how the uncommon cycle of the Fantastic Four in this set has an infinite combo. And we're gonna make that dream happen. 4 specific uncommons in 4 different colors? Well, by golly, we're gonna make it go. Yeah, he can count to 4, and I didn't say higher than 4. Johnny Storm is not known for his intelligence, just his brightness, like, visibly. Because he's the Human Torch, he lights himself on fire. It all starts with turn 1 Nick Fury. It all starts with the turn 1 Nick Fury, sure. Yeah, you should totally play the random commanders that depict content creators. They're all rule 0. They're not technically legal anywhere, but most of them are balanced enough people don't mind. You're right. If he's a test pilot, he's supposed to be, like, actually very intelligent, I think, to be a test pilot. But I don't think he ever really was in the comics. He was always kind of like... He's there. He's smart in a new movie. Oh, I didn't see the new movie. He's the hotshot kid. Yeah. Oh my god, there's another Fantastic Four movie. Okay, he's smart, but you have to compare him to Reed Richards. Okay, yeah, but, like, nobody's gonna be smart compared to Reed Richards unless, like, they have super intelligence as their superpower. Yeah, he's there to quip. His duty is looking good and quipping. Hydra, Assault Robot. 2 mana, 1/3, robot villain. Whenever another villain and or artifact you control enters, this deals 1 damage to target opponent. Nice, okay. It's for limited, extra nice ability, since it counts both villains and artifacts. That triggers, like, even with treasure tokens, clues, all that. So that's not bad. It very much depends on what the density you have of those things. Iron Fist, living weapon. 3 mana, 2/3, human warrior hero. Whenever you cast a spell that targets a creature you control, Iron Fist gets tap, deal damage equal to his power to any other target until end of turn. Oh, that could be a kind of fun build around. So you play pump spells on Iron Fist, and then Iron Fist punches. You use Blazing Crescendo on him, and then he taps. That's cool. They made him a warrior. Yeah. A good target for, like, full bore, bulk up. Yeah, anything like that. I could see this being a cool build around for Commander. I feel like in Limited, though, he's fine. There's only so many things you would cast targeting your own creatures, just because there aren't that many of them. So it's harder, I think, to use him in Limited. He's mostly going to be a 2/3. But sometimes you're going to have, like, a Blazing Crescendo, and then he's going to get to hit for 5. He'll get the Lava Axe. Jessica Jones, Private Eye. 3 mana, 2/3, tap to put a stun counter on her, and exile the top X cards of your library, where X is Jessica Jones' power. Yeah, that's her secluding herself, I guess, to do research. I'm trying to think of what the flavor would be there. That seems right enough. It's impulse draw. I do like that you can do this in your end step, so you only have, or like in your opponent's end step, so you only have to go through like one cycle for not untapping. Is it her drinking to get through a case? Yeah, she's getting a hangover. That's why she doesn't untap. It's because she's hungover. Oh, that's true. You can only play the cards this turn. Oh, that stinks. I thought you'd be able to play them until the end of your next turn. I don't like it. I don't like it. Listen, Jessica, if you're gonna get drunk on the job, if you're gonna stay up all night drinking and fighting things, at least let me play. She forgets, guys. She drank too much, and then she forgot what the cards did, so you can't play them next turn. She's exerting herself to finish a case. Yeah, but I need her to stop. No, she doesn't have alcohol-based powers. She's just sad. Relatable. Kunlun Warrior. 2 mana, 2/2. When this artifact... Nope. When this creature enters, you may sacrifice an artifact or discard a card. If you do, draw a card. Okay. It's a 2/2, and it either rummages or lets you turn an artifact into card draw. Not bad. It is not a legend. This is just a random filler. This is the village Iron Fist was trained in. Thank you, Ian in the chat, for that important information. Good old Kunlun. Kree Sentinel. 5 mana, 5/5 with reach and basic land cycling. Again, part of that same cycle. I think this is one of the less eventful of the ones we've seen so far. It's okay, but it's still... this one, it's a 5/5 with reach, and it's like, I want it to be a little bit more. But still, the basic land cycling means I will end up picking this in some decks. It's the stealth reach cardless set. I mean, look at him! So this is a Kree robot, and it's very clearly punching downwards in the art. Not upwards. Downwards. Lightning Strike. You guys know what Lightning Strike does. It's 3 damage to any target. Is it playable in Limited? Yes, absolutely. It's removal, it's face burn, and there's a bunch of things that care about, like, targeting creatures with abilities. Your Fin Fang Foon can double it. Lots of good stuff. It's where yeah, he's reaching for something he dropped. Maybe it's like he fell down from the sky and like punched a dude that was flying and like knocked him into the ground. We've seen that in movies. That's cool. Yeah, now it's got Thor in the art. I like the one with the Zuler. Loki Lofison. Okay, so this is what, like the 5th Loki we've seen so far? But this Loki isn't blue. This one's red. 2 mana, 2/1. God Sorcerer Villain. You can pay 1 and tap Loki. And whenever you next cast an instant or sorcery spell with a mana value less than or equal to Loki's power this turn. Copy that spell. You may choose new targets for the copy. You can also power him up to put 2 counters on him so he can copy bigger things. I think as far as an uncommon goes, that's kind of nice. I think that a repeatable copier that starts at 2 mana is going to be pretty cool. Not bad. Yeah. Not bad. Still dies to Lightning Strike. A lot of things are going to die to Lightning Strike in Limited. I'm saying he can copy Lightning Strike. He could work with his brother. And then they can kiss. Machine Smith, Automaton, 3 mana, 2/2 trample. Whenever another artifact you control enters, you put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. These are typically fine and limited. The more artifacts you have, the better they get. Misty Knight Hero for Hire. Cool art. 2 mana, 3/1. And you could pay 2 to discard a card and then draw a card for each card you've discarded this turn. So if you have a bunch of villains that connived, you will also draw cards for the things that they discarded off that. You want there to be in all caps, Krakathoom. Yeah. There is in fact not a comic onomatopoeia sound effect in the background. I think that this is a card that, like, its usability is going to be very dependent for its ability. But I think that because she's also just a 2 mana 3/1, if you're trying to build a super aggro deck, you could use this to just, like, smack people. Here's Mjolnir, Hammer of Thor. I mentioned that there was an instant speed burn. And that's this. Because you can pay 3 and discard this card to deal 2 damage to each creature. Normally that's a spell, but you can put it on an ability here. Mjolnir is a 4 mana equipment. When it enters, it deals 4 damage to up to 1 target creature. It can't hit face, can't hit planeswalkers, only creatures. And it can be equipped for 1 mana, but only to a creature that is worthy. Which means that it has to be red or white and not a villain. So don't worry, guys. Nicol Bolas can wield Mjolnir. Here he is worthy. And if it's equipped, you double all damage the equipped creature would deal. I think that's fun for limited. It's like a flexible piece of removal, either 4 damage to 1 or 2 damage to all. And I think that the doubling damage is always going to be helpful. Yeah, of course Elish Norn is worthy. Of course. Yeah, because the villain creature type is pretty specific to some universes beyond stuff. Marvel is the one that has the most of it, but I feel like they're going to introduce it to other things. Yeah, you could put it on like a VV, banned and standard. You cannot put it on Green Goblin. No, you can't put it on a Green Goblin. He's a villain. Photon, Blast, Barrage. There's Photon doing sort of X damage. So this is X red, red. When you cast a spell, you copy it X times, and you choose new targets for the copies if you want to. Each X is 1 damage to target creature, or I should say 1 additional. So if you cast this for X equals 0, you deal 1 damage. X equals 2, 2 damage. X equals 3, 3 damage. Or sorry, X equals 2, 3 damage. Oh my god. The point is, it's doing it once. Yeah, you could give it to Firelord Ozai. He's worthy. It's grape shot at home. Well, you copy it by casting it again and again and again through the X-Cost spell. If you have something that's increasing damage, yes, like the Hawkeye, the second Hawkeye, that would be pretty good. I think otherwise, though, this is a very good card to clean up tokens if your opponents have a lot of small things. And a very bad card if your opponent has a big boy. I would say that it's medium playable, kind of as a result, put it in the middle. Quicksilver, Brash Blur. He goes fast. He's a mutant hero. If Quicksilver, Brash Blur is in your opening hand, you may begin the game with him on the battlefield. It's as close as you can get to his Marvel Snap ability, where he's just like, he's always in play. So you can always have him on turn 1. Haste. He's a 1/1. You can also power him up to make him into a 2/2 with Double Strike. Not bad. I think that this is a fun card to build around, where it's like, if it's in your opening hand, you get to have it out there, and it's fine otherwise. Unfortunately, yeah, it's like almost super haste. No, he's not a speedster. That's DC, right? This is the other one. It's just a fast boy. He's just a speedy speed boy. He's Gemstone Guy Cavern. Yeah. He does not work as commander. No, because he's in the command zone. What I'm trying to think of is if there's anything in standard that would be able to help make room for a mono red aggro deck with the stuff they banned out. Because by the way, mono red would be doing stuff in standard if we did not ban the Mouse, the Rage, and the Corey Steel. But we did. Leyline? Yeah, but like, this isn't the card that really does anything with Leyline. Right? Because it's not targeting. Oh, and Scream! And Screaming Nemesis! Yeah, we banned a lot of red stuff out of standard. R.I.P. Red. Red Hulk. Speaking of red. Oh my god, guys. Flammable contents. It says so right there. 6 mana, 6/7, Reach, Trample, Enrage. Whenever Red Hulk is dealt damage, you put a +1/+1 counter on him. When you do, he deals damage equal to the number of +1/+1 counters on him to any other target. Pretty nice and limited, especially because this is a big reachy creachy. At 6 mana, it's going to be near the top of your curve. And that, I think, is okay. I think that, like, having this ability is a great way to hold people at bay in limited. Congrats, I enraged you with that one. Happy to help. Repulsor Blast. A 4-mana sorcery. Got teamwork, too, so you could be tapping to do a little extra damage. This is a 4-mana sorcery speed removal. 5 damage to target creature. If you use teamwork, it can also deal 2 damage to that creature's controller. But that means tapping a creature at sorcery speed on your turn. Is this good removal? It's so slow, but it is nice that it has the extra burn ability. Scarlet Witch. That's a nice picture. I like this. I like the way she looks here. Looking good. 3 mana, 2/3. Instant and sorcery spells you cast with a mana value 4 or greater cost X less to cast where X is her power. Okay, so discount your pricey instants and sorceries. That's kind of fun for like a big storm deck. It reminds me a little bit of Long Shot's discount, where you're using it more with expensive things than cheap things. But at 3 mana, I feel this is a pretty good build around to have as your commander for like discounting your big wheels and other things. But it only counts things that are mana value 4 or greater. So how do I feel about this card in limited? It does have some cards that it makes better. But a lot of the time, that's a 3 mana 2/3. It's going to be so dependent on how many big instants and sorceries you have, but still not bad. Oh yeah, I mean it's a Magali art. No wonder it's so good. Dice to Lightning Strike. Speed, Young Avenger. 2 mana, 2/2 with haste. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you may pay 1. When you do, target creature with haste can't be blocked this turn except by creatures with haste. Lot of setup. I don't like it. Stark Industries Executive. Hi, Pepper. 1 mana, 1/2 Human Advisor. Pay 2 tap. Create a treasure token. It lets you bank up your mana to make a treasure later. I feel like that's actually going to be okay in Limited. It gives you making an artifact. It lets you use your mana for later. She's investing, you guys. She's investing because Tony's not going to do it. Can do some cute things with token doublers too. Alright, I'll also say I am biased because I like Pepper Potts as a character. But yeah, I like the card for Limited. Super Speed. 1 mana, flash, enchant creature. When this aura enters, enchanted creature gains first strike until end of turn. Enchanted creature gets +1/+0 and haste. Oh boy, I can give something haste at a random point in time. The first strike is pretty nice. This is an okay combat trick, and it triggers the stuff that cares about you targeting things with your own creatures. Team Tactics. Okay, so first you put the ant guy on an arrow. Then arrow guy shoots the ant guy. Genius. 2 mana instant. Target creature gains double strike until end of turn. If you cast it with teamwork, and it's a teamwork of just 1, the creature also gains trample. Ooh, it's a, I know this card. Amy, you know this one. It's ferocious. Teamer Battle Rage? Teamer Battle Rage. Perfect. Yeah, oh, yeah, his poor fingies on the arrow. This is going to kill a lot of people in Limited. Teamer Battle Rage kills a lot of people in Limited. Do you have, perhaps, say, a Red Hulk? This will make Red Hulk very kill people. He already had trample. He doesn't even need teamwork. Yeah, sometimes double strikes, good. Sometimes combat tricks, good. This one's cool because it's not an instant or sorcery. You think it might be Zada-able? I mean, I've seen Teamer Battle Rage played in Zada plenty of times. Thor, God of Thunder. 5 mana, 5/5, God Warrior hero, he's got flying. He's already good, he's like a dragon. When Thor enters, exile target equipment, sorcery, or instant from your graveyard until the end of your next turn. You can play that card so you can like cast it again. Interestingly, because it says play that card, if you have the front side of the card with an instant or sorcery on it, or I guess equipment, and the back side is a land, MDFCs, you can play that land because it says play. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, Thor deals damage equal to that spell's mana value to any target. Very good ability there. Yeah. 2 thumbs up. This is going to be one hell of a card Unlimited. It gets you pseudo card advantage. It deals direct damage, and it's a huge flyer. It'll end games. Oh yeah. But yeah, no, there's some like dumb infinites you could do here to deal damage. If you have yeah, here, let's do it the stupid easy way. Put out a Displacer Kitten. Put out a Stormkiln Artist. Play Thor with a Lightning Bolt in your graveyard. Bolt, blink, bolt, blink, bolt, blink, bolt, blink, bolt, blink. Is it a lot of pieces? Yeah, but it works. Actually, it doesn't even have to be a bolt blink. You could also just have the, oh, you could do it without a Displacer Kitten. Ephemerate. Or whatever. I guess you would want one that doesn't exile itself. A 1 mana blink spell, a Stormkiln Artist, a Thor, infinite damage. Done. Yeah, Stormkiln Artist also notoriously broken card. But yeah, there's things you can do with that. Yeah, Cloud Shift. Perfect. Truck Toss. Guys, Hulk loves tacos. It says so in the flavor text. So this is a 4 mana, 4 damage spell. It can hit face. And if you control a vehicle, it's a 2 mana, 4 damage. But it's red, so a little tricky to cast. Yeah, I think that's going to be decent enough removal. But I would rather run Lightning Strike. 4 damage kills more things. But I don't know. I don't think I'm going to have a vehicle that often. Vision of Love. Love transcends all barriers, even sanity. 2 mana instant, you can sacrifice an artifact or discard a card, and if you do, you draw 2 cards. Oh, that's sad. This is a Thrill of Possibility plus. There was another one that you also let you sacrifice an artifact from, I want to say it was Karlov Manor. Yeah. And it was fine. What's nice is if this gets countered, you're not like down an extra card the way that some of them are. Like Tormenting Voice. Demand Answers. Yes, this card is almost Demand Answers, but it's not formatted as an additional cost. Volcanic Villain. An elemental villain. Well, what's the actual... Okay, this is Volcana. I was like, this has to be a specific character. It's Volcana. 3 mana, 3/2 with haste, and she can get 2 counters. Okay. I mean, it hits face. This is not a card you seek out very highly, but like it goes in decks because you didn't find another 3-drop. Somebody said there are 3 vehicles in a set and none of them are trucks. What's even the point? Wonder Man, Hollywood Hero. A human performer hero. 5 mana, 4/4 flyer. Each power-up ability of permanents you control can be activated an additional time. Power-up is to put 2+1/+1 counters on Wonder Man. And I think that the award for best reminder text in the set easily goes to activate each power-up ability only once? That is such a great way to communicate to new players how this works with its own and with other abilities. Ryan Sconnard, thank you so much for the 64-month resub. Yeah, no, that's great because it very clearly shows like, so he's got power up and you can only activate power ups once. Once? Lets you break the rule on this. Scraps heard that there were going to be bugs, and so she came up onto the desk because she wants to see Ant-Man's army. Yes, who loves ants and mans? She does. She tries to eat ants and then she remembers that they taste bad. And then she tries to do it again because she's a silly kitty. Ant-Man's army is a 3 mana 3/2 insect. When this creature enters, you create a food or a treasure token. That's it. If you need to make artifact triggers, you can do it. It's otherwise a 3 mana 3/2. But it's kind of cool if you choose treasure, since that kind of makes this like a 2 mana 3/2. Still not that impressive, but just fine. Call damage control. It's a 2 mana sorcery. You gotta choose up to 2. Return those cards from your graveyard to your hand. An artifact, a creature, an enchantment, or a land. So if you got a land and a creature in your graveyard, you can bring them back. It's damage control. Question for people in chat. Whose giant, like, mech suit is this in the background? I'm sorry, the thing keeps moving. That is Scraps hitting the keyboard. Scraps, share your opinion on the set. She says, where's Squirrel Girl? She's coming up. She's in the background. Claim the Kingdom. You get your Killmonger here. A 2 mana plan with Landfall. That's easy enough to trigger. We know how many lands are going to be fallen. Whenever land you control enters, you put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control and a plan counter on this. When the 4th plan counter is put on this enchantment, you sacrifice it. And when you do, put an indestructible counter on target creature you control. Is it crazy if I say I could see Tifa running this? to turn the landfall into an indestructible. I feel like that kind of works. Yeah, I think in limited, this is fine. I think that landfall, get a +1/+1 counter is an okay mechanic, but the payoff here of you make something indestructible can be really, really helpful. Good girl. Somebody's saying that this is a sentinel in here. Somebody else is saying not a sentinel. Gotta stack the triggers. Get the counters, then a double. Yeah, that's how you usually use it with like Bristly Bill and stuff. Scraps, do you want a kibble? Here's one. He's so cute. Scraps likes comic books because she tears up the pages. I have to put my comics away or she will rip them up. No, honey. Our very important adult paperwork with pictures of superheroes on it. Doc Samson, super psychiatrist. Just look at them muscles. This is a Gamma Doctor hero. 5 mana, 3/6. If you would put one or more counters on a permanent you control, you put that many, +1. And that does include, there's like an indestructible counter or a shield counter. And you can also tap Doc Samson for more mana, depending on how big he gets. He's a doctor, yeah. I think that this card is fine. Having a scales effect at 5 mana means it will do some stuff for you, but not a ton. There's not that much +1/+1 counter synergy, but there is some. But tapping for 3 mana and getting more mana over time could be kind of fun if you have like a big payoff, especially like a power-up effect. Sorry, I'm giving her the treats that she wants. She's just so cute. That's why you come up here. You come up here to get treats because you love me and love treats. Yeah, good girl. Good girl. Not something I would pick super highly, but not a bad ability. There's a buff mana dork. Yeah, he beats up Llanowar elves for breakfast. Earth's mightiest heroes. That's them. That's the Vengers. 6 mana, sorcery, teamwork, 5. You reveal the top 8 cards of your library. I'm getting itchy from the allergies. You may put a creature card from among them onto the battlefield. But if you paid the extra teamwork cost, you tap 5 power, you can put any number of creature cards from among them into the battlefield instead. Woo! Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna jam this card. I think at 6 mana, this is one of the better abilities of this type. We've seen ones that get you a creature. We've seen ones that get you just like stuff into hand. And I would definitely try this in limited. As for constructed, I don't know, like Galta type decks, sure you can do it, but I wouldn't. But I want to try it for limited. Yeah, 6 mana is like not that high of a cost. That's part of it. He's not a mana dork, he's a mana jock. Cute. Epic fight! Wolverine versus Hulk! Put that one on the poster. 3 mana sorcery. Choose one or both. Double target creature's power and toughness until end of turn. Target creature you control fights target creature an opponent controls. Yeah, I think that'll be good. It's rare. This is a rare fight spell, and this is what a rare fight spell I think should look like. Here's the question. With the Hulk card and the Wolverine card, or cards we've seen so far, who wins? Typically, Hulk starts losing, gets stronger, then wins. I'd have to do a comparison. Somebody who makes short form TikTok content. Make these two fight. Giant growth. He goes big mode. Giant growth does what giant growth does. It gives +3/+3 until end of turn. There are many different heroes you can depict that are going big mode. There you go. Who has mana open? This is a very strong combat trick. It can save your creatures. It can deal lethal damage. It triggers the things that care about targeting things with spells. It cares about casting non-creature spells. I think Giant Growth in this set's probably going to be all right. Ian is saying, because Wolverine can't reasonably win that fight. Yeah, because Hulk will always just kind of get stronger. But but Wolverine is smart and he doesn't, die and give up. So it's like, who gives up first, I think is honestly what happens here. I feel like Wolverine's probably giving up first. But not in like an admit defeat kind of give up, but in a like, I'm not doing anything here. Hey, that's the card that's in the background here. Unstoppable force versus immovable object kind of fight. Yeah. And then they have to work together. Yeah, because it's comic book writing. Guys, we're going to go nuts. We get our Squirrel Girl. She has her own card, too. It's pretty good. 1 mana, sorcery, teamwork 3. Choose one or both if you did the teamwork cost. Put a +1/+1 counter on target creature, or target creature you control fights target creature and opponent controls. I think that most of the time this is just going to be a fight spell. A sorcery speed fight spell for 1 mana. Was that like Prey Upon or something? It's fine. It's not the best, not the worst. Somebody's asking, am I going to build Squirrel Girl Commander? Probably not. But if I ever do end up building like a Chatterfang or Hazel or any of the other like Squirrel Commanders, Camellia, I'd want Squirrel Girl in there. But I want green-black squirrels because there's so many cool squirrel cards in black. Yeah, we're gonna eat nuts and kick butts. Gorilla, a 2-mana 2/2 ape soldier hero. He's got reach, and you can sacrifice it to destroy target non-creature artifact or non-creature enchantment at sorcery speed. I wish it weren't at sorcery speed. These effects tend to be pretty decent and limited, but usually they're a lot better if you can do them at instant speed. Still, good filler. Hellcat, Undying Vigilante. She died and came back, I guess. I don't actually know Hellcat. 2 mana, 2/2 human hero. When Hellcat dies, you return her to the battlefield under her owner's control with a +1/+1 counter. Okay, under owner's control, choose all ability and gains haste. Patsy Walker. Huh. Not a cat. Nope, she's not a cat. So this is kind of nice for limited because it's a 2/2 that, like, if it does get killed, you then get a 3/3. It has fake Undying. She's been the lead of more comics than any other woman in Marvel. Well, my dad clearly didn't like her because I don't remember ever getting a Hellcat comic when we were growing up. Oh, she was the lead of a romance comic for years. Ah, yeah, I don't think my dad would have bought those. My dad liked the Hulk. He liked when big guy hit thing. Choose from... It's fixed Undying, so you can't go infinite or anything with it. She was from romance comics, and then she got powers and, like, dated the devil or something. Hell yeah, like, good for you, girl. She was the blonde lady in the Jessica Jones TV show. I feel like I did watch that show. That was a while ago, though, right? That was one of the Netflix ones. I remember they did Dave Devil, too. Sorry, Daredevil. It's Dave Devil in my household. Hercules, Prince of Power. 3 mana, 3/3 power-up. He can get a +1/+1 counter, vigilance, indestructible, and haste until end of turn. That seems fine enough for limited. He remains buff, but it's like this is a 5 mana because I think with this card you specifically do want to power it up on the turn you play it. It's 5 mana, and you get like a free swing with this dude. Yeah, Dave the Devil. I do like this, like, museum attendant being like, Sir, put that down. Sir, please stop posing in the museum. Heroic Feast. Look, everyone's here! Yay! And they all get to have delicious treats, and people are taking pictures of them. That's rude. Stop that. Spider-Man, don't eat upside down. That's terrible for your digestion. When this enchantment enters, you create a food token. Whenever you gain life, choose up to that many target creatures you control and put a counter on each of them. If you have a good amount of life gain in Limited, I think this card is fine, but I don't like it otherwise. This is a constructed card that's part of this green life gain stuff. We've been getting more and more green and green-black life gain cards. But unless you have, like, things that gain you life each turn, or have lifelink, this card is not that good. Because it's 5 mana to put a +1/+1 counter on up to 3 creatures. And I don't love that. Somebody's saying 600 new cards? Yup, there's a lot of new cards. Like Hulkling, Burgeoning Bruiser. He'll get better at punching, don't worry. He's this Kree Skrull hero. Is this the only Kree Skrull? We all named ourselves after the original Avengers and I picked the Hulk. Be honest, wouldn't you? 3 mana, 2/3 with Vigilance. Whenever another creature you control enters, if it has a greater power or toughness than Hulkling, Hulkling gets a +1/+1. Very Hulk of you, Hulkling. Very, very Hulk. Lore-wise, yes, he's very much the only Kree Skrull. I'm, like, wondering how that happened. But good for him. It's hugely important. It's a huge deal. Yeah, because how does that happen? Is this Wiccan's boyfriend? There's a whole galactic war because he's a Kree Skrull? Good for him. Good for him! I like this ability a lot. This is, like, not quite Evolve. It's non-keyworded Evolve. But I feel like this is very thematic for a Hulk-like hero. Somebody's saying, not just Wiccan's boyfriend, it's his husband. Aww. Also, I like for Limited, like, a big Vigilant dude that gets bigger. So yeah, I would say I like this card for a Limited Uncommon. Is this Khazar or Khazar? Yeah, I'm gonna go with Khazar of the Savage Land. Savage Land is like in ancient times place. There's dinosaurs and big monster type things. It's Khazar. Wait. It's not Rengar. No, Rengar is a kitty cat. 5 mana, 3/2. Human barbarian hero. You may look at the top card of your library at any time. You may pay lands from the top of your library. And when Khazar enters, you create Zabu, a legendary 2/2 kitty cat. That's Zabu. That has landfall. Whenever land you control enters, put a +1/+1 counter on Zabu. This feels like a very nice uncommon for Limited. Lets you play lands off the top. Has a landfall cat. It's a scythe cat. Not bad. Not bad. Yeah, guys, listen. If you go to the center of the earth, of course there's an ancient times type place. Knight of Wundagore. He's a cat knight villain. There's a Johnny's brother. No, that's Giselle. This guy's no, he's exactly as killable. Wow, look at that. 2 mana cat knight villain. It's a 2/1 with trample. Whenever you put a +1/+1 counter on another creature, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. Triggers only once each turn. Hey man, you would love Zabu. Wait, it's in Antarctica for some reason. Oh, I'm sorry. Just cats hanging out together. Yeah, guys, why are the Savage Lands in Antarctica? Because the comic book writers needed to have in their extremely expansive Weird Earth universe a place that people weren't looking. I guess. Sure. Comic book writing. Mr. Hyde, a monster within, a human villain, 3 mana 2/2. At the beginning of your upkeep, you get to choose to either put a counter on Mr. Hyde or remove a counter from a creature you control to draw a card. Seems okay for limited. Nothing too exciting. Mole Man! Moloid Master. Once upon a time, it was very difficult to play lands from your graveyard. And creatures? Letting you play lands from your graveyard? Well, that's crazy. Nowadays, we got them Ramanops, we got those Ice Till Explorers, and we have Mole Man, Moloid Master. It seems to me like a very good card for limited. It has landfall, make a minion, and lets you play lands from your graveyard. Now, there are not that many fetch lands, I think, in this set, but if you are playing in Constructed, if you are playing in Brawl, this will absolutely see some play, especially in lands-related decks. Is it as good as Ice Till Explorer? No, but it is very interesting that it's self-enabling because the minion tokens allow you to mill cards. So, yeah. But we all know what these are going to end up looking like. There we go. There we go. Change that to be a 1/1. That's a Moloid. That's a Moloid right there. Yeah, this is playing lands from the graveyard in the command zone and only at 3 mana. So I was telling my dad about this set, and when I said, yeah, man, they're doing like weird stuff. They got Mole Man in here, and he was so excited. He's like, that's from the first Fantastic Four comic. And I'm like, I liked him in The Incredibles, where he was the Underminer. Because I'm pretty sure that's what that was supposed to be a parody of. Thanks, Dad. Thanks, Dad. Oh, no, my dad loves the random obscure stuff. I wish he could, like, see this set and understand it better. A good Mole Man to ya. I should just, like, give him a pack and, like, try to blow up each of the cards to show him. Pet Avengers with Throg, Lockheed, Hairball, Lockjaw, and Redwing. This is a card with a lot of creature types. A dragon, a cat, a dog, a bird, a frog, and, of course, they're all heroes. I could invite him to do a set review. My dad, unfortunately, is not very good at talking or seeing or communicating. He has Parkinson's disease, and I could probably get him to, like, see and acknowledge some of the cards, at least. Better than none. You love this card? It's a 4 mana 4/4 with reach, and you can power them up to put a +1/+1 counter and make a hero. Yay! Is Lockjaw the only inhuman in this set? No. Inhuman's actually a creature type, I believe. And these are the different Inhumans we've seen. These 5 up here are all either Jumpstart or from the Commander set, or like the Commander decks. And then these 2 are in the set itself. Yeah, you can give it to the Zookeeper from Avatar. But they didn't put Inhuman on this. How do I feel about this card for limited? It's a 4 mana 4/4 with reach and an extra ability, but it's an expensive one. But if you play it at 7 mana, you get it right away. It's definitely a winner for cute animals on a card. But I like 4 mana 4/4s with reach. I play them in limited. We'll see how it does in this set though, because there's some crazy strong stuff in this set. Powerful Broker. A 3 mana 3/3, a human villain. You can tap it, and for each type of counter, On target permanent or player, you give it an additional counter of that kind. Activate only as a sorcery. Not proliferate, just like proliferate one target thing. If this was not sorcery speed only, I would like it, but I do not like it at sorcery speed only. It's a 3 mana 3/3. So, still playable, but yeah. A Punishing Punch. A 3 mana instant. This spell costs 2 less if there are 2 or more creature cards in your graveyard. That was the mechanic we saw in Black a bunch. Target creature you control deals damage equal to twice its power to target creature an opponent controls. So that's a big bite. A big instant speed bite. Ugh, women, stop fighting. Or, like, keep fighting. It's okay. This is, I think, a very good bite spell for limited. Yeah, it's instant. Very nice. Rapid Rescue. 1 mana instant, you mill 2 cards and can put a permanent card from among the milled cards into your hand. You gain 2 life. Oof. So, this being instant speed and only 1 mana makes it kind of nice. But if you whiff, it's going to feel pretty bad. Because you can totally whiff this. If you don't hit, like, a creature, an enchantment, an artifact, a land. If you like happen to mill 2 more instants or sorceries, that's gonna stink. I think overall though, it's fine. Reprint Seed of Hope. Reptile, Dinomorpher. Look guys, he's a human hero and he can turn into a dinosaur type guy. He can either turn into a Brontosaurus or a Tyrannosaurus Rex. This is 1 mana 1/2. If you pay 3 mana, you will turn into a 3/5 with Vigilance and Reach until end of turn. And if you pay 6 mana, it'll turn into Colossal Dreadmaw. I'm sorry, a dinosaur hero with a base power and toughness 6/6, and he gets Trample. That's okay. I mean, it's a 1-drop with some flexibility. Can they stack? I think that the Vigilance, Reach, and Trample can be stacked, but his stat line will be dependent on the order you activate it in. I'm not entirely sure on that, but I think that's how that works. I think the keywords stack until end of turn. Yeah, the keywords say gain. Okay, cool. Yeah, if you spend 9 mana, you can make a 6/6 with Vigilance, Reach, and Trample. Until end of turn. Restorative Technique. Gotta use those rings to do that thing. 3 mana sorcery. Target player gains 2 life, searches their library for a basic land card, puts it into play tapped, shuffled, and then you can put a counter up to 1 target creature. Because this targets player, you won't get blown out if somebody kills the creature you're targeting with the +1/+1 counter. This kind of ramp is usually just fine unlimited. Rick Jones, Destined Sidekick. A 1 mana 0/3. You can pay 3, mill 4 cards, and put a hero or an enchantment from among those cards into your hand. Okay, cute. Kind of a filler. If you have graveyard stuff, I feel like this gets a little better. He's got great hair. Drop something. Roots support. Insidious Roots players will never, ever give up on making Insidious Roots work. And I respect that for you. Six mana. 7/6. Trample. Dinosaur. Whatever happened to good old-fashioned Colossal Dreadmaw, huh? Wasn't good enough for you? Basic land cycling. It's a dinosaur from the Savage Lands. Apparently that guy Rick Jones married a lady who is the embodiment of death. Wait, is that the same death that, like, Deadpool is with? Or different death? I think that this having basic land cycling makes it really good for limited. We have the stuff in graveyard. Yeah, it's a dinosaur. It's a big dinosaur. It's playable on its own. Oh, it's the same death, but in a different form. Oh, okay. Yeah, the one Thanos is obsessed with. Serpent Specialist. A 1-mana 1/1 with Death Touch. All right, guys, where's your Fin deck? This is a snake villain, a human snake villain. You can also put it in Jesse Zane. So it's a 1/1 with Death Touch. And you know what that means? It means it goes into Fin the Fangbearer. These are usually pretty good and limited. This one can also get 2+1/+1 counters. Not bad. Not bad. Yeah, it gets counters if you gain life if you have Blackout. Perfect. Shang-Chi, Master of Kung Fu. Oh, they gave him a good piece of art there. 2 mana, 2/2, and with a slightly breakable ability. You may activate abilities of creatures you control as though those creatures had haste. There's a Tyvar that did this too, and it's very cool. You can tap and add 2 mana of any one color to use to activate abilities of other creatures only. This is a very cool way to, like, enable some funky, like, do it all at once cards. And if you've ever played against, like, a Tyvar deck where you play all of the elves that, like, tap to generate mana, you could just chain them together like crazy off cards like this. Now, this could be a Roots card. This could be a Roots card. Everything could be a Roots card because it lets you tap those tokens for mana. Does it work with power-ups? Yes, power-ups are creature source abilities. How do I feel about this in limited? There are some activated abilities that require tapping that you wouldn't have to wait for. This is, I think, a card that's actually not as good in limited, but much, much better for constructed. It's got some cool stuff you can do in Brawl, in Commander. She-Hulk, Jade Defender. Oh, 2 different She-Hulk cards. 4 mana, 4/4, reach and trample. And a power-up of 6, so if you just pay 6 mana on the turn she comes out, you also get to destroy a target artifact or enchantment, and she's a 5/5 instead. I think that's great. So we saw the other 4/4 with reach before. Now I know this one's uncommon, but this is the one I would far rather be playing. Now that's a Colossal Dreadmaw with reach. That also destroys an artifact or enchantment. You can play this with Kinnan. Yup. That's good with Kinnan, too. Super Strength! The way that Squirrel Girl's head is, like, peeking over the top there makes it look like she has a weird, like, smile off in the wrong direction. 5 mana Aura gives +4/+4, trample, and ward 1. It's a big, strong aura. It works with the targeting your own stuff, but oh my god, I cannot cast auras like this. I have been blown out so many times trying to do this kind of stuff. I can't risk it. This is gonna make me sad. Alright, so here's the thing. Ben Grimm. 6 mana, 7/7 with trample. Whenever 1 or more heroes you control deal damage to a player, you put 2+1/+1 counters on the thing. This is part of that Fantastic Four combo. I think this is a fine card in limited. It's big, it's chunky, and it gets even bigger. Tigra, Feline Fury. 2 mana, 2/1, flash, trample, and it's a Pridemate? I mean, I guess it's a cat. Yeah, as I said before, green is getting some extra life gain stuff these days. Whenever you gain life, she gets a +1/+1 counter. It didn't seem like there was that much consistent life gain in this set so far. But, you know, it's fine. Yeah, maybe you're playing like a Treylasara deck. Throw it in a Treylasara deck. Training regimen! It's gotta be so hard to train your superpowers, because you need super equipment to do it. 4 mana enchantment creatures you control with +1/+1 counters on them have trample. Always a helpful ability. And at the beginning of combat on your turn, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. Little slow, but a great passive ability, and probably not bad. One of those things where it is only 1/+1/+1 counter, but as an uncommon, that helps you grow, and especially if you have like flyers or things with trample, which this gives all of them trample, get your damage through. Somebody said a Johnny's Pridemate is the most crafted card on Arena. Really? I think it's because Life Gain is a pretty good, like, budget new player friendly deck. And yet, never really competitive. As somebody who, like, my first ever deck was a Soul Sisters Pridemate deck. When a Johnny's Pridemate first came out in M10. That was the first deck I ever built. Unbeatable Squirrel Girl. Aww, look at all those squirrels. They're gonna kill you. 4 mana, 4/4. Do you like squirrels? This is a great callback to... Was it an Unstable card where you had to ask somebody, do you like squirrels? But she loves squirrels. Whenever the Unbeatable Squirrel Girl enters or attacks, you make a squirrel. Also, she is a squirrel. And she loves squirrels. You can pay 4 mana to create X squirrels, where X is the number of squirrels that you control. Now, if you have something that lets those squirrels tap for mana, and maybe you can tap them right away for mana, like with Shang-Chi, then you can make infinite squirrels. Yeah, this absolutely goes into Chatterfang. If you have the card Supportive Parents, which lets you tap tokens, once you get to a certain number, you can go infinite. I think Balin might also allow you to go infinite with Unbeatable Squirrel Girl. But you just need to have the right number of squirrels to start. Cryptoglyph, right? Yeah, anything that's letting you tap them for mana. Lot of squirrels. A lot of squirrels. Anyway, that's who I main in Marvel Rivals. Speaking of Marvel Rivals, literally while we were doing this stream, I got an email saying, hey, Amy, you want to do another Marvel Rivals sponsored stream? Yes, obviously. Every single time they reach out, I'm like, yes, of course I want to play an hour of Marvel Rivals. I get to play Squirrel Girl and look at Emma Frost's thighs or something. Anyway, a very good card, Unlimited. A little hard to cast, but still good. It makes tokens every turn. Tokens is good. Undercover Skrull. They're already here. You guys are not very good at disguising yourselves. Emma Frost gonna get a new summer skin. Ooh. This is a Skrull shapeshifter villain. As long as there are 2 or more creature cards in your graveyard, it gets +2/+2 and is all creature types, but it's a mana dork. So this is... Wait a minute. Isn't this kind of like a card from one of the Innistrad sets? Except that one was Threshold. This is a 2 mana 1/1 taps for mana of any color. Sometimes it's going to be a 3/3. It seems fine for me. You're going to need to ramp, you're going to need to fix, especially if you're doing cool like splashing for a bomb. Oh, I'm so sorry. It's a skin condition. Yeah, you know what? I shouldn't pester my neighbors. No, this does not have Changeling, so it is not all creature types. It just is a shapeshifter. Shapeshifter does not give all creature types, guys. That's Changeling. That's why we're saying Odo would have Changeling. Wakandan Royal Guard. 5 mana 4/4 Vigilance. Human Soldier Hero. When this enters, you put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. But if it was a hero, another hero, so not targeting itself, you put 2 counters on it instead. Fine. Feels like a curve filler near to the top. This would be good with that enchantment that puts a counter every turn. Because it's like big and vigilant. Yeah, this is a 5 mana 5/5 with vigilance if you want it to be. That's not bad. White Tiger, Eva, Ayala, a human hero, not a cat. Just has cat theming. 2 mana, 2/2, power up, 6. Put a +1/+1 counter on White Tiger and create the Tiger God. which is a legendary 4/4 green cat god token that has the tiger god can't be blocked by more than one creature. Ooh, I wonder if we have the token art. White tiger. Oh. We got 2 different white tigers. We don't have the token art yet. I'm sure we'll get it in the article that comes out this week. Oh, right. I think this is really good. Because it makes a cat god. Okay, like, how good is it actually? It's not bad. It's fine. It's a 2-mana 2/2. It's a bear that does something good. You like the art? Because it's a New York City scene. I mean, it is a New York City scene. They're, like, on a building. I assume it's New York. World War Hulk. The last green card before we hit the multicolored stuff in this set. 5-mana saga. And he is showing toes. The next red or green creature spell you cast this turn can be cast without paying its mana cost. Ooh. For just 5 mana? Okay, I got like a Galta in my hand. That's cool. Put 3 +1/+1 counters on target creature you can control. Choose target creature you control until end of turn. Double its power and toughness. And it gains trample. I think that this card is kind of slow and medium and limited, but I feel like if you have a deck built around it, you can do some fun stuff with this. Captain America, Living Legend. A 3-mana 3/4 with Vigilance. A human soldier hero. And boom, Jude, thank you for the 23-month resub. Your dog had surgery.
Our dog Ezio had surgery yesterday. You're his second favorite streamer, behind Scraps. And having you slash Brawl Stars on is helping him heal.
I'm so glad I can be background noise for your dog. I find it a great honor if somebody puts me on in the background while they're at work for like their dog or anything. Thank you so much, and I hope your dog recovers easily from the surgery. Captain America, though, not just the 3/4 with Vigilance. He's part of the teamwork mechanic. Whenever a creature you control becomes tapped during your turn, whether you're tapping it for teamwork, convoke, which isn't like in the set but is in standard, attacking, tapping it for mana for an ability. If it's the first time that creature tapped this turn, untap it. That gets you so many good synergies. And on top of that, like, this dude's got good stats. He's got really good stats. He's a 3-mana 3/4 with Vigilance. Definitely a nice pickable card and will help you out kind of no matter what you're doing. Water bending, yeah, which is like almost convoke. Yeah, he's spacecrafts, yeah, stationing. It's good for stationing. All sorts of things are good with this ability in constructed or unlimited. So yeah, Captain America, Living Legend. He's legendary. King T'Challa, who is Black Panther. 3-mana, 3/2 with Flash. You can flash him in response to your opponent, say, conniving, so when they draw their second card in a turn, you also draw a card. Which is pretty nice! And you can also flip him over, or cast him for the backside. He's a 3/3 with Double Strike, and no damage can be dealt to him. Whenever he deals combat damage to a player, you draw a card. So you can just keep on swinging in, and if you have something like Captain America, and you swing in, he'll untap so he can defend too. But because he does not take damage, he can't be killed by burn spells, he can't be killed by combat damage, he can only be killed by a kill spell or -X/-X. Yeah, seems pretty good for me, pretty good for a card, but it's also mythic rare. I think this is the kind of card that, yeah, you want to run it if you get it. Dies to Doomblade? Well, guess what's not in the set? Doomblade. Dr. Doom in the set. Doomblade not in the set. That's cool looking. The Mighty Thor, Jane Foster. Hey, I read some of that run. 3 mana, 3/3, human god hero, flying. Whenever the mighty Thor attacks, exile up to 1 target non-token artifact or creature. Then return that card to the battlefield tapped under its owner's control. Whenever an equipment you control enters, draw a card. So very nice build around for something like Commander. And also, like, got that blinking going on. I think that whenever an equipment you control entering, drawing a card on its own is very good. Even if there's not that many equipment in Limited, there are some. But it's the other one. Exiling a non-token artifact or creature and returning it, like that blink, is always going to be nice. Notably, this can blink your opponent's creatures, which can remove any like buffs or power-ups on them. So, can she blink tokens? Nope, non-token artifacts and creatures. Mjolnir is not in the right colors for the mighty Thor to wield. No, I'm sorry. It's how it is. Is there much equipment in this set? So we've seen at least one in each color. Here we go. T equipment. There are 9 equipment in this set. Looks like 1 at common in each color. And then we get vibranium energy daggers, Captain America's shield, Iron Man armor, and super shoots and wing harnesses in Mjolnir. Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of things that have equipment synergy in the set, but not that many equipment. There are just a few. Oh, look at that booty. Captain America's shield, you know what's crazy? When we get to Fisk, when we get to Kingpin, he's gonna love this card. Is she worthy? Yeah, she's worthy. She's in white. So she could wield it. She just can't have it in her commander deck. I like this card, though. I think that it's a good ability, or set of abilities. And it's also a 3 mana, 3/3 flyer. So absolutely good for Limited. Green didn't get one. Not enough. Not enough. Spider Woman. Secret Agent. It's crazy that we're still getting spiders, people. Ugh. 4 mana, 1/4. Flash. Whenever Spider-Woman enters, you tap target creature an opponent controls, and it can't become untapped as long as you control Spider-Woman. Nice way to shut off a card. I like it more than some of the auras, but it doesn't stop abilities. I'm not friendly, and this isn't my neighborhood. Okay, Spider-Woman, human spider spy hero. What a type line. The 100 spiders commander deck is edging closer to reality. I think we probably have 100 spiders. Ghost. Spectral Saboteur. 3 mana, human rogue villain. Has flash and intangibility. Can't be blocked. Very much just kind of a filler card. Not a bad ability, and if you have something you can do with this unblock ability, that's great. Like something that has an on-hit. But I think for the most part, it's just a curve filler. I mean, it does give you a clock, though. Unblockable damage is unblockable. Kang. Temporal Tyrant. This is like the 3rd Kang we've seen. A 4 mana, 3/4. Whenever Kang attacks, he connives. And whenever you draw your 2nd card each turn, your opponent loses life and you gain a life. This is just the uncommon signpost legendary. And yeah, it's, you know, it grows over time. So as you connive, you get more and more. Not my favorite, but also not bad. Things that connive multiple times give you good hand filtering. And they do get bigger, assuming you discard some non-lands. Scientist Supreme of AIM. A 2 mana 2/2. It's a rare. You can pay 2 life to copy target activated or triggered ability you control from an artifact source. You can choose new targets for the copy. You can do it once a turn and only once each turn. I wonder what kind of artifact source triggers would be best to copy here. Somebody said Mindslaver. Mindslaver is definitely one of the best activated abilities. But in Limited, I'm wondering. No, copying equip doesn't do much. It just lets you change what's being equipped. There are equipments that have, like, abilities, triggered abilities. Simulacrum. I guess Solemn Simulacrum. Not in this set, but still. You can double your food token to get a little more health. Wow, 1 more health because you paid 2 life to do it. There are worse things you could do in Limited. Yeah, I don't see the light on this guy, but I'm sure there's something. Taskmaster! Mercenary Mimic. Oh, Taskmaster, I love that show. Wait, who's this guy? 4 mana, 3/5. He's got photographic reflexes. At the beginning of your first main phase, until your next turn, Taskmaster becomes a copy of a target creature on the battlefield or a creature in the graveyard. Except he keeps his name, so you don't have a weird legendary rule, and he's still a human mercenary villain. So able to copy things, so you can get their attack abilities and things like that. Most things, though, like, you kind of want to copy them as they enter, but there are some very good static abilities in this set. Something notable, though, is a couple of the things that are indestructible in this set gain indestructible through counters, which he wouldn't get. What's this? Would Red Hulk and Taskmaster go infinite? I don't think so. Unless I'm missing something. Yeah, you can like entomb something and turn Taskmaster into something very strong. And that just turns this into like a kind of slow reanimate because you have to wait until your next main phase to do it. Yeah, there's cool stuff there. I feel like Taskmaster being able to copy any player's creatures or creatures in graveyards makes it pretty cool. I would play this in Limited in part because it will do cool stuff. Ares, God of War. But like, if he were cool. 3 mana, 4/3, attacks each combat if able. And whenever attacking creature you control dies, you return that card to its owner's hand. Meaning, not only are you going to keep attacking, you're going to keep on going and going and going and forcing your opponent to deal with your stuff. This is a great way to just put pressure on. And I think in Limited, if you want to play aggressively, this is a great way to do it. And recur your creatures too. It's the commander for the just send it. Just keep attacking. Between Ares and, what is it, Carter? It was a demon from Call Time. I feel like they would get along well. Avengers Under Siege. A 4 mana saga. You create 2 villains. This saga deals 2 damage to each non-villain creature and each opponent. And then you make a token for each villain you control. If you are deep into villainy, this card's pretty good. And I would say that even though it's a rare, I really like the Chapter 1 at 4 mana. And I think it's good enough. Because getting 2 tokens for 4 mana and then like potentially wiping out some of the blockers for them, that's pretty good. And you'll know if this is an appropriate card to be casting based on the other cards in your hand and the things that you're playing. Bullseye, Death Dealer. So there was a card that showed Bullseye with Electra, and I don't know their history, but there's something weird going on there. I should look it up later. Human Assassin Villain, a 3 mana 2/3. When Bullseye enters, you can sacrifice an artifact or discard a card. Bullseye deals 2 damage to any target. That can kill a good number of creatures in the set. 3 mana, tap, sacrifice it, do the same thing. Not bad. Good way to use up things. Oh, he had killed her, but she got better. It's literally what people in chat... 3 different people are like, Bullseye killed Electra, but she's got better. She came back. That's so funny. Killed her in the movie? There was an Electra movie? I'm so out of touch. I'm sorry, guys. All I do is I just watch old episodes of Columbo. Imagine killing a comic book character and thinking it'll stick. Oh my god, in the Ben Affleck Daredevil movie. I forgot that movie existed. I think I saw that movie when it came out, but that was a very long time ago. Oh, I did see it. I saw it with my dad. How do I feel about this card? I think it's fine. It's not crazy, but I think it's fine. And it's like, I would put it into a deck, and I feel like sometimes you might like get to enter and kill a flyer, and that would be awesome. Watching Columbo is a good use of free will. Thank you. Yeah, it's like the cost here of discarding a non-land does mean you're putting something in a graveyard, but it might be something you want in your graveyard anyway. Oh, apparently in Daredevil number 181, which came out in 1982, Bullseye and Elektra fought to the death. Bullseye wanted to reclaim his spot as King Tin's top assassin. Bullseye won by running Elektra through with her own signature weapon. But she got better, so it's okay. Madam Hydra! 4 mana, 2/3. Whenever you cast a villain spell, make a villain. More villains for your villainy! Hey, if you're going hard into the villains theme, great. This is good with some of the plans. It's good with a bunch of the connive crap. More villains. Also, Menace is sometimes good. Don't call her mommy. It's Madam. It says so right there. It says, don't tell me to stay hydrated. I ain't thirsty for this. That's not my type. Hail hydrate. Thanks. Ruinous Wrecking Crew. X black and red. A 2/2 and enters with X +1/+1 counter on it. And when it enters, you choose up to X. You can discard a card and draw a card, make your opponent lose 2 life, destroy target token, or make each player sacrifice a creature of their type. And it's up to X, so if you don't want to do all of those, you don't need to. I feel like this is a decent card in Limited, in part because it just scales up with the amount of mana you have. It's a 2 mana 2/2, or a 2 mana 5/5, or sorry, a 5 mana 5/5, or a 7 mana 7/7. No matter what, if you're paying for X equals 1, you're probably doing at least opponent loses 2 life. Probably more. Probably more. Big Wheel made the cut! Yeah, don't worry about it. Abomination! Terrifying Titan. Oh, cool. Abomination gets a card. 4 mana, 4/4, Gamma Villain. Trample. Power up. Power up total cost is 7. You can put a +1/+1 counter on Abomination, and he fights up to 1 target creature an opponent controls. So you can play this for 7 mana and do the fight, or you can level it up later to do the fight. Okay. Is Stiltman? I don't know if Stiltman got a card. I don't know if Kite Man got a card. You've heard the absolute DC stuff is cool. Yeah, a lot of it is very cool. Or at least it's cool looking. Some of it's really dumb. Welcome to comics. Yes, he's only a 5/5 after powering up, which is why I don't think this is that strong. I think it's fine. Where's Asbestos Man with the power of asbestos? Or he was just a guy covered in asbestos? Is that what it was? Alien Invasion. A 4 mana enchantment. At the beginning of combat on your turn, create a 1/1 red alien creature token with haste. And this token attacks each combat if able. You put a +1/+1 counter on it for each invasion counter on this enchantment, and then put an invasion counter on this enchantment. Huh. So this is like, make a 1/1 that has to attack, and a 2/2, and then a 3/3, and a 4/4, and all of them have to attack every turn. I feel like this is fun, but the fact that you can never block with them unless you have something like Captain America untapping them. Yeah, it's kind of like a Boros Legion, but you can never use it to defend. And it's also kind of like, oh gosh, it was like, it made like Phyrexians that attack in every turn. Urabrask's Forge. Yeah, Urabrask's Forge. But without the trample. Yeah. I don't love it, but it will win some games because what this card is going to do is eventually the tokens are going to get big enough that they're going to break through whatever stalemate you have. Are there any alien synergies? Not that we've seen so far. Yeah, I think this card is a timer. And it's not terrible. It's just, you know, it's not always going to do things right away. It takes a while. Hulk. Gamma Goliath. I'm a Gamma. No, wait. But I'm not a Gamma. 5 mana, 6/5. Reach. Trample. He's got stats, baby! Power-up abilities of other creatures you control cost 3 less, so not himself. And his power-up is to put 5 +1/+1 counters. So, on the turn this comes out, 8 mana total to make a 11/10. Okay. With Reach and Trample. But, ooh, I do not ever want to be paying 8 mana just on its own. Yeah, I feel like that power-up discount's going to be pretty nice, though. Especially for cards that are, like, entering on that turn. No, he does not discount himself. It's just for the turn he enters. It would be 8 total mana. Yeah, I don't think it's bad on its own, though. It's a 5 mana, 6/5 with Reach and Trample. That's good. The hit that kills people. Wolverine, fierce fighter. A mutant berserker hero. He looks very, like Wolverine in his art, and I'm sure somebody knows what I'm saying. It's like that way he's being shaded looks very much like the comic arts. 4 mana, 3/5, haste. When he enters, he fights up to one other target creature. Oh, good for him. And if damage would be dealt to Wolverine. Instead, that damage is dealt, but all other damage already dealt to him is healed. So if you want to kill Wolverine, you have to do it in one hit. That is what that ability translates to. So if you deal 3 damage to him, and then you deal 5 damage to him, he'll die on 5 damage, but he wouldn't die on 3. If you deal 3 damage to him, and then you deal 2 damage to him, okay, he's taken 2 damage, not 3. If you then deal 4 damage to him, cool, he's done 4. He's taken 4. Is healed a new word? I believe so. This might be something that's in, like, the comprehensive rules for how we do cleanups. So in the, like, cleanup end step, I think damage is healed on creatures might be something, but I don't actually know how it's phrased. You picked the wrong dance partner, bub. Oh, but Wolverine, I'll dance with you. I'll dance with you. Yeah, is it just damage is removed normally? That's like the way of doing regenerate. So you have to kill them all at once so it doesn't die at all. I think this is a pretty good card for limited, though. Hard to kill. And can kill a thing. And he's got haste. Black Panther Vanguard. They're all like leaning backwards, kind of fun. 4 mana, 4/4. Whenever another non-token hero you control enters, choose one, make a white soldier, or give all your creatures +1/+1 until end of turn. I think this is fine, in part because there are so many heroes in this set. It's crazy how many heroes there are. Is it like a super strong ability? No. It's fine, though. Yeah, I think that they could have brought back Regenerate for Wolverine, but Regenerate kind of sucks. Because it's confusing and bad for new players. It's like, it's powerful. Yep, more Spider-Man. Man, we had a whole set for you. Come on. 3 mana, 3/2, Flash, Vigilance, and Reach. No one dies. When Spider-Man enters, you can tap him. When you do, another target non-attacking creature you control gains indestructible until end of turn. So he can save something else. But not an attacking creature. He's not into that. No, he can't save Uncle Ben because Uncle Ben is not on a card. Just his grave is. This card seems fine for limited. Good series of abilities. And at worst, it's like a cat. It flashes in and it trades into something. The Vigilance and Reach. Storm Wind Rider. Very cool art. 4 mana, 4/4 flyer. Creatures with flying can't attack you or block creatures you control. There are some very strong flyers in this set, so I think that Storm is probably a good pick. Whenever you cast a spell that targets one or more creatures, those creatures gain flying until end of turn. So this is pretty much a good way of saying I control the air. I have flyers. You cannot block my flyers, and I am going to kill you with flying. I think that, yeah, Storm is typed as just a mutant because she's X gene. I think that's what they're doing with all of the X-Men type mutants, is they're just putting them as mutant. Guys, they're not humans, because then the toys would not be taxed the same way. They're homo superior. Hey, don't call her that during Pride Month. She should be typelined as a god. Yes, she's Storm. I love her. You can't mutate onto them. Yeah, guys, they would have been dolls if they were humans. They're not. I think this is a very good card, though, for limited. Just because of this, like, flying related abilities. The Eternals are Homo Immortalis. Mr. Immortal is Homo Supreme. You just kind of make stuff up, man. Welcome to comic books. Black Widow Double Agent. Is this the, like, second or third Black Widow card? I feel like I keep seeing her. Maybe she's just in the art of a lot of them. 3 mana, 3/2 with Death Touch. She's a human hero villain. And whenever a creature you control attacks alone, gets first strike and menace until end of turn. She's very good to have that ability because of the Death Touch. Means pretty much unblockable. You wouldn't want to lose 2 creatures to that first strike. It seems fine. Yeah, seems fine for limited. Cloak and Dagger Entwined. I'm glad they got a card. It's a rare, and it's a weird one. So it's a 3 mana, 2/2, Death Touch, lifelink, so it can trade into something, gain you a little life. When Cloak and Dagger enter, you choose target opponent and up to 1 target creature they control. You get to see their hand, and you can choose to exile either a non-land card from their hand or the chosen creature until this leaves the battlefield. So it's kind of like doing an O-Ring Banishing Light thing, or like a weird discard, but it's all temporary. It's kind of like Brain Maggot? I want to say that's like a Brain Maggot ability. So yeah, not the worst. It's like an Arrestor Brain Maggot. Yeah, the flexibility on this card is, I think, what makes it pretty good. Is it something crazy strong and limited? No, but it will always do something useful. At the minimum, it's going to, like, take out the strongest creature temporarily or make your opponent discard their best card. And it also tells you what's in your opponent's hand, which is huge. Game information can be really good. Yeah, I kind of wish that this was just, like, an uncommon and not legendary. It's the Kingpin of crime. Kingpin, that's his name. 3 mana, 1/5 human villain. And he's got Extort, which makes sense because he's kind of a mobster. That means that you can drain your opponent by, you know, paying mana when you cast spells. Extort's great. Whenever you attack, you may pay 2 life. If you do, until end of turn, the creatures you control with a toughness greater than their power assign combat power equal to their toughness rather than their power. So booty attack. Kingpin gives butt slam. He's also like a 1/5, so that's good for him. Yeah. He's got a big old booty. I'm trying to think, like, how I feel about this Unlimited. I do think it's a good card. Even if this is just, like, a 1/5 that's, for the most part, just sticking around, the Extort can really add up. And if you happen to be playing Two-Headed Giant, I think that it drains, like, 2 life and you gain 2 life. If you happen to be going to a Two-Headed Giant pre-release. Is this the only Orzhov Butt Striker? There's at least 1 mono white Butt Striker, but I think this is the first Orzhov one. U.S. Agent John Walker. He beats people up with a shield. 4 mana, 3/2. When U.S. Agent enters, create a colorless equipment artifact token named Sturdy Shield. With equip 2, it gives +1/+2, and it gets attached. So this is a 4 mana 4/4. You think that the hero tag on that is... Okay, listen. The thing I know about this character, I think, is that he's usually beating up bad guys. But he's definitely not like a morally sound character. He thinks he's a hero. I don't know that much about him. He's doing his best, which is not very good. Okay. Winter Soldier, Icy Assassin. Oh man. Imagine, because he has like a metal arm. Imagine if it was cold out. It would be so uncomfortable. Poor Winter Soldier, Icy Assassin. Gonna have such a cold arm. 2 mana, 2/2, Vigilance and Menace. Gets +2/+0 for each equipment attached to it. It's so weird that, like, black-white is an equipment's theme. 5 mana. Return this card from your graveyard to the battlefield with a finality counter. And then you can attach an equipment to him for free. Again, there's not that many equipment. Which is part of why this is such a weird theme. I don't think this is a bad card. I mean, it's a rare. It's just, it's part of a strange archetype. What's this? Walker's shield wouldn't let you attach it to others when he enters. No, it just attaches it to himself. It'd be a fun Voltron commander. Yeah, I feel like getting +2/+0 for each equipment means you can do like a big hit. Armor Wars. Who can make the best Iron Man? Is it me or is it some sort of other man Iron? 4 mana. You may draw a card for each artifact you control. If you do, each opponent draws a card, so you get to choose if that's something you want to do. You like the art? Yeah, it looks cool. I feel like this is probably a callback to a comic frame. Artifact spells you cast this turn cost 1 less, and then deals X damage to target opponent where X is the greatest mana value among artifacts you control. Alright, so I'm gonna get Krang out using the other thing that like cheats artifacts into play, and then BAM! Damage to the face. I think this saga is not cracked in limited. I think it's fine in limited, and you have to have the right deck for it, or it does kind of nothing. Like there are some artifact creatures, some of them have higher mana value, but this is a constructed card. I feel like this is a commander card. You sure nobody would cast a bunch of 1-mana artifacts during chapter 2. Well, that's part of it, because it's like if these were reversed, artifact spells you cast this turn cost 1 less, and then you drew, I think it would be very different. You have to already have the artifacts. And there's not that many artifacts, I think, that you'd be doing there. Yeah, it's a constructed card. Iron Man, Master of Machines. 4 mana, 1/4, and you can see a whole bunch of different Iron Man armors here. Flying, Vigilance, +1/+0 for each other artifact you control, so the more the merrier. And because it has Flying and Vigilance, you probably get some great free swings in with this dude. Whenever Iron Man attacks, if an artifact entered the battlefield under your control this turn, you draw a card. I actually think that this card is doing a lot as an uncommon, and it's going to be very good in limited. Doesn't need to be like non-token artifact, treasures, clues, whatever it is. Pretty nice. Somebody's saying that this is target opponent, not each. Yeah, so it only hits 1 person for a big bambo. I like this as a limited signed postcard. Somebody's saying, oh wow, Speedball got a card. Yes, he did. 3 mana, 2/2, human hero. Whenever a player casts a spell that targets Speedball, he gets +2/+2 until end of turn. You may choose new targets for that spell. Oh no. His flavor text is sad and ironic. To be a young and carefree superhero, not a worry in the world for this spandex savior. No, I wish, yeah. Aw. Yeah, he's one of those guys that's, He's had a bad time. Vision Quest! Well, that's kind of fun looking. X, blue, and red. Sorcery. Search your library and/or graveyard for an artifact card with a mana value X or less and put it onto the battlefield with X additional +1/+1 counters on it. If X is 4 or greater, it gains haste until end of turn. If you search your library this way, shuffle. So it has to be specifically an artifact creature card. I am guessing from the fact that it's called Vision Quest and it's like, it's got Wanda here in the art. It is supposed to get vision into play. Where you get a walking ballista. Because it gets X +1/+1 counters. I mean, this would be a card for ballisting. Giving haste. Omnath Nudes says, X equals 4 makes vision a 6/9. Nice. Market Back Walker. Ooh, yeah, something that's like very expensive for the +1/+1 counters. That'd be a fun one. That's in standard. It only gets artifact creatures. It can get them from the graveyard too. So this is a card that I'm sure you can do some really good stuff for. It is a tutor that puts things directly into play, but it's a very narrow tutor. In Limited, I don't think it's going to be that crazy unless you have a lot of artifact creatures, but like, notably, things like Iron Man are artifact creatures. If you have this card, this is fantastic. Yeah, it would be 6 total mana to like tutor that out and give it the counters, and it would get haste, and it would draw because an artifact entered. Okay. Ooh, Coming of Galactus. I saw there's a bunch of Galactus-related cards in the Commander set, too. Those are the things I want to show to my dad. I think he'll think they're really cool. The Coming of Galactus. Chapter 1. For 5 mana. Destroy up to 1 target non-lane permanent. It does the thing I needed to do on the first chapter. We love that. Chapters 2 and 3. Each opponent loses 2 life. And Chapter 4. Create Galactus, a legendary 16/16 black elder alien creature token with flying, trample, and whenever Galactus attacks, destroy target land. He's eating planets. Yum, 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 yum. I like this. I think this is great and limited, and it's going to be cool when you win with it. Hey, it's not indestructible. It's no Meryl Age. But it's kind of Meryl Agey. Dies to Fatal Push. Yeah. This is like sort of Annihilator. It destroys land. It eats the planet. It does add up to 20 life. That's cool. I didn't realize that. 2 + 2 + 16. I think this is a great card for Unlimited. No haste. Oh no. No haste. Just gotta, yeah, guys, what if you just like booted him off your planet with a Fatal Push? It would be fine. You want it for a Nykthea? It's in the right colors for a Nykthea. And we love that. Or at least I love that because I have an Onyxia deck. I need to upgrade my Onyxia deck. I feel like it's been like a year. And we've gotten a lot of pretty good enchantments for it. Including some funky sagas. I like turning the sagas into zombies. Killmonger, Scourge of Wakanda. We've seen Killmonger in a bunch of art for this set. And there he is. A 4-mana, 3/3. A human mercenary villain, and when he enters, you may sacrifice another creature. When you do, destroy target non-land permanent an opponent controls. We had an ability like this, except it was on a spider. This guy, not a spider. Instead, as long as there's 2 or more creature cards in your graveyard, gets +2/+1. No reach, but stronger than a spider. He could squish so many spiders. I think this is a pretty good card for limited, though, because it lets you destroy non-land permanents. And it's, you know, decently statted. The Serpent Society. This is a card that has had a lot of people talking about it. Because it has ward 5 poison counters. So if your opponent wants to touch and kill Serpent Society, it's gonna hurt. It won't kill you the first time, but the second time, Also, whenever another creature you control with Death Touch dies, so I assume your Society of Snakes, each opponent sacrifices a non-token creature of their choice. I feel that this is like a very good combination of abilities for a Death Touch creatures deck. And this is a commander that protects itself really well. Like, ward 5 poison counters in 1v1 for Brawl. And this is, I don't really think this is a big commander card. I think this is a Brawl card. It's just the first time, that's fine. You can add some Proliferate in the deck too. Yeah, the Grave Pact in the command zone, but only for creatures with Death Touch, I think is the cooler part, like, for general commander play. Yeah, it forces your opponent to sacrifice non-token creatures. They can't sacrifice tokens for it. I feel this is a good card for limited, even though there's not that many Death Touchers you probably have in your deck. There was a 1-mana 1/1 snake, who I think is one of these people here. Serpent Society just wishes it were mono green so it could go in Finn. But, like, you can put Finn in the deck. I think, like, probably one of the most played cards with this will be Finn. Yeah, but I think it's cool. There's not a lot of ways to clone this in black. But I'm sure somebody's going to put, like, Mirror something or Helm of the Host on it. Cloak and Dagger has Death Touch, yeah. Is there a token generator where the tokens have Death Touch? Yes. Ophiomancer. Yeah, if you have a Roaming Throne or another doubler out, it would make the ward trigger twice. You could use Oran, Frostfang, or Bow of Nylea to give everything Death Touch. I guess that would work, yeah. But I think very good for limited, in part because it's a 3-mana 3/4 with Death Touch. Sometimes you gotta look at the little things. Titania, Rugged Rumbler. I'm glad we got 2 different arts of Titania just kind of beating on She-Hulk. Like, it didn't happen once in the set, it happened twice. But guys, we already have Titania in Magic the Gathering. She's an elf tree kind of lady. It's okay. We have new Titania. She's still green. You feel like this could have been red? I mean, she's punchy. 3 mana with a hybrid mana cost, an uncommon. Oh, she's actually like 5 mana, unless you discard a card. So she's a 5 mana 5/5, or sort of a 3 mana 5/5 that has a ward cost. Okay. Not too exciting. I kind of wish this wasn't an uncommon. Somebody's asking, are villains outlawed? No! They're not outlaws. They are not outlaws. Even though they should be. Yeah, you have to pay her own ward cost to cast her. But you can reanimate this with, there's the spell that brings back a creature that's mana value 3 or less, I think. And you don't have to pay the additional cost because her mana value is 3 or less. Hee hee. I think it's very cute art, but I don't think it's a very good card. Daredevil, Man Without Fear. Got Boros colors for Daredevil. Okay, cool. Oh, aka J-Bay! Thank you for the sub. A 4 mana 3/4 with Vigilance and Haste. Radar Sense. You can look at the top card of your library at any time. And whenever you attack, you can exile the top card of your library. If it's a hero, Daredevil gets +2/+1 until end of turn, and you can play that card at this turn. So it gives you impulse, but you get to choose if you want to exile that card. Because it could be like, oh man, that's a card that like I can't play this turn, but I want it next turn, so I'm gonna leave it on top. Yeah, I think this is a solid rare. Stat-wise, it's very much just fine. The Superhero Civil War. 5 mana. Saga. Gain control of up to 2 target creatures with a total mana value 6 or less as long as the Saga's in play. So big active treason. But can't hit the biggest creatures. Chapter 2 is creatures you control get +1/+1 and vigilance. And then chapter 3, target creature you control fights up to 1 other target creature. Oh, so you can use the things you've taken and make them fight. I think it's decent, but I'm not sure how much I like it for limited. Yeah, I'm gonna have to see it in play and see like the speed of the format. It's like weird a Crowan War. Yeah. It is a huge swing. That's why I think it is going to be good a lot of the time. But at 5 mana, it's kind of tricky. Thor Odinson. He has flying. He has vigilance. He has prowess. He has second prowess. Prowess does stack. Oh, somebody's asking, does the sacrifice happen after the last ability or after it resolves? After it resolves. He's like a super good Sarah Angel. Yeah! A 5 mana 4/4 with flying and vigilance would be Sarah Angel, but it's got prowess and prowess. So if you are casting non-creature spells, Thor will get huge and will kill people. A strong card, big flyer, birds win games. War Machine, Legacy of Iron, 3 mana 1/3 flyer. At the beginning of combat on your turn, another target creature you control gets +X/+0, where X is War Machine's power. I kind of wish he also gave flying to the thing. I don't love this. Yeah, not my favorite. Absorbing Man with the power to absorb. He's got the Kevin 11 ability. 3 mana 4/4 with vigilance. At the beginning of your first main phase, until your next turn, Absorbing Man becomes a copy of a artifact, enchantment, non-aura enchantment, land, And his name remains Absorbing Man. And he is a 4/4, but he does get the other abilities. Yeah, so he's always like a 4/4 with Vigilance, but he can get other abilities. That's cute. This is one of those cards that what it's able to do is entirely dependent on the other stuff in play. Like if you have the, was it like the Vibranium Knives, then he can get Indestructible. Yeah, he's 3 mana. He's 3 mana 4/4. I mean, I'd still play it. It's a 3 mana 4/4 with Vigilance. You feel like War Machine shouldn't be a big butt? I feel like he could have been a 2/2 or something. Or 2/3. Yeah, he becomes anything except another creature. You know, you can't become an Ouroboros with this. He's... I know, it's really weird. It's like a very specific ability, and I think it's going to be really funny seeing what you can use this ability for. And I'm sure there's like really great targets that people are brainstorming, like certain enchantments that normally are really hard to animate, and if you get to animate them and make them attack, they have something crazy. Cool. Yeah, fine for limited. I don't know the limits of this for other things. Putting a liquid metal torque, then anything can be an artifact. He can always copy artifact creatures, though. He could, yes, he could use the man lands from LCI, and he would get their attack abilities. Ant-Man, Colony, Commander. 3 mana, 2/2. Whenever Ant-Man attacks, you may pay 1. When you do, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. Sure, okay. Lets you buff a thing. Whenever you put a +1/+1 counter on a creature, create a bug, but only once a turn. Ugh, only once a turn! I want more bugs! Do you want him to become Dark Depths? And then what? Sacrifice himself and become a 2020 Merit Lage? Well, I guess just Merit Lage would be summoned. Yeah, that works. You can do that. You can Absorbing Man, or Dark Depths. It's the same as Thespian staging it, and then Merit Lage, he dies. Great. I feel like if I have things that give +1/+1 counters, like that enchantment from before, I like this okay. But I don't really like it because making him attack, he's so weak to start. And then Astonishing Ant-Man. 2 mana, 1/1. Whenever you draw a card, put a +1/+1 counter on Astonishing Ant-Man. Oh, it's, what was that? Lord Scale Quat? I feel like that's Lord Scale Quat's ability. And then 3 mana, tap, remove any number of +1/+1 counters to make that many bugs. Okay, that's actually pretty sweet for limited. You will have +1/+1 counters to remove, and you will be drawing cards, and you will be able to make Bug-a-Bug. Yeah, he shrinks and grows. What's with Chat and Ouroboros? It's a good card. This is a good card with Ouroboros. Go tall or go wide. I think this is a good card for limited. Even if you never get to make the bugs, just because it is a small but growing creature. Beast. Erudite Aerialist. Look, we got another mutant guy here. He's doing a cool flip, too. And he's got his little panties on. 4 mana, 3/3. As long as you've put one or more +1/+1 counters on Beast this turn, he has flying, and whenever he deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. Kinda tricky to enable, but it's fine. Is Beast! Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur. Oh, this was another early card we saw from the set. Dude, she's pogging so hard. 3 mana, 2/2, Human Dinosaur Hero. Whenever you draw your second card each turn, until end of turn, Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur becomes a 6/6 with trample. Not too hard to trigger, especially because whenever an artifact you control enters, draw a card. only once a turn, but if you have artifacts with flash, or you could say use, we saw the Pepper Potts card that could make artifacts. Helps you draw more cards. I think this is a pretty good card for limited because that second part is good and the first part is triggered by the second part. You can't believe I'm still going through Marvel cards. Dude, I'm not even into the bonus sheet. I'm not even into the commander cards. We're still in the set. There's so much stuff. If you go too small, this is what happens. You see this stuff. Welcome to the worlds within worlds. It's a 7-mana sorcery. Exile all creatures. Each player may put any number of creatures from their hand onto the battlefield. Then put all cards exiled this way into their owner's hands. Exile worlds within worlds. It's like, not quite a warp world. It's weird. How many cards are in this set? That's a great question. 281. I'm at 241 so far. There's a lot of cards in this set. Oh yeah. Not quite Living Death. It's Living Hand. This is Living Hand / Warp World. Hand World. I like how goofy the art is. Oh, Thanos! Or, as people on Tumblr know him, T-Hanos. It's a reference that nobody else understands. A Mardu 4/4 for 3 mana. He's got Death Touch, he's got Lifelink. Definitely good for limited if you're able to cast him. A little tricky because of the colors. Power Up is 1 colorless mana. A white, a blue, a black, a red, a green. Notably, this colorless mana is not a 1. It shows the colorless symbol, which means that you have to spend a specifically colorless mana on it, which might be hard and limited depending on what lands we have. You put 2+1/+1 counters on Thanos, you choose odd or even, and then you destroy each other creature with mana value of the choice and quality. So even if you chose odd, he wouldn't destroy himself. And I think this is one of the winners for coolest art in the set, with the skulls just kind of going crazy around him. Yes, I think that this is going to be each of the Infinity Stones, and I think that means one of them will be colorless. Which one do you think will be colorless? Time? Soul? Time? Horse? Dinosaur? We already got 2 of them, though. You think Time will be blue? Time could be blue. I was thinking Reality. Yeah, he says other creature. He does not die. That's what I said. That's what I said. Even if you chose even, he wouldn't kill himself. You think Reality is colorless? I bet there was so much fighting in the office about this. Oh, also, so we've been talking about this a bit, like, before the set came out, like, just when things were being revealed. So because this set is kind of a mishmash of all Marvel things, a lot of it's cinematic universe, some of it's comic book, this Thanos art is absolutely more comic Thanos. Just destroying half of everything to please death. But the flavor, I shall restore the cosmic balance, is a lot more like MCU, perfectly balanced as all things should be. I was chatting about it with some friends. AOL Instant Messenger Synthoids, a 2-mana 1/3 robot villain. When it enters, you surveil 2. That's it. I mean, it's fine. You can play it in anything. Surveil 2 is especially nice if you have the green-black stuff in Graveyard Matters theme. Some reanimation, anything like that. Yeah. Arc Reactor to help power your Iron Mans. This one's rare. 5 mana, artifact with Improvise, meaning you can tap artifacts for it, but it enters tapped and it taps for 3. You could theoretically cast this for no mana and just tap artifacts for it, which is why it enters tapped, because otherwise that could be busted. I think that there are some decks that will enjoy having cards like this, possibly Krang or Urza, things like that. I don't like it for limited though. I don't think it's doing much for limited, unless you have like a ton of artifacts, and even then, yeah, just have Amulet of Vigor. Easy, no problem. Captain America's Shield. It's 2. It's indestructible. And it gives +0, +8, and vigilance. I like that. Whenever the equipped creature attacks, you tap target creature a defending player controls. This is rare and it's good. It also works well with the Sam Captain America, because his buff is based on toughness. So if you give him this shield, he's giving what, +9/+9? Damn. Okay, that's like the Wombo combo. Also, I think that this is just a pretty good card overall. Yep, it's also really good with Kingpin because it makes him just so bootylicious that he's just gonna be like, out of the way, Spider-Man. I'm going to the Mets game. I feel like this is also a fun card to throw into some other Booties Matter decks, because it's 4 mana overall to give +0/+8, and that's really nice. The cube. Listen, it's no tungsten cube, but it's pretty nice. 5 mana, artifact with Ward 2. Whenever you attack, you will hit the top 6 cards of your library, and you can cast a spell from among them with a mana value less than or equal to the greatest power among attacking creatures you control, without paying its mana cost. It does free spells. How do I feel about it? Not my favorite, but it looks cool. Gluteus matters. Yeah, booty matters. Glutes and boots. Dependable Quinjet. With some people who can just kind of fly with their tools or on their own and are like, haha, you suckers, you have to use an airplane. Look at how mad she is. She has to be in an airplane. She's like, I don't want to be in an airplane. I want to fly. 3 mana, 3/3 flying vehicle that taps for mana of any color. So this is the mana rock of the set. It has crew 4. That's not bad. It's a vehicle that's also a mana rock. Here's the one gotcha that you should watch out for if you've never played with a vehicle that's a mana rock before. We've had a few of them. If you crew it on the turn it enters, just before, while it still would have summoning sickness as a creature, you won't be able to tap it for mana. Most of you know that. Somebody will be got by it. I remember it happening with another card. Herbie Scout Unit. Aw, Herbie's so cute. Highly engineered robots built for interdimensional exploration. 4 mana, 2/1 flyer. When it enters, you draw a card, and then you can put a land card from your hand onto the battlefield tapped. It's no solemn simulacrum, but you know what? It's not bad. I could definitely see playing this, especially if I have artifacts matters, since there's something that discounts artifacts, and it's still a 4 mana 2/1 flyer that draws you a card when it enters, and that's nice. Yes, She-Hulk is in there sulking, and the flavor text is, I've flown enough Quinjets to know not to get too attached, because it's probably going to get destroyed. Iron Man armor. Oh, look at that. It's armor for Iron Man. 3 mana equipment. When it enters, it gets attached automatically. You can equip it for 2 mana otherwise. The equipped creature gets +2/+1 and flying. Okay, that's pretty good at 3 mana. And you can also pay 2. If the equipment isn't a creature, you can turn it into a construct hero that has flying and gets +1/+1 for each artifact you control. So it turns into a flying construct until end of turn for 2 mana. Interesting. So you can have it animate. That seems pretty good for limited. Yeah, I think that's a cool ability set, and I think that it's not bad. The fact that it equips on its own is also really good. the Shield Helicarrier. 4 mana, 4/5 flying vehicle. When it enters, it comes with 2 white soldier creature tokens. Ah, man, but as a crew of 6? I don't like it. I don't think it's good. Last time we had like a big chunky vehicle like this, it came with either a lot more like creature or it was cheaper to crew. I think it needed to be cheaper to crew. And like, I get it. It takes a lot of people to operate the Shield Helicarrier. But I feel like the two 1/1 should have been pilots. I think if they were pilots, so they each would have crewed for the 3. Yeah, I don't think it's good. It's easier with something like Cap. Yeah, but that's harder. I don't like it. Super Adaptoid. It just keeps picking up different people's abilities. 2 mana, robot villain with 2 toughness, and its power is equal to the number of legendary creatures you control. Whenever Super Adaptoid enters or attacks, you can choose another target creature. If that creature has haste and Super Adaptoid doesn't, you give it a haste counter. You do the same for flying for a strike, double strike, death touch, indestructible, lifelink, menace, reach, and trample. So it lets you pick up the best abilities from the other creatures in play. I think that it's good enough, and I think that it's fun. And I think that being able to, like, go through the flavor of, like, and I take Captain America's indestructible, or, no, he doesn't have indestructible, whatever. We take its vigilance, and we take, Cloak and Dagger's death touch, and I take the first strike from this, and this and that. And it's, like, it's really fun. Yeah, because it lets you gain those abilities over time. It does not have the ability to pick up death touch, because it has to target, so it would to get hexproof. It would have to target, and you'd only be able to target your own things. Still pretty cool. It can get indestructible, though. It's keyword soup. Yeah. And it's a Legendary Creatures Matter cards in a set where everything's a frickin' legendary creature. Remember, we looked at how many legendary creatures there were in the set. 128 of them. There's a lot. Oh yeah, you could put this in Joda. That'd be cute. Can't pick up protection. Nope. But I like that it can choose your opponent's creatures, because it's picking up the abilities from the enemy. 10 rings. It is an 8 mana artifact. Your maximum hand size is 10. And at the beginning of your end step, if you have fewer than 10 cards in hand, draw cards equal to the difference. Ooh. Okay, so this absolutely has a place in a bunch of different commander decks. I'm gonna mill myself to death unlimited. Sorry. You always have... Yeah, you always get 10 cards in hand at your end step. Yeah, it's only 8 mana. It's not 10 mana to cast. I think that that's well costed at 8, and there's ways to cheapen it or cheat it in this set. I would probably stay away from it for the most part in limited, because I would kill myself with it. Sometimes it'll give you the value you want. Ultron Artificial Malevolence. 3 mana, 2/4, Robot Villain. Whenever another non-token artifact you control enters, you can pay 2. And if you do, make a copy of it, but the copy is a robot! This is awesome. I love it! I love making robot copies of things. So I feel like the more artifacts you have in your deck, the better this gets. That is a good cost, and it's really fun because it lets you make animated copies of things. So, like, something like this, it would be a 2/2 robot, but it would still come with the soldiers. Age of Amytron! This is gonna be me. Sammy, oh yeah, Sammy would love this card. Just like how Sammy loves, Endstone. Ultron Drone. with a mouth laser. 3 mana, 2/3. It has a power-up of 6 to put 2 +1/+1 counters and make another robot. Okay, that's fine. Vibranium Energy Daggers, an indestructible stick. It costs 1, but you equip 3, and it gives +2/+2. If you have equipment matters, I could see putting this in, but I don't like it. The Vision! Yep. He's got Solar Beam, Density Control. Wow, I said Destiny. Density Control, and Technopathy. This is a 4 mana, 2/5 with Flying and Vigilance. Whenever you cast any non-creature spell, you get to choose one that hasn't been chosen this turn. Getting Double Strike, getting Indestructible, or drawing a card. And you can do these things just like, and you are trying to target me with the kill spell, so I'll get Indestructible. Or you didn't block me, so I'll cast something and I'll get Double Strike. And at worst, draw a card. Definitely a good card for limited. It's those are all very good abilities. And it's a 4 mana colorless 2/5, so super easy to just slot into any deck. Viv Vision Teen Synthoid. 3 mana, 2/2 flying. Also robot hero. Whenever Vision attacks, you draw a card if her power is 4 or greater, and you can power her up to get her to power 4, but it costs 7 to do it, so it's probably better done with other abilities. It's fine. Hi, Nick. Would I like some burrito? No, I'm good. Thank you, though. No, I'm good. Thank you, though. No, I don't need any Sasuke soda, honey. I'll let you know if I change my mind. Okay.
I might just bring you a Sasuke soda.
Oh, okay.
You know,
Oh, all right. No, you don't get to have a burrito. Nick did not offer a burrito to you. He offered a burrito to me. Let's look at the lands from this set. So there are gain lands with unique names in this set. They are not reprints. Like Aim Lamps. Whenever this land enters, you gain a life. Something Mohawk stuff. Asgardian Citadel. Avengers Hangar. That's really nice art. Avengers Hangar. Avengers Tower. This taps for colorless or color for any color for a hero or a hero ability. You can also pay for, tap, look at the top 3 cards of your library, and if there's a hero from among them, you can put it in your hand. As far as an uncommon goes, I think this is very, very solid, especially if you are in the colors that predominantly have heroes, like white. I think Avengers Tower will... this as a mana sink ability on a land, it's like kind of 5 mana total, 4 plus tapping this. It seems good. Baxter Building. You can tap to add colorless or pay for tap to add 4 mana in any color combination of colors, so 5 mana to become 4. That's good if you're getting silly with the fixing. You can also pay for to draw a card if you have a creature with toughness 4 or more. It's a Fantastic Fours building, so they all 4 related crap. Also not bad. I would say this is a cool way to fix if you're being really greedy in your deck by trying to do the Fantastic Four combo we were talking about. Baronin Zana Plaza, Castle Doom, Dark Fortress, Fisk Tower, Gathering Place, Gleaming Bastion. Oh, right, here's the rare cycle. I'm sorry, I skipped over some of these. So the rare cycle, we have the common cycle and the rare cycle. The new rare cycle is you tap this 4 colored mana only on the turn it entered, or if you control a basic land. These are great. I think that these are going to become fairly evergreen, and you're going to see them a lot. Thankfully, all of the names on those ones are like relatively generic. I should also say what Castle Doom does. Castle Doom lets you make mana of any color for an artifact spell, and you can pay 3, tap, sacrifice an artifact to make a robot. It's a Doom bot. So if you have a lot of cheap sacrificable artifacts, this will help you upgrade them. Very specific though, so it's a rare that's like, you only use it if you're in that archetype. Yes, I think that these are going to be better than Verges, depending on the deck. And I think that they're a very strong new type, and I'm really glad that they gave them fairly generic names so they can be reprinted in other products. Unlike the Gain Lands, yeah, like Hidden Lair, Los Diablos, Missile Base, Pim Tech, Stark Industries, Subterranean Cave. Here's Surveillance Room. This is a land that surveils and taps for mana of any color. This is the same card as, like... Oh gosh, it has a different name, but these are fine. I would say that if you don't get good duels in your colors, this is a great card to just run one of. Helps you fix if you're being greedy. You wish they were a little less generic? Yeah, they're kind of like that. There's like Grotto and stuff. Yeah, the filter lands. This is a filter land. Here you go. Somebody was asking, there was a hero one. Is there a villain one? Yes. Villainous Hideout. You can tap for mana of any color for villains and villain sources. And you can pay 3, tap to have a villain connive at sorcery speed. Last but not least, there is a bonus sheet. I'm going to quickly go through these. These are all going to be in draft boosters, but they will have low drop rates. So, all reprints, they have comic art, so this is not original art for the cards. And for the most part, they are good. The 2 things we want to see is, because these are all existing cards, so they're new to Arena, some of them, this one isn't. Are they good in Limited? And are they good in Brawl or Timeless? Or I guess Historic. Archangel of Thune, already in Brawl. It's good in a Life Gain deck. Is this good in Limited? Absolutely. It's great. Turbo Pride Mate. Good card. Big flyer. Concerted Effort. At the beginning of each upkeep, creatures you control gain flying until end of turn. If a creature has flying, same is true for Fear. There's nothing with Fear. First strike, double strike, landwalk, protection, trample, vigilance. Nothing with landwalk or protection in this set either. It's fine. I'm not a big fan of this card though, but there are some good, like, oh, I'm giving all my creatures flying. I generally don't like this card though. Yeah, it's going to depend on the other cards in your deck. Don't move. Destroy all tapped creatures until your next turn. Whenever a creature becomes tapped, destroy it. A good way to prevent people from attacking you, but at 5 mana, it's a little awkward. Not my favorite. Still an okay board wipe. We didn't get like a true board wipe in this set though, so maybe it's a little better. We just got like a damage-based one. And for Brawl, Ephemerate. This blinks. If you have anything that's entered the battlefield or you just want a good protective spell, it's good. I would recommend Ephemerate in decks in white. Final Showdown. This is the Spree board wipe. So this is, I would say, the bigger board wipe for this set. It's very good. It is very expensive, but it can destroy all creatures at instant speed and even choose, like, rescue your own and get rid of Indestructible. It is doing all the things you want in Limited. Very good card. Light of Promise. Only if you have a ton of life gain. I would not run this in Limited. And as for Constructed, it's an aura. It suffers from aura problems. It's too easy to 2-for-1. Path to Exile. I usually stay away from it in Limited, but because of their, like, some of the Indestructible stuff, I could see running this as removal in this set. It's an exiling piece of removal, but it does ramp your opponent, so be very mindful of using it. Return to the ranks. Bring back X creature cards with mana value 2 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. It has Convoke. You probably won't have that many weenies to make this super worth it, but maybe your deck does. Maybe you picked a ton of 2-and-1 drops, in which case, give it a go. Righteous Fury also destroys all tapped creatures. You gain life for each creature destroyed this way. That's good with Captain America, who can untap your stuff. I don't think it's that good, though, for Limited. Steel Shaper's Gift. It's one of those things where, like, it's 6 mana. It doesn't destroy everything, but the life gain is nice. Steel Shaper's Gift. Tutors and equipment and puts it into your hand. It's good if you're doing equipment stuff, but it's in the wrong colors. I think this is a nice card, though, for us to be getting in, like, Brawl. It's like Cloud, if he was a sorcery. Yeah, I don't know. If you have one of the bomb equipments, what's hard is these have such a low drop rate that it's hard to line those all up. Teferi's Protection. Yes, very, very good card. Play it in your limited decks. I don't like how black the art is. I want it to be lighter colored for Teferi's Protection. Counterspell. Okay, are you in blue? Great. Do you want to counter spells? Yup, it's Counterspell. It's pretty good. It does what it says on the tin. Extremis Iron Man art. That's a cool arc. Cyberdrive Awakener. So that's going to be new to Arena. Cyberdrive Awakener is all your artifact creatures get flying, and all of your artifacts become 4/4 creatures until end of turn when this enters. It can be a very cool, like, win con in an artifacts deck. It will absolutely see some play in Brawl, and I think it's okay in limited. It's a 6-mana 4/4 flyer at worst. Dig Through Time. It's Dig Through Time. Very good card advantage. You should play it in limited because it's good. You will have things in your graveyard and you will exile them, and then you'll have cheap instant speed card advantage. We binge in Harbs here. Turns non-basic lands into islands. We be binging Harbs. I don't actually think this is that good for limited because there's not that many non-basic lands for you to binge. Lord of Atlantis. If you somehow manage to get, like, Namor and all of the Merfolk stuff, great. This makes your Merfolk better. But if you don't, then congratulations, it's a 2-mana 2/2. There's only a few other Merfolk in the set. Yes, this is going to go in every single, like, Merfolk deck in Arena. I don't think it was already in Arena. Or if it was, I forgot. It might have actually already been in. Mechanized Production. Very, very fun card. So it's an aura. You enchant an artifact with it, and then each turn you make a copy of it. If you manage to have 8 artifacts that all have the same name, not necessarily the same name as the enchanted creature, this thing is impossible to read, you win the game. Usually that's like treasure tokens. I think it's a really fun card, and because there's so many like artifact creatures and cool artifacts in a set, I could see building around this. Oh yeah, so Lord of Atlantis is new to Arena. Cool. Narcit's Reversal. Very tricky card to play, but it's sort of like a pseudo counter spell. You steal the spell for yourself, put the spell into its owner's hand, and then you get to, like, cast it. Now, you can use this to copy your own spells so you can recast it later, or you can use it to copy your opponent's stuff. I would not say just freely put this into things because it only works on instants and sorceries. Probably not the best for limited, but a very cool card. Recon Mission. If a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, you can draw a card. Very simple. If you need card advantage, you can use it. I've never been a huge fan of it in, like, recent limited sets. I feel like there's better card advantage out there. Show and Tell. Don't put this in your deck. Okay, I don't care if you have 10 rings. Please don't try to win a Show and Tell battle with your opponent, because you will sometimes get so blown out. You know what? If you want to do something funny, do it anyway. Show and Tell. Simulacrum Synthesizer. Do you have artifacts that cost 3 or more? If yes, put this in your deck. This card's so good. On it entering, it scries. Then whenever you have any artifact enter under your control that costs 3 or more, you get a Construct. So good! Also, it's a reprint for it, which is nice. Hate the art. 3 Steps Ahead. Very good counterspell that can also clone your creatures or enchantments, or can just get you a little bit of draw and discard. Very good blue spell, very flexible. Goofy ass art. Widow-Making Infiltrator. Douthie Voidwalker. Awesome card. This card is a 3/2 that's unblockable. It stops things from going into your opponent's graveyard and lets you steal one of those things. Is it good and limited? Yes, for so many reasons. It turns off graveyard synergies, it gives you stealing, and it's 3 unblockable damage a turn. Nice. Deadly Dispute. Sacrifice a creature or artifact, get an artifact, a treasure, and draw 2 cards. Great way to just upcycle. Also works well for the draw 2 theme. Extinction Event. This is a very nice board wipe where you have control over it. You get to choose odd or even and exile that one. It's good. I would play it in limited. Sometimes it's kind of like dead in hand, but overall I'd say it's very good. And very good flavor choice here for Extinction Event with the Thanos snap. Final Act. They put so many board wipes on the bonus sheet. Choose one or more. Destroy all creatures, planeswalkers, battles. There's no battles in a set. Exile all graveyards, and each opponent loses all counters. Okay. There's no like energy or experience counters in this set. So the last one's pretty irrelevant unless you want to clear the poison off your opponent. But very strong, flexible board wipe. Very strong and limited. Massacre Girl. Really fun and limited. She's kind of like a board wipe on a stick. She will kill things. It gives -1/-1, and if a creature dies, then even more things get more dead. Are the cards rare, mythic, or whatever the original card was? I believe they are all coded in as mythic rares, but they will be craftable on Arena, I think, for the lowest rarity available of that card. No Mercy! If a creature hits you, it dies. But you have to take a hit from it. I don't know how good this is in limited. It's probably alright. Might be fun in like a control or prison deck. For Brawl too. Chaos Warp. Funny if nothing else. Exile a permanent, and then your opponent shuffles it. Oh, okay, you don't exile it. Take a permanent that's in play. Put it into its owner's deck. Reveal the top card of owner's deck. If it's a permanent, it goes into play. It's funny. You like the art for it? I think that's a pretty good choice for Chaos Warp. No Mercy also works with non-combat damage. Yep, doesn't matter how they hit you. This is some famous art. I believe it. Fiery Emancipation. It's, I would not personally run it. It triples your damage, and it's very fun and big. But, I don't know. I always feel that, like, the big red enchantments are not that good in limited. Flame on. No, flame off. Fury of the Horde. You may exile 2 red cards from your hand rather than play the spell's mana cost. Untap all creatures that attack this turn. Take an additional combat. Yay. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's kind of too expensive and kind of not something I'd want to do in limited, even though the extra combat's nice. It will definitely see play in Brawl, though, in specific decks. Probably cards like the Narset that attacks and casts things for free. Yeah, there's a bunch of, I think there's a bunch of decks that will play this in Brawl. Monstrous Raid! Okay, whoa. It's a good card. It's a good combat trick. You should play it in your deck if you're in red and you want to hit people in the face. It gives +3/+1 in trample and a permanent +1/+1 in the trample. It's good. It's so good it got banned in standard. Seize the day! Oh, I'm seizing it. How are there so many cards on this sheet? Untap a creature. After this main phase, there is another combat phase. But it only untaps one thing. So if you have one big baddie, it's good. Again, works pretty nicely with like Narset. Yeah, just the one thing. Other things can attack, and there's a lot of stuff with vigilance, though. It's a big bonus sheet. How many cards are on this? Bedlam. Creatures can't block. I don't know if I would play this. It's funny. You know what? Don't put this in your deck, but it is funny. Grim Fate, Beast Within. You know what? There are going to be good drafters who know when this is an appropriate card to put in their deck, but for the most part, I don't think it goes in. Grim Fate, this is Beast Within. It's the Thing becoming the Thing and lamenting the loss of his former self. Aww. Destroy a thing and it becomes a 3/3 beast. Not my favorite for limited, but it's also not bad. If you can deal with the 3/3 beast, then it gets a lot better. The Thing Within. Defense at Heart. I hate this card. Then again, it's probably pretty good for limited. Defense at Heart is only as good as the best cards in your deck, the best creature cards. But if you have some good creature cards, this will tutor them and put them into play. And it will probably trigger, because the only thing it takes is your opponent having 3 or more creatures, which happens a lot in limited. Force of Vigor, also a free spell. You can exile a green card from your hand rather than pay the cost, and it lets you destroy up to 2 artifacts or enchantments. I don't think there's enough artifacts and enchantments in every deck for me to justify playing this, but it is, if you need artifact or enchantment removal, it's pretty good, and yeah, it can be something that's like a surprise card. I don't know. I feel like there are there are artifact creatures, but there's not enough, I feel, for this to be like a must-have in a green deck. This is already in Brawl, so it's already being played. Heroic Intervention. Very good card for limited. It protects all your stuff. It gives you a good combat or a good perfection. It's not always going to be useful, but I would say it's probably worth a slot some of the time. Primal Vigor. If you would be getting tokens... if anyone would be getting tokens, you get twice as many. If anyone would be getting +1/+1 counters, twice as many counters. Don't play this. Okay, just don't. Just don't play this in limited. It is symmetrical, and it will screw you up. Rancor! Somebody was asking if we were going to get a Rancor reprint. Here it is. Rancor gives +2/+0 in trample, and when Rancor goes into a graveyard, it goes back into your hand, so you can give more stuff trample. There's a theme in the set that has to do with targeting your own stuff with spell, and I think Rancor is great for that. I think Rancor is also one of the just better auras, in part because of its recurability. So I would say Rancor does go into a lot of limited decks. There's a Ristic video on Rancor. Ooh, I should watch that. I probably don't have the desire unless it's like 5 minutes long. Steely Resolve. Give Shroud. Means you can't touch the creatures of a type. Your opponent can't touch creatures of a type. I don't think I would play it, because a lot of the types are so global in the set. Human, hero, villain. You could sideboard it in if your opponent's playing like a weird equipment deck. And I feel like there are, if you're like, I'm confident that my creatures will beat my opponent's creatures, and I just have to protect them. I think that's the advantage. Yeah, it's a techie card, because like you can mess up certain things your opponent would be doing by giving everything Shroud of the type. No, you can't choose Artifact. That is not a creature type. Unnatural Growth. If you are heavy in green and you have a bunch of big tramplers, this is a very fun, good card. It gives all the creatures double power and toughness at the start of each of your combat. So it makes all your creatures bigger. It's very good. Escape to the Wilds. It's just pure value. Exiles cards, lets you play an additional land. It lets you cast those cards or play those cards until the end of your next turn. I think if you're in Gruul and you want card advantage, it's a good one. Ravenous Tyrannosaurus. It is so cool that this card is getting a reprint. This is one of the Jurassic World cards. 6 mana, 6/6 dinosaur, devour 3. Whenever this creature attacks, it deals damage. It deals damage equal to its power to up to one other target creature, and excess damage is dealt to that creature's controller. So very good. I would say it's good for limited. And devour means you can sacrifice a creature to give it 3 +1/+1 counters when it enters, I think. Neat. Big dino. Wolverine, best there is. This was from the Secret Lair. And look, it's getting a reprint. Yay! What does it do? 3 mana, 2/2. Double all damage that Wolverine would deal. So he's kind of like being a 4/2. At the beginning of each end step, if Wolverine dealt damage to another creature, he gets a +1/+1 counter, and he has Regenerate. Oh, nice. So Regenerate means he's going to be very, very hard to kill, and he will deal damage. Good for limited. Anthem of the Champs. Creatures you control get +1/+1. I'd say it goes into some decks. It really depends on how many weenies you got. The more little guys you have, the better this card gets. Also from the Secret Lair, Black Panther Wakandan King, a 2 mana 2/2 with first strike. Whenever it or another creature you control enters, you put a +1/+1 counter on target land you control. You can then mine the Vibranium from your lands to pay 3 and move all the +1/+1 counters from the land onto a creature, and you will gain that much life and draw a card, which is cool. So you have to like kind of build up some value, but I do think that it's going to be worth it. And I think that it is good in general with creature-heavy strategies, which you have in Limited. Privileged Position. Other permanents you control have hexproof. I still wouldn't play it in Limited. Maybe I would. I don't know. It's one of those things where like there's another big artifact, or sorry, big enchantment that gives hexproof. 1 second. Blanking on what it's called. Asceticism? I think I'm thinking of asceticism. Yeah. But asceticism also gives regenerate target creature. I think if it were this, it would be worth it. But I don't really like Privileged Position. Yeah, because that one gives regenerate, so it's really hard to actually kill a creature. It's going to make you really hard to deal with, but it's also 5 mana. Takes like a whole turn. Sundering Growth. Oh, this will see some place in yeah, like Shrines decks and other enchantments decks that are looking to protect their pieces. Sundering Growth. Yeah, you can put this in Unibrawl if you don't have something like it. Sundering Growth. Destroy target artifact or enchantment and then populate. I think this is fine enough for Limited if you want instant speed artifact or enchantment removal. I like it, and it also can get you additional tokens. Iron Man. Titan of Innovation. Oh my god, are there 100 cards on this sheet? This is crazy. 5 mana, 4/4. This was from the Secret Lair. Flying. Haste. Whenever Iron Man attacks, you make a treasure. Then you can sacrifice a non-creature artifact, like the treasure. If you do, search your library for an artifact with a mana value 1+, put it into the battlefield tapped and shuffle. You might not be using the second ability that much, but just the when it attacks make a treasure. It's got flying, it's got haste, it's good for Limited. Monica the Marvel is Aurelia the War Leader. Awesome finisher. Gives you extra combats and, you know, hits in the air twice on the turn it comes down. Wins games. I like it a lot if you're in Boros. Fight to the death. Destroy all blocking creatures and all blocked creatures. R.I.P. everyone. I don't actually like it in Limited. It's funny though. I'm sure other people will enjoy playing this, but I'm not the person to do it. Yeah, it's a very specific board wipe. War Leader's Call. That's pretty soon to get a reprint. This was Karlov Manor, I think. Gives all your creatures +1/+1. And it's also an impact tremors, dealing damage when a creature enters. I think that it is generally pretty good if you have a creature-heavy strategy. It deals damage and it makes things stronger. Captain America, First Avenger. It's the whole Secret Lair. Okay. It's in Jeskai colors, as America should be. 3 mana, 4/4. You can unattach an equipment for 3 mana and deal damage equal to its mana value across different targets. And then you re-equip the equipment. If you have a good equipment, this is good. Otherwise, it's a 3 mana 4/4, which is fine. Storm, Force, and Nature. 4 mana 3/4 Flying Vigilance. Very good, just base stat line. And whenever she deals combat damage to a player, the next instance or sorcery spell you cast has Storm. So you can turn your Lightning Strike into more Lightning Strike, which Storm would love. That's very appropriate. I'd say generally a good card for limited. Horn of Greed. Fool! Dr. Doom does as he pleases. Of course he's going to toot as he pleases. It's iconic. Whenever a player plays a land, that player draws a card. I don't like this in limited because it is symmetrical. Boop, boop. I could still see playing this actually in Brawl, because if you're somebody whose deck is built around being able to play multiple lands a turn, you will benefit a lot more than the other person. You want like a toot toot whenever we play it? I don't know if I'd be playing this. Roaming Throne! I think this is actually very, very good no matter what in limited. Oh no, what a surprise. Amy likes Roaming Throne. I literally have a throne, like a Roaming Throne emote. Roaming Throne is generically good. It is a 4 mana 4/4 with Ward 2. It doubles abilities of a type you choose, and you can choose villain or hero in this set. At least Roaming Throne got a reprint. I hope we get more of them. The card is too expensive. I mean that. Like, Roaming Throne. Oh gosh. $45 dues? Ugh. It's spiked too. Too expensive! Anyway, good for limited, and if you see it, you should take it because it's a big money card. Also, I believe this Storm is a pretty expensive card. I'm not sure if the other ones are, but I know Storm is. Patriotic Shield, Sword of Fire and Ice. That is one of the best swords. It gives protection from red, blue, +2/+2, and draws you cards and deals direct damage. Very good, and I would put it in my limited deck pretty much no matter what. This is not part of the bonus sheet. This is the last card. So there were, in fact, 100 bonus cards. That is so many cards. This set's crazy. What did this take me? Like 6 hours to just look at the ones that are draftable? And that's not even half of them. Because there's still at least 600 more cards. Many of which are going to be added to Arena from Jumpstart. So guess what? There will have to be another set review. I don't know if I'll be putting it on YouTube, but I will have to look at the other cards because many of them will be in Brawl, and I should probably know if they're there, but they won't be draftable. So, here's my conclusion of this set. First off, there's too many legends. Second of all, there's a lot of very fun niche things that a particular player will like. My friend Brian is going to love this set. He does not play Magic. I will give him cards that have things he likes on them. But damn, this is not one set. This is 2 sets. Maybe 3 sets. There's over 600 total new cards. And that's kind of overwhelming. That's a lot of stuff. And we're going to look at all of it. I hope y'all are ready for some Marvel superheroes. Coming to Magic the Gathering and Magic the Gathering Arena soon. Like very soon. Early access stream, I want to say, is next Wednesday. So if you watch my stream, twitch.tv/Amazonian, I'll be playing with the cards then. We'll see how the limited works out. I did get a good vibe for the limited. I'm going to kill people with flyers. Give me the big birds. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you have fun with your mush. I mean, your Marvel superheroes.